McKinnon gets aside. He lets it go, and he scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack, and his reign of terror on the Minnesota Wild continues. An assist on the Rantanen goal, and he gets one of his own. 22 goals career versus the Minnesota Wild. He beats Gustafsson short side, and it's 6-1 Avs, not even halfway through the third period.
3 a.m. This is the crappiest I've felt in a long, long time. I keep coughing. I can't sleep. But I'm going to start the show because I want to talk to Jim Nantz. I'm going to gloat about my Irish. And then I will stay as long as I possibly can. Hopefully I'll get better as the show goes on. But right now, at 3 a.m., I'm up. I can't sleep. I can't stop coughing. And it's all worth it because the Irish won.
Well, where are you, Vic? Why are you waiting around? Go ahead and jump on the horn right now. I mean, I would use a co-host in the 6 o'clock hour. Go ahead. Yeah, we got a text from Vic saying, I don't feel good yesterday. It's weird, man. This thing that's going around, or whatever this thing is, it gets everybody, okay? It's just a matter of time. It's going to hop on. If you haven't been sick yet, trust me, your time's coming. TikTok. I got it because the way it works in my household is baby Jamal Kale gets sick, and then a few days later, my wife gets sick, and then like a week and a half later, I get sick. Always, like clockwork. If one of them starts to have the sniffles, you can basically set a timer, and a week and a half later, it's going to be in here. So I've had it already, been beyond it. Vic is now in the midst of it. Vic just needs to chop his nose off. Let's just be honest. The nose has got to go for Vic. It's going to be a weird look. You're going to look like Voldemort or
I was just going to say he needs to go Voldemort. Just go flat nose.
What's the guy? Did you watch Mad Max, the Fury Road one with, oh God, what's his name? That's a good actor. That's in like a whole bunch.
He's Bane. Yes.
Yeah.
Tom
Hardy.
Tom Hardy. Yes. He needs to be like the guy, the oppressive overlord with the big
chains
the
on
big
the nose.
breathing mask.
Yeah, no, I was saying the other guy, the big fat guy that's next to Immortal Joe, with the thing on his nose. Anyway,
you could be Red Skull if you're a Marvel fan.
Yeah, sure. So look, we'll have Jim Nantz at 7 o'clock. So right off the top of Moshe Lombardi and Kane, Jim Nantz will be calling the Broncos and Bills game. Will be on with us. Last night, this is what's amazing about where the Avs are. I really think that, for the stuff that we've talked about with the Nuggets, in which, hey, didn't we say all year that they need to take it easy a little bit during the regular season? Well, maybe that's the reason why their defense has been a lot worse this year than it was last year, is that they're reserving some energy in the tank for when the playoffs start and not expending it in the regular season. I don't know if I buy that with the Nuggets. I just don't know if the Nuggets can play at that level as currently constituted. Now, time will tell, but I'll say this with the Avs. The Avs have a flip they can switch. Okay? They have it. They possess that. And last night is prime evidence of it. And I really think the Avs playing up and down the competition thing is real. They've lost twice to Chicago this year, but you go on the road on the second night of a back-to-back against a division rival who is ahead of you in the standings, and you kick the holy hell out of them like that. We talked about putting teams away. Why can't the Avs just put a team away? Well, they did yesterday. It's Logan O'Connor quickly out of the gates, gets you up 1-0. Ross Colton on that stupid turnover throws one in to make it 2-0. Yes, they made it 2-1, but then Mikko's goal, you're back to a 2-goal lead, And if the Avs have a 2-goal lead on you, you're probably just going to get torched because that's how good they are. And that's part of the reason why whenever I talk about the Avs in my mind being a team that I think right now, from what we've seen with Mackenzie Blackwood between the pipes, you play them 7 times, good bleeping luck trying to get 4 wins. Good luck. Like, I think they're the best team in hockey. And it's because of this ability. When you have Mackenzie Blackwood back there, which he's... The stretch that he's been on has been as good as anybody since Waugh, I would say. I know Varley had a moment in there where Varley was really good. His big problem was injuries and stuff like that. But Mackenzie Blackwood, this is the goals that he's given up in his 10 starts with the Avs. 1-1-1-1-2-1-2-2-2-2. If you allow 2 goals and you're a goaltender for the Avalanche, guess what? You're winning 90% of your hockey games.
It's pretty good.
And you've never, well, I don't want to say never. Since I've been here, I don't think there's been a goalie in which you felt this good going in every single game about your goals allowed stuff. I don't think there's been one. You've had moments with other guys. I think Georgiev, when he was hot, had moments. I think when Darcy was here, he had moments. When you had Varley. Now, I barely got to see much of Varley. I don't know if I saw any. He might have been gone by the time I got here. But watching from afar, all I'm saying is, I don't know if there's been any time since I've been here where I've been this high on the goaltending position. And once Wedgwood comes back, you're going to have a nice little 1-2 punch where you can get a rest if you feel like he needs it.
And last season, Brett, what was Raj from the Morning Sprint saying basically every single day, every single episode of Between the Pipes? He started to sound like a broken record, which is your preferred way to enjoy music. He would say, the Avalanche don't need stellar goaltending.
No.
They just need average goaltending. And the league average is like 3 goals a game. And that's all we said. If you can just get a goalie that can hold you to 3 goals or less a game, you'll be fine. And
Totally true.
And so far, knock on wood, Blackwood has exceeded that.
No. That's what I was going to say. All they need is average goaltending. But now they're getting great goaltending.
Above average, absolutely.
Like amazing level goaltending. And if you combine that with McKinnon and Makar and Mikko and Colton and Druin and Taves and all these other guys, I don't know what you do if you're an opposing team. Like, you just got to pray that they're off for a night. It's the only way you win. You remember when the Warriors made the trade for KD after they won 73 games in the regular season? I'm not saying the Avs are that, but the feeling that you get of you just got to hope that they're off. That's it.
I think the one thing I want to see, the one Achilles heel for the Avalanche, it seems like every year, is they always get out physicaled.
Yeah,
okay. When you get a big team like Dallas or Vegas that just have these bruisers, these Russian sluggers that are like Drago from Rocky, what are you going to do about it? Because it seems like the Avs get when they get beat up and somebody starts to rustle their jimmies a bit, they don't know how to respond.
Well, okay.
So that's the one thing I'm going to want to see.
Fair.
When a team starts beating you up, how can you keep your head in the game and keep scoring goals like you do? How do you let that not rattle you? And who on the Avs is going to start cracking skulls in return if a team does that to you? That, to me, that's what's going to take them from a great team to a legit cup contender.
I hear this a lot from people. It's been like, some sort of calling card for Avs fans for 6 straight years. however long they've been in this little cup run, that the physicality isn't good enough, stuff like that. I'll say this. I haven't bought into it for one reason. They play a different style. They're a lot more of speed, skill, and athleticism than they are physicality. And it obviously has worked before. You got a cup out of it with largely the same group, by the way. And we can talk about being physical and all that stuff, but the Avs are saying what we might lack in physicality, we more than make up for. And can you compete in the track meet that we want to play? Like when we get to our style of hockey, can you keep up? That's why I'm a big defender of Sammy G. Everybody rips on Sammy G, and I go, he does something. What he lacks in maybe size and physicality, he makes up for in his ability to just skate. He can escape trouble. He's really good at getting the puck out of the zone. And I think he catches way too much flack because the biggest criticism people have of Sammy G is, yeah, he's tiny. Okay, but what does he do? He escapes pressure, and he plays pretty physically, actually, for his size.
Small hands.
Like, you just find a way to out-skill or out-athlete somebody as opposed to out-physical them. You know, you can win a Super Bowl with a dominant offensive line in Marshawn Lynch, and you can also win a Super Bowl by throwing the ball for 400 yards a game. Like, there's not a single way to do things. You know, I remember the Chiefs went out there, they spent a first-round pick on Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and then he stunk, and it didn't matter because Patrick Mahomes threw for 350 yards a game.
The best part of that season is I didn't even have him on my fantasy team, but I made my team name the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. 10 out of 10.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
It was better than he was, honestly. No, and look, I understand that the a texter chimed in and agreed with you that they won their cup because this is good wording. They outscored the need for physicality. Yeah. And that's true the cup season. It's just if you look at every season around that, they have gotten out physical. So I understand that it is possible. I just want to see I'm not advocating for anything else Curtis McDermott did, but I like the fact that he was a human crash test dummy.
I was just going to bring that up. I think McDermott is the perfect test case because when they were in the postseason, a whole bunch of people were yelling for McDermott to get minutes because he's a big physical guy that's going to be an intimidator and whatever. And then all I asked in return, I had one follow-up question to people who are making that claim. I said, is he a good hockey player? And most people are like, yeah, not really, but he's physical. And I go, well, the Avs play hockey players, like guys who can stick handle, guys who can skate fast, guys who have a wicked slapper, guys who, you know what I mean? Like, that's the guys that they play. And their need for physicality, it's not the way the team's built. They have a couple of guys that are like that. I mean, Manson's physical. You're telling me that Nate's not going to get in somebody's kitchen? Like,
Nate will beat up anybody who plays for Utah, formerly of Arizona, but that's it. That's the only team he has genuine beef with for some reason, and I love it.
This is why I actually like that the Avs don't buy into it. They have an identity. The identity is we're going to out-athlete you. You might be more physical, but guess what? Hey, man, if you got a school bully, do you know what's a really, really, really nice trait to have if you're somebody who is being bullied by a big kid? Can you run faster than him? Because he's got to catch you, okay? He's got to catch you. And the Avs just have a whole bunch of guys who can outskate you. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So listen, Jim Nantz is going to join us at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. The man, the legend, who's calling the game on Sunday with the Broncos and the Bills is going to join us. I want to talk a little bit about that college football playoff game last night because that's an insane ending, and I don't know how either team's got that far with their quarterbacks playing like that. I've heard people talk about if Drew Aller leaves for the draft, he'll be a first-round pick. Good bleeping luck with that. I feel like we are setting, and I don't want to pick on Allard too much, but that was a game in which it was a great game that featured very little offense, or should I say very little elite quarterback play. So I want to break that down a little bit along with the Broncos and what to expect. Like, we're at Friday. How are we feeling? Because I'm getting this itch that I've had a few times this year. And I want to know if this is delusional. Is this just rose-colored glasses? Or is this real? And are other people feeling it? We'll get to it next.
Today's Friday. graduate student from Salisbury, North Carolina, to give Notre Dame the lead in the final seconds. 41-yard attempt. Snap and hold are good. The kick is good! They were the worst field goal kicking team in the country in the regular season. But Jeter, healthy, recovered from the groin with the help from his dad, Andrew, the chiropractor. This is what he's dreamed about his whole life.
I mean, Penn State gets the ball with 38 seconds left on their own 15-yard line. Like, the one thing that can happen, you can take a knee and go to overtime. You can do what they did, and I'm not criticizing them for trying to make a play happen, like, especially after a 13-yard run, get you the 28, 33 seconds left. Yeah, a couple of plays later, you could be in field goal range, chance to win, move on to the national title. You can't throw a pick. You can't throw late over the middle when you're deep in your own territory, no time left, and the game's tied. And that's exactly what Aller did. Notre Dame gets the ball. They have just a couple of plays they need to make it a decent field goal shot. And that kid from Notre Dame, what's his name, Jeter, whatever it was, buries it with 7 seconds to go, or 4 seconds to go, and the game's over. It's just the one mistake you can't make. And they did. We'll have Ryan Harris join us, by the way, a little bit later in the show. Somewhere around 7:45, 8 o'clock. You can talk about this game along with the Broncos. And the Broncos is what I want to get to. And you can tune in on Sunday as Altitude bookends the coverage of the Broncos playoff game. You can tune in from 9 to 11 for pregame coverage live from number 38 with D-Mac, Mike Sanford, and the whole crew on air. You can watch the game with D-Mac at number 38 and then finish the day with the Altitude crew at 8 p.m. with a live commercial-free Altitude After Dark reacting to the Broncos playoff game on all of these different platforms. 92.5, it's right here on the air, on Twitter, on Twitch, and on YouTube. So we'll see you guys on Sunday. But I'm getting this itch. And I think it's kind of delusional. I think it's just optimism and hopium that I've been feeling better about this game as the week's gone on. And I thought maybe I'm being a little crazy. Maybe I'm just trying to will this to happen. That I'm so excited for the playoff game that I'm just talking myself into the idea that the Broncos got a shot to win this. Because I've said this a million times. I think Buffalo's the best team in the AFC. Now, one game samples? Who knows? Anything can happen. But I think I'm kind of backed up on this. The Broncos game started as a 9.5-point spread, and it's dipped to 8.5 or 8, depending on where you look. So other people have felt the way that I have, at least enough to make Vegas change their minds a little bit. Maybe not so much the Broncos winning, but keeping this close. And that's what I think can happen. That's what I'm optimistic about. Not necessarily coming away with the W, but I'm pretty optimistic that they're going to keep this a ball game. There's a lot of things that the Broncos do that will make life difficult on Buffalo. Buffalo has scored at least 30 points in 9 of their last 10 games. It's a really good offense with a really good quarterback. But the Broncos pose issues. You might not get all the way to Josh Allen, but you can rush some throws by getting pressure. Josh Allen's been sacked 14 times this year.
Josh Allen?
You just aren't going to get there. And if you get 2 sacks in this game, you consider that a massive success. But can you rush plays? That's what I think the key is. Can you contain the edges to not let him escape and buy 3 more seconds, but have him maneuver the pocket Because if he does that, that's the difference between you opening things up and him scrambling out of the pocket to buy a lot more time for guys to get open, or he maneuvers the pocket to buy an extra second for somebody to get open. And if your secondary's on, which Patrick Surtain always is, but it's like a good Riley Moss game, it's not going to allow those Bills wide receivers to get those fire drill type of now I'm open stuff going on. But I think they can keep it close. Key here is this. Asked this question earlier in the week. If I could guarantee you one thing, the Broncos either get a turnover on defense or the Broncos do not turn the ball over at all on offense, which would you take? And I think it's the latter. I think if I could guarantee people that the Broncos don't turn the ball over and they don't give Josh Allen extra possessions in good field position, it's going to be your best shot to keep this a game. And if that's the case, the one thing that you're looking for after that is, can you just keep enough pace to make it a game in which a weird thing happens and it could go in your favor? I think that's what you're going to need. You know, when you're an underdog like this, you're going to have some luck. It's just how it's going to have to be. You aren't going to out-talent the Bills. You aren't going to out-quarterback the Bills. You aren't going to be doing any of that stuff. But can you keep it within the margin of error? Can you do that? Because if they can keep it a one-possession game in the fourth quarter, look, here's all you need. Josh Allen throws the ball on the money over the middle, and it tips off the guy's hands up in the air, and Brandon Jones picks it off, and now all of a sudden you're in business. If you can keep it within that type of game, then the Broncos got a shot. But you start playing track meet style, you lose. There's one team, and make sure I got this right. I know the team that did it to them. But when you get into a track meet with Buffalo, you lose the game. And there's one team that came out on the winning side of that, and that's the Rams. But the Rams have something you don't possess, which is a Super Bowl winning quarterback with two elite wide receivers and a very, very good running back. They have all the stuff. Detroit almost won the track meet game. Detroit has elite wide receivers and elite running backs. You don't. Like Texas says this, Mims with a punt return touchdown. That could be one of the plays I'm talking about that could provide an equalizer. Like, I'll say this. The one category that you have almost, well, I don't think it's almost. I think the one category you have above everybody else in the league is you have the best return game in the NFL. Marvin Mims is better than everybody else. And to me, it's not even close. But you're going to need a couple of those in order to make a win happen. And I just can't help but think over and over again, what a great situation this is for the Broncos. Like the fact that they got here. They got the ability to get your heart broken a little bit. I think it's amazing. To do that in year one with a rookie quarterback and to have this as the solid footing that you can start basically anew with your franchise, to have the rookie quarterback play in pressure-filled moments like this. Like, let's say that game is a 7-point game with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and Bo Nix has the football. Think about what that does for his development, being in that type of situation. And here's the great thing about Bo Nix, is that he doesn't blink. Like, one thing that Audric Estime said a couple of days ago about Bo Nix was this.
Even Bo, when he first came in, we knew he wasn't a rookie. The way he carried himself and his maturity level, and it's honestly got better every week. And we're at week 19 now, and he just keeps on improving. When you think he's done and you think he's done improving, he just does something that surprises you.
He's not this bushy-tailed, wide-eyed Bambi that's out there. He's never had the deer in the headlights look. He's had games in which he's played poorly, and maybe confidence has taken a hit, especially early in the season when he was trying to figure out the speed of the league. But he's never felt like it's overwhelmed him. At least not for the last 3 months of the season, it hasn't. I mentioned this yesterday. Bo Nix is second all-time in passing touchdowns for a rookie. He ended the season with 29. It took him 4 weeks to get one. He entered that Jets game without a touchdown. And that was the monsoon in which he finally got one, and there was Sutton back of the end zone. The only touchdown of the game. He's really figured out at least this offense and how his play style competes with guys in the league in a hurry. He's done it. And so, again, he's not going to be this guy that goes out there on Sunday and it just looks like the moment is overwhelming him. He's started a whole bunch of football games with meaning behind them. Might not be NFL playoff games, but Oregon had a few big football games. Auburn had a few big football games that they played in. And he's been there. So, I love it. I love the idea that he's walking in there and your quarterback's not going to be scared just because it's day one. By the way, here's PS2 talking about the team's mentality heading into this playoff game.
Yeah, we got all the confidence. I think we put together the right pieces this offseason to succeed. I mean, obviously, a lot of people doubted us preseason before the season, but, all that is predictions. And when the season started, we set our goals, and we were able to attain them each and every week, prove the doubters wrong each and every week. So I think going in towards a playoff run now, everybody's at 0-0 with a lot at stake, but we got the utmost confidence in this team because, through the preparation and the film study, the understanding of the game, knowing the opponent, I think we do one of the best jobs in doing that. And we got a great coaching staff as well that's ready for this challenge. And like I said before, man, this whole season, we knew what our goals was, and we was going to go to this playoff run. So I'm very excited for this team.
This doesn't sound like a team that's scared in this moment or satisfied with where they're at and whatever. Now, as a fan, I am. I'm satisfied with this season. Whatever happens on Sunday happens. And I think it's going to be really hard to get somebody like me incredibly disappointed. But I do not think that this is a game in which the Broncos have no shot. I don't. I asked Legwald yesterday, I said, who has the bigger opportunity to pull an upset? Is it the Broncos over the Bills or is it the Steelers over the Ravens? I'm asking that question knowing that the Steelers have beaten the Ravens this year. They did win, but they look like a different team now that can't score. And Legwald said the Broncos, and I think I agree. I mean, it's either them or the Steelers as far as teams that would be the biggest shock of the weekend. But having a defense like that can cancel out a lot of things. It provides the opportunity that a mistake happens and you benefit from it. Again, we're talking about being in sort of the luck category here. But luck's what you need. You need it. All teams need luck. And let's be honest, the Broncos have been lucky this year in one category, health. They haven't suffered injuries. And you're walking into the playoffs as healthy as anybody in the league right now. Think about it. What does your injury report look like heading into the wild card round of the postseason? And put that side by side with every other team that's competing this weekend. I bet yours is the shortest list. So anyway, it's I can't wait because the Broncos have, I think, a decent chance. Not 50-50, nothing like that. but a decent chance of surprising the hell out of everybody in this league and getting some real, concrete, positive evidence that this thing is moving in the right direction and having all of that confirmed from what you thought for the last, I would say, month of the season. You can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. That is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. So, few more things to get to here. Again, I do want to talk a little bit about Notre Dame in their win, moving on to the national championship. The Avs with a good win yesterday, a nice little bounce back. Something about these teams on the second night of back-to-backs, they come out with their hair on fire, both the Avs and the Nuggets. But a lot more to get to. And again, jump on that Voice of the People. Give us a call. Give us a text, 303-504-0925. I'll make Steve Nelson sing when we return. We'll make Nelly sing here shortly. I do want to take a look at some of these games over the weekend and what we have for NFL wildcard weekend, and it looks like this. Tomorrow, 2:30, it's going to be Chargers against the Texans, that game in Houston, but the Chargers being the favorite. Really interesting to see if C.J. Stroud and the Texans can take that next step. I know they won a playoff game last year, but they've had sort of an up and down season this year. Can they get right at the right time against a pretty damn good Chargers team playing them in Houston? Interesting fact, by the way, about the Chargers. You know, we know that Harbaugh comes in there, he takes over, and he demands good defense and a good running game, and then the quarterback can do the takeover thing when he has to. The numbers of Justin Herbert are about as bad, well, they are, probably the worst just overall touchdown numbers, passing yard numbers he's had since coming to the league. I mean, this is somebody who in his second year threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdowns. This year, playing in all 17 games, he has 23 touchdowns in 3,800 yards. But he's been way more efficient. Best quarterback rating of his career. He only turned the ball over 4 times total. 3 picks and 1 lost fumble. And that's the Harbaugh way of doing things. So if Houston wants to win this playoff game, they have to be as mistake-free as the Chargers are going to be, and I just don't see that happening. I think the Chargers win. The late game tomorrow is going to be Steelers and Ravens, and I just don't see any way that the Steelers have enough offensive juice in the tank to try and keep up with that. Game most likely to be a blowout, that one. That's what I would say. And it's going to come down to either that or Broncos-Bills. But I think the Broncos defense is good enough to where they can at least keep this somewhat close. Ravens-Steelers can get away from Pittsburgh in a hurry. And this is basically the game that's going to tell you, is Russell Wilson worthy of coming back to Pittsburgh next year or not? And the answer, I think, is going to be probably not.
It's spicy.
And then Sunday, obviously, after the Broncos and Bills game, which we talked about at length this week, the afternoon game is Packers-Eagles. And here's my problem, Nelly. I can't stand the Packers, but I really hate Nick Sirianni, and I don't know what I want to happen in that game. No idea.
Thinking equals talent take over.
I don't know what to do with myself. I think the Packers got a good shot to win, by the way.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
If they get a good Jordan Love game, like I don't believe in Jalen Hurts. I just don't. I don't think he's that impressive. What's impressive about them is they have a guy who ran for 2,000 yards this season. That's what's impressive. What's impressive about them is they have 2 wideouts who are really good. But if I told you I give A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith to half the quarterbacks in this league, would they have more than 2,900 passing yards and 18 touchdowns? Like, you'd think so. It's part of the reason why guys like A.J. Brown are pissed after wins. Is he's like, yeah, we won, but because I'm a wide receiver and I'm a good one, I'm a diva, and I would like to have more touchdowns to my name. Because they just don't operate at that high of a level to where if you have Jordan Love with one of those Jordan Love games where he's on it, I could easily see the Eagles losing. I don't think they will. I think the Eagles win. But the Packers got at least a decent shot. And then the night game on Sunday is Commanders and Bucks. And that one I have no idea. Because the Commanders seem like a different team week to week, and the Bucks seem like a different team week to week. The one thing the Buccaneers found that's really helped them is Bucky Irving. Like, he became their bell cow, and he had an amazing year. Which, if you think about it, if the Broncos went Bo Nix and Bucky Irving out of Oregon instead of Bo Nix and Troy Franklin, I still think Franklin can be a good player. But Bucky Irving is incredibly impressive. 1,100 rushing yards on the year, 5.5 yards per carry. And especially ever since about like late November, Bucky Irving has just taken that job and never looked back. 300-yard games in the last 6. Like, he's been remarkable. The interesting thing is this. Vikings and Rams. Not only was that game, I think, outside of if I picked one game outside the Broncos that I was most intrigued by, it was that one. Because how did the Vikings respond off of a, how do you want to put it, really tough finale in which they were there to empty the tank and try and get the bye in this week, and they couldn't do it in Detroit? And Darnold had a bad game. Can you just bounce back from that super quickly and beat L.A.? I think you can, but L.A. is a really hot football team. Like, they won 5 straight to close out the year, because I'm not including that Seahawks game where none of the starters played. Won 5 straight to close out the year. They did it in some different ways. You know, they win the track meet 44-42 against Buffalo, but here's their final 3 scores in their wins. 12-6, 19-9, 13-9. Their defense was balling out at the end of the season. And this game, by the way, has been moved to Arizona due to the wildfires. And I don't think that's as big a deal as it would be for anybody else in the playoffs, because I don't think the Rams really had a big home field advantage. You know, it's one thing to, like, sleep in your own bed and stuff like that, but as far as, like, crowd noise and all of that, I think Rams fans know that place, you know, especially for a Chargers game, but the Rams get some of it too, where I don't think people look at that as, like, the environment is going to be overwhelming. But it certainly sucks. Like, you've earned the right to play a home game, and you can't even play it at home. So the game's moved to L.A., but if you get, much the same way I was talking about Jordan Love, if you get a Stafford game, the Vikings could be in some trouble. Because if you make this, Stafford's on it, Darnold has to keep up. Darnold's certainly capable. He's shown that multiple times this year. But I would just be kind of gun-shy, because Darnold hasn't played in that many huge football games. He had the opportunity last week, and he blew it. Overthrowing a whole bunch of guys, dudes wide open that he just straight up didn't throw to. We'll see. But with a few minutes left, Nelly, everybody in your car, sing with us. Let's go.
Brady and his bets. Brady and his bets. Yeah.
We do it every week, closing out the 6 o'clock hour on a Friday. I give you 2 bets to send you into your football weekend. One of them is going to be a lock. Another is going to be a long shot. Here's the lock that I have for the weekend. I just feel really good about the Chargers beating Houston. I just don't think Houston has it in the tank this year. Now, Houston has the ability, if C.J. Stroud is on, to make life difficult, but the way that the Chargers play, mistake-free football, control time of possession, move the chains, and have Herbert make a throw when he has to, I think it's just going to be like almost too much for Houston to overcome, despite being the home team. It's a 2.5-point spread. I think the Chargers cover that. Long shot. So usually, like, long shot's an underdog. I'm going a different way this week, because I think somebody's going to score a touchdown for the Broncos that has not been a guarantee or anything like that throughout the course of the year. Audric Estime for an anytime touchdown is plus 410. I think he's going to score. I think they're going to get into one of those situations where they're knocking on the doorstep at the goal line, and they're going to need somebody to just burst through, and Audric Estime is going to be that dude. It's going to happen. And you're going to have to run the football to be effective against Buffalo anyway. So give me Audric Estime plus 410 for an anytime touchdown in that game against the Bills. All right. So, Avs win yesterday because we're just elite level back-to-back teams, I guess, in this town between the Nuggets and the Avs. They win 6-1 over Minnesota, which always feels good. Got to talk about the college football playoff game from last night as Penn State pukes on themselves late in the game and gives Notre Dame the opportunity, which they earned, by the way. Notre Dame, their defense has played great this entire stretch to walk away with a win. But when we return to Mojo Lombardi and Kane, the great Jim Nance, who will be on the call between the Bills and the Broncos on Sunday, will join the show. Jim Nance, Mojo Lombardi and Kane, all of that next.
Here's Nix rolling out, looking for the rookie record. Ball tipped and caught. Oh my gosh! The double deflection and a Denver touchdown.
I know it's incredible, but I think
one of the
he
deflections
might have been out of bounds. Oh man, I don't want it because you had such a great call.
All right, we're going to connect here with Jim Nantz in just a second. Vic, I know you're really sick today. I wanted to tell you congratulations. Your football team has earned that. They earned this national championship bid. Their defense is amazing. I have a lot of questions on what's going on with Riley Leonard, but it's a hell of a performance. Congratulations,
Thank
buddy.
you. I've never understood, though, why people congratulate just random people watching the game as if I had anything to do with it.
Because you're happy. I'm happy that you're happy.
Yeah, I know you're happy. I know. I get it. And I know Mosier is sort of apathetic about it. I get it. But, I didn't expect them to be there when they're down 10-0. I certainly didn't expect them to come back and win that game. That was like watching a game out of 1942. But the results were awesome. And what a finish. Awesome. I just feel I feel terrible. So it's hard to get into it. Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, you got the same thing that we all get going around right now. Like I had it last week. Like everybody's getting something, okay? Everybody's getting it.
I can't stop coughing.
Yeah.
That
rough.
itchy feel when you can't stop coughing.
Yeah.
You can't hear me, can you?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Vic, you're our boy. You're as much guff as we give you. We do love you, and this is your team. This is your school. You went there. These are your people. So if we want to shower you with a little congratulations,
Thank you.
At least you have some joy in your life as opposed to having to come on this program for 3 hours every day, then please accept it on our behalf.
I got a buddy who's a Yankees fan.
Yeah,
I hate the Yankees. The Yankees made the World Series. I said, "Hey man, I'm happy
Well,
for
that
you. I'm glad you're happy."
guy's just an idiot.
Well, that's Casey. You know that. You know that.
Well,
person.
he's a New Jersey Yankees guy. He's a moron.
It just when I watch those kind of games, you're sitting there living every single play.
Yeah.
That PI that they called, I was so livid after that PI that it's crazy how my brain works. I was almost mad that they won the game after that ridiculous PI.
Yeah, I've heard people say that Drew Aller, like if he declares for the draft as a first-round pick, I don't see that at all.
Dude, he didn't complete a pass to a receiver.
And then you have 38 seconds left. You could very easily at your own 15 just take a knee and go to OT and take your chances there. And instead he wants to throw late over the middle with the what are you doing? And then you know what blew me away, Vic? You guys are lining up for the game-winning kick. It's 4th and 8.
Yeah.
With how much time is left? Like 8 seconds, 7 seconds, something like that. And James Franklin has got 2 guys on the field goal block team standing near like the 10-yard line. Does he think you're going to fake it on 4th and 8 with the game on the line? What are they doing?
Dude, apparently Marcus Freeman was not very happy with James Franklin. They held a press conference day before the game, and Franklin said some things that really ticked off Marcus Freeman, and he used it in his speech to his players, and it was good to see it. Hey, you got to say this. I don't care what you think about Notre Dame. That's a hell of a coach. He appeals to his players. They play hard for him. They're resilient with him.
I like him.
He's a likable guy.
Yeah.
Unlike Brian Kelly, who was there, right?
Yeah.
Who used to always yell at guys on the sideline.
He made it really easy to
This
hate.
dude is a likable guy who gets it. He understands the formula in the modern game today, and he's going to be vastly successful.
James Franklin did the old, if you didn't hear this, Moj, so they had the joint coach press conference thing, big game, whatever. And Franklin goes, God, how old are you? To Marcus Freeman. And he goes, 38. And you could tell when he said that, it was like, what are you, patting me on the head like I'm some sort of child? Like, Marcus Freeman was pissed at Franklin 72 hours before that game started.
Do you remember when he got the job, talking about Freeman? I'm telling you, man, that room erupted. The room was so excited to have him as their head coach. And you could tell that he was loved by his players then. And good for him and good for the Fighting Irish. Now, they're going to be a dog, I'm afraid.
Well, yeah, they should be.
Well, I guess depending on who they face, they're going to be a dog in this game. But hey, man, the fact that you're in the Natty, you got a shot with those. What I think are two shiny gold helmets. They're too shiny. They're too gold. They're too shiny. They're too Christmas ornament-ish. Either way, man, they're back for the first time in quite a long time.
Well, you know me, Moj. I really like money. You can money me. By winning that game, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish collect for themselves another $20 million paycheck that is not divvied up among conference members like everybody else. They keep it all. You tell me how valuable that'll be in the age of NIL and paying these players. They are just cha-chinging their way.
You tell me how valuable that's going to be in the age of Marcus Freeman demands a raise now. You know what I mean?
$14 million last game, $20 million this game. They are just collecting rent, baby. Collecting it.
So, good win for the Irish. We're going to talk to Ryan Harris at either 7:45 or 8 o'clock this morning, trying to connect with Jim Nantz right now in Buffalo. I'll say this.
Getting a hold of Jim is like if you clowns had tried to talk to me at my hotel here in Winnipeg. I got peeps, okay? I do this on my own. I mean, I hook up. I was up till, I don't know, I want to say 2 in the morning trying to get this thing connected because I'm committed to this show and I'm committed to both of you. And I finally did. But it's the same kind of story. Us people that we travel and we're kind of, important.
Land the plane, Mosier.
You can't just barge through, Vic. Don't tell me to land, mother. You can't just barge through. Well, you got to work your way through.
Moj, as we wait for Jim Nantz, I don't know what it is about these teams on back-to-backs, but the Nuggets and the Avs will destroy you, I guess. I
even mentioned the Nuggets last night during our game. I mentioned the Nuggets, how the Nuggets had gone 8-0 in their last second games of back-to-backs. It's pretty amazing to me. What I tell you yesterday about this Avalanche team going into Minnesota.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if what? I wouldn't be surprised if what, Brett?
They owned them.
Yeah.
They blew them out. They dismantled them. That was a walk in the park.
And I said I expected it because they played a bad game. And let me tell you something, Moj. 2 things. We talked about how the Avs have struggled this year putting teams away, right? You grab a lead, you just can't put them away. They put them away last night. Absolutely demolished Minnesota. But here's the other thing. Here's some numbers for you. You guys tell me, is this good? Mackenzie Blackwood, since taking over as starting goaltender for the Avs, has given up 1 goal, 1 goal, 1 goal, 1 goal, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2.
That's good.
If you allow
really, really, really
2 goals as an Avalanche goaltender, you're winning 9 of 10 games. Every time. Every time. Almost without exception, that's what you're going to be doing. And it's amazing when you get this stretch. It just feels like the I know you don't watch cartoons, Vic, but a lot of people will get this even though I don't watch these movies. The last Infinity Stone, okay? You got the last thing in there. The goaltender was the last sort of piece missing for you to be a dominant hockey team, and they have that now with Mackenzie Blackwood. It's insane.
Mosier, is it as cold as you expected in Winnipeg?
We got off the plane last night. It was wind chill minus 15.
Nice. Okay, we're going to do that experiment later.
We were taxiing in, and I could see on the runway that you know when the snow's really whipping or the wind's whipping the snow, but you can see it it's like a mist across in front of you going fast, right? And by the side underneath your plane, I'm like, it's windy outside, man. It's going to be cold when we get out of there, and it was. It cracked me up. And by the way, the guy who's driving my bus, helped with my luggage and whatnot. He had a vest on, but he had short sleeves on. He's like, it's not even bad yet. I'm like, okay, dude, whatever you say, man. I'm freezing. I'm gonna die.
How we doing, Nelly? It looks like Nelly's trying to get into the Pentagon.
Nelly, yes. Nelly is making phone calls to not just the Pentagon. He's making calls to the NSA. Mm-hmm. He's trying to get actually into the Oval Office right now. If he can get to that phone that's on the president's desk, he's trying to get to that one.
Yeah,
because that's where Jim Nantz is currently residing.
All right.
But as we await Nelly to actually pull through with that again, Moj, you get a game last night in which the Avs, let's face it, they played poorly against a really bad Chicago team. And maybe there's a little bit of overlooking that game and just trying to get to this one because it's a big game, division rival, team above you in the standings. But After the start to the year where you are decimated with injuries, and Winnipeg, where Mosier is right now, jumps out to a 20-0, whatever their start to the season was.
Yeah, 15-1.
You're 5 points back of Winnipeg now. 5 points. That's it. And if you win against Winnipeg tomorrow, then you're talking about a 3-point deficit.
Oh, they're looking over their shoulders.
Yeah, they are.
Well, the thing is, you've beaten them before, right? So, you guys are 1-1 against Winnipeg this season. You tell the fellas you're 1-1. Give it your best shot. Minnesota last night was playing without 3 of their top 4 defensemen and their superstar forward in Kirill Kaprizov. Boo friggin' who? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you from way over here. Boo friggin' who? Like, well, we're missing so many dudes. I'm like, well, dude, the Avs haven't had a full lineup in 3 years, so shut it. Anyway, that being said, we'll see what happens. What's interesting, the Jets play back-to-back tonight and tomorrow. They're home tonight against the Kings, home tomorrow night against the Avalanche. So, what is their philosophy? Will we see Eric Comrie again tomorrow night, or will they save Hellebuck for tomorrow night and throw Comrie tonight against the Kings? I don't know. We'll find out.
There's nothing like a free day in Winnipeg just to go hang out.
Well, as Mosher enjoys his day in Winnipeg, we'll jump out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. As we welcome in the legend, Jim Nantz, who is calling the game Sunday between the Broncos and the Bills. Jim, thank you for joining us this morning. How you doing?
Thank you. Hello, friends. I'm stoked. I'm fired up. I'm actually in Buffalo right now, just minutes away from heading over to the Bills facility to get prepped for this big game on Sunday. I trust you guys have a little interest in this one.
Well, a little bit. It's the first time in almost a decade, Jim. In fact, the last Broncos game that they played in the postseason, a familiar voice called that game too. Nelly, do we remind you?
Is in. He's on a wing to the right. And the Panthers have a 3rd and 10. Here comes pressure, and they've gotten to him. The ball is out in the end zone, and it's recovered by Malik Jackson for the touchdown.
That's the last time, Jimmy. It's been a while here.
Who was that guy? I don't recognize that voice.
I think you were 25 years old, just starting in the business back then. It's felt that long.
Just a pup.
I remember it well, the Golden Game, February 7th, 2016. Now, I got to tell you, this is going offline a little bit. That was the most relaxed I've ever been in a broadcast, ever. And it was a Super Bowl, and it was the 50th Super Bowl, and the build-up for this thing had been gigantic. And, of course, it marked the great Peyton Manning's final football game. He walked off as a winner, which is so fitting for the great class act that he is. But 6 days before that game, on the Monday before the game, February 1st, I was presented with one of the 3 great gifts of my life. My son was born that week. And he was, the baby was due the day after the game. And so for months there had been all this, what are you going to do, if there's a situation where your wife goes into labor the day of the game. Now, I lived 77.4 miles from that stadium in Santa Clara in Pebble Beach, California. I had driven it. I had figured out every way to get there. I tried to figure out back roads in case there was traffic. What was I going to do? And I'm still not sure all these years later, and thankfully I didn't have to face that dilemma, but I thought I was going to be there for the birth of my son. I have 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. But gratefully, he arrived 6 days before the game. And when you're a parent and everybody knows this has ever been a parent, the world feels different.
Sure.
The world feels so much happier, and all the things that used to bog you down on a daily basis, mentally, things that might nag at you, it's all gone. It's all gone.
You're a better parent than I am. I played pickup basketball at the birth of my 3rd child, so I got there just in time.
That is terrible to admit that.
Yeah, I know.
But, that was what I remember about that week, was that game, and, of course, most importantly, the birth of my son a few days before it.
Well, there's another game, Jim. The last Bronco quarterback, not named Peyton Manning, who won a playoff game for this organization. Remember this
I know
call.
This call. Are you going to play the clip? Right
Oh,
here?
yeah.
I know this clip. I know
Here
this
we
clip.
go.
This
This is it, baby.
Overtime.
Yep.
Here we go.
First snap of the overtime. The Broncos have been in 3 overtime games this year. They won them all. Got him at the 40. It's Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him free to the 30, to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on to New England. They win it on the first play of overtime.
See, Jim, what Vic didn't tell you is this. We don't want to talk about this weekend's football game. Jim Nance, this is your life. Hey.
Well, you're awfully nice to do that. I'm feeling a lot of nostalgia because this game Sunday marks the 500th game of my NFL career.
Wow.
So I'm getting a lot of feedback about that and well wishes, and there have been stories and media around that. I just joined you guys a little bit late as I was doing my third interview of the day. CBS set up a media tour about this very subject. So yeah, this is number 500. You just played 2 of my favorite moments.
Well, congratulations, because the game's not the same without Jim Nance's call. So I have to ask you.
You're too kind.
Well, now that you're ready to call another Broncos playoff game, when you meet with these coaches and players, as the broadcast crew does, and you'll meet with Sean Payton, how transparent is he with the broadcasters? Does he give you a game plan?
You talking Sean specifically?
Yes.
He is the best in my career.
Wow.
Number one.
No kidding.
Number one. I'm not saying that to the whole market. I'm going to give you an illustration to back up my point. Sean won Super Bowl 44. Super Bowl 44. Saints over the Colts. Okay? Thursday before that game in Miami, we met with Sean in this very production meeting scenario you described. He looked around the room and said, I've got something for you guys. Okay, go ahead, Coach. What is it? He says, we're going to attempt an onside kick in the game. Don't know when, but we are. And I trust you guys enough to tell you that, just so you're aware of it. Now, our director's in the room. That's probably the most important guy in the room to have that piece of information, because now he can isolate. You have like 150 cameras at a Super Bowl. He can isolate a camera on every single person on the field for an onside kick. And sure enough, to open the second half, Thomas Morstead, the punter who punted this year for the Jets, been in the league now forever, 15 years. Morstead was the kickoff specialist all the time anyway. He kicked to his left right at a Colts receiver named Hank Basket, and it bounced off his chest. It was recovered by the Saints. They stole a possession in the game, and they won the Lombardi Trophy. Mm-hmm. Now, no one in the history of production meetings has ever been that forthright as what Sean did on that day back in Miami. And by the way, every time you meet with Sean, the way he walks you through the players and the lineup, and he just has a gift. He is remarkable. I have so much respect for him on so many levels. I'm excited to see what he's done as this franchise is back, and you guys are going to have a glorious long run like that city deserves. And anyway, you walked out of the meeting. Our little core group of 5 said, we all know one thing. You never, ever would compromise the integrity of your career by telling anything that you hear in these meetings to anyone. It's sacred. You go into a game, and there are 5 people in the building that know what each side what their game plan is.
That's crazy.
No one, the fans don't know. The coaching staffs don't know. They don't know what the other coach is planning on doing. 5 people know what the strategy is and whether they match up. And that's the broadcasters, especially if they trust you. And Sean Payton thought enough of us that day to entrust us with the biggest piece of information a coach could give us in a production meeting.
Wow, that's cool. Heading into the game this weekend, I don't think they're doing a surprise onside kick because there are no more surprise onside kicks. But do you think they might try Do you think they might try and do something a little bit in that vein, being the underdog they are against Buffalo?
Haven't really thought of it that way. This team's good enough to win it without any real tricks. parenthetically, being there last Sunday to see him clinch, I had not had a game in Denver since Thanksgiving Sunday of 2018 when Pittsburgh came in with Big Ben. Actually, they connected on a 97-yard touchdown from Roethlisberger to Smith-Schuster, but it was a good game. But that was the last time I'd done a home game, had been 6+ years before. And I used to have a steady diet of coming to Denver. I had done countless games, but to be back at the facility, to be back with the people from that organization that I've known for years. I mean, Patrick, Smythe, you know these guys. I mean, they're just first class. Sacco started this whole thing. I mean, the legend of all legends at front for a franchise and are the go-between between the club and the media. I mean, just first class. It felt so good to walk back into that building, see all the trophies and the bus and then to be at the stadium on Sunday and walk around with one of those Colorado blue sky days. It was a thrill. Now, the game wasn't a thrill to call.
Yeah.
I know you guys loved it because it was a blowout and it was never going to be competitive, and they jumped on them early. But I learned a lot about this team. I'm going to get back to your question here. I don't think they need to do something crazy. You just got to hope that, early on you get into the game. It's going to be raucous. It's a tough place to play. We know that. They didn't lose at home all year long, the Bills. And if you can go out and go do your thing early and score a touchdown and be competitive, and this thing moves on down the line with it capable of going in any direction, this team's capable of winning. There's no doubt about that.
That's good to hear. Hey, Jim, I would be remiss without bringing this up. You were a member of Castle Pines, and what a glorious tournament the Solich brothers put on at the BMW. Voted one of the best tournaments of the schedule. It was that good.
They did a fantastic job.
It was so good.
Fantastic job.
Yeah.
Can you share the story? Can you share that story of the night before the first round? You're interviewing Jack Nicklaus. You're doing that reminiscence in the clubhouse, and you said something about Adam Scott, and I thought it would have been one of the greatest predictions in the history of golf.
Well, Vic, to have you there was pretty darn special. But, yeah, it was named, by the way, the tournament of the year on the PGA Tour. George Solich and Duffy, but George is the kingpin. He is a force. He is an amazing man, and I can't get enough time around him. He's just an awesome person. His wife, Carol's amazing, too. So they actually paid a visit to the booth on Sunday, which meant a lot to me.
That's great.
Castle Pine's a very special part of my life. I go back to the old days with all the international tournaments that were staged there. So here we were on the eve of the tournament, and one player in the field showed up for this dinner. Now, we had all these past champions of the international that were asked back by the Soliches, like Davis Love. He was there. I mean, it goes on and on. But we had Colorado golf heroes like Craig Stadler, Hale Irwin, and Jack Nicklaus, the course designer. But there was Adam Scott. I've always been a huge Adam Scott fan. I knew he was playing well. So I said before the assembled gathering that we are graced tonight to have with us on this Wednesday night the man who comes Sunday will be the champion of the BMW Open. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2024 winner of the BMW Open, Adam Scott. And Adam sheepishly stood up and waved, and he sat down and said, "Hey, I didn't mean to put anything on you. No added pressure. I know you can handle it. I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want you to know I believe that is going to happen." Now, hold on a second. Adam, take a seat. There are a lot of positive vibes in this room. Everybody here loves you. Now, I want all 167 of you to join me right now, and I want to just have a seance for 30 seconds. I want you to channel every positive fiber you have in your body and direct it right there to table 3, to that guy right there. I want you to channel and give him all your positive energy for the week ahead. All right, you ready? Are you doing it? Are you feeling it? Adam, are you receiving it? Are you getting it? You got it? Okay, go win this tournament.
And he came so close. He was leading with the day to go.
I know, so dang close. Hey, Jim, before we let you go, apologies.
Yes.
He finished second. He passed along word after how much he appreciated that I gave him that positive boost. Of course, we had a great story in Keegan Bradley winning the tournament, and now the U.S. Ryder Cup captain. Since then, he's been named. And, yeah, it was a glorious week. We got to get another tournament back there. We will get another tournament back there, and it'll be on CBS. And, hey, when George sets his mind to doing something, you know it's going to happen, and it's going to be first class.
Yep.
Yeah, great time. Jim, last one for you. Yeah, I'm up here in Winnipeg, so I'm a bit delayed, and I apologize for jumping in. But I've got to tell you, you come up on our program an awful lot, and here's why. Young Brett here, the driver of this program, was just a pup, and we were all down there for the show and down there to see the Broncos play the Chargers back in 2019. And we're in that soccer stadium, as you recall. You remember that little soccer stadium that the Chargers played in.
Yeah.
So we're all there, and my goal is to drink beer, and Vic's talking to you, and blah, 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 blah. So we're in the press box, though, and here comes Brett, and he's getting his food. And Brett, up behind you, a certain voice came over your shoulder.
Yeah, I just want to know I want you to know the impact your voice has, Jim, because I'm getting mac and cheese. I'm scooping it onto my plate, and behind me, I hear a familiar sports voice that has been in my life.
Like you said it.
And you just said, mac and cheese, huh? And I go, it's Jim Nance. I freaked out for a second. It was like the voice of God came over me, Jim. That's the impact you have.
Oh, man, it's just a casual observation. I didn't know it could make such an impact.
It did.
Oh, that tiny little, remember that tiny? It was that tiny little press box, and everybody's packed in there.
Yes.
But we talk about that all the time. Whenever we talk about you and one of your great broadcasting exploits and whatnot, that story comes up. But it's near and dear to our heart. So, Jim, you never know how you're going to affect like a young pup like Brett, just an impressionable young guy at a soccer stadium doing football. All these years later, it was pretty awesome. So thanks for joining us and coming on.
Thanks for a few minutes this morning. You get to work. I know you got a big game. You got a big weekend.
Mac and cheese, huh? Okay,
yes,
guys.
exactly.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I love being on with you, and hey, to the Bronco faithful, it was great being back home with you last week. We're going to be doing this a lot more for years to come. You got yourself a stud young quarterback and a great coach and a hungry defense, and it's exciting to have the Broncos back and relevant in the mix again. It's going to be a nice, long run for you guys, and I hope to be documenting a lot of it.
Jim, appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys. Goodbye, friends.
See you.
There you go, Jim Nance. What a guy. What a dude. Jim
He's
Nance.
always so happy-go-lucky, too. Do you notice that? Is there anybody more positive and more in love with his job?
He's
Jim?
No, but you know,
he's so not Vic.
You're right.
Yeah, exactly. Brett, as we go to break here, but, you know, his ties to Castle Pines, you're right, Vic, they go way, way, way back. I remember way back in the international days, but early international days, you know, he loved coming to the course, and he would praise Mr. Vickers and the whole 9 yards, and it's always held a soft spot in his heart, and to have it come back and him be able to do it, it's just pretty, you know, the dinner and all that kind of thing, pretty darn cool, man. It was a special time, and of course we'll hear him this weekend. It's going to be great.
Yeah, you'll hear Jim on the call this Sunday, 303-504-0925. A bunch to get to. Stick around.
McKinnon gets aside. He lets it go, and he scores! The Mac Attack is back, Jack, and his reign of terror on the Minnesota Wild continues. An assist on the Rantanen goal, and he gets one of his own. 22 goals career versus the Minnesota Wild. He beats Gustafsson short side, and it's 6-1 Avs, not even halfway through the third period.
It's 3 a.m. This is the crappiest I've felt in a long, long time. I keep coughing. I can't sleep. But I'm going to start the show because I want to talk to Jim Nantz. I'm going to gloat about my Irish. And then I will stay as long as I possibly can. Hopefully I'll get better as the show goes on. But right now, at 3 a.m., I'm up. I can't sleep. I can't stop coughing. And it's all worth it because the Irish won.
I wasn't missing this show. I'm up to 100.2 on my fever.
Oh, dude, come on. Keep going. Get a high score.
You're going to be fine.
You know the hot and cold flashes that come with it?
Yep.
That's the worst. But it's okay. I'm at home. I feel fine.
You know, I feel like pulling a J.J. Redick. I was on the bus on the way to the plane yesterday, and I started to feel that little post-nasal drip thing and this little sore throat. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, God, is it coming from Moj, too? You know, Kiefer's been the plague. Riker coughed for a month and a half, whatever.
Kiefer gets sick every time he goes on the road, dude. What is it with him?
Yeah. I don't know, licking doorknobs. You know, I advised him a couple years ago to stop licking doorknobs, but it's like a personal hobby of his.
Schematically.
So I yeah, but I may do that if I.
Oh,
yeah,
no, stop.
Okay. I may do that. I think I've got one in my bag, but it's like 3 years old. I don't do cough drops have a term of expiration on them?
You know,
or can you just suck them forever?
My wife and I had an argument about that. Tell me what you guys think. Like, she's got some medication that and if it's expired by a day, she won't use it. And I'm like, come on, give me a freaking break. It's a pill. Take the damn pill. What do you think's going to happen? You're going to blow up? Who cares if it expired a week? It's a pill. It's not a banana.
Yeah, medicine doesn't get bad and kill you. Like cottage cheese will. Cottage cheese will go bad and kill you. Medicine just loses its effectiveness over time.
Heck, I think I've taken pills that I had back in college.
See, the expiration dates, those are suggestions, though. You know what I mean? Like, you can have milk that's 5 days past expiration, but you're like, you take a drink, you smell it, it's like, it's fine. It's still fine. My wife's the kind of person, she'll dump it out if it's past that date.
Yeah,
I'm like, it's still good.
I would too.
And I'm like,
no.
Hey, did you know that there's also some times where it's expired before the expiration date? And you can smell and taste it.
Brett, I'll eat a burrito. You know, it's been sitting in the fridge for 5 days. No problem.
You ate pizza out of your truck.
Right. But what I won't do, I mean, if you've ever had food poisoning by something that can get that sort of, like cottage cheese or milk or something like that, if you've ever had food poisoning, you know, if you ever had a bad macaroni salad, man, you tend to err on the side of caution because it will put you down. Anyway, Vic, big win for the Irish last night. I know we'll talk more about that with our good buddy Ryan Harris coming up here, fellow Notre Dame alum with you. Great football game overall, though. I had it on my computer in front of me.
I thought it was boring for a bit.
Minnesota.
I thought it was pretty boring until the second half.
It was really boring, actually, it was really kind of boring until the fourth quarter, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, when the Irish tied it up at 10 in the third, that's when you thought, okay, it's on like Donkey Kong. They finally came back and got something kicking here. And I know we'll get to more of that coming up, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see who they face after tonight's contest.
You've got Winnipeg tomorrow. The Nuggets play tonight at home against Brooklyn, and they've got Dallas on Sunday. But for those of you who are football fans, this 5-day run that we're on that started last night with that game, and then tonight's the other semifinal game, and then Saturday are the NFL playoff games, wild card. Sunday, the Broncos, of course, in their version of wild card games. Monday night, there are 2 games Monday now, right? Because LA had to move.
No, that was already going to be on Monday.
Was it already a Monday night game?
They just moved to where they're playing.
Okay, gotcha. So now they're playing that in Phoenix because of the awful wildfires in Southern California. So that is 5 straight days of playoff football. I can't remember because college never had this playoff. I can't remember 5 straight days of playoff football.
Yeah, and the hoops and the hockey mixed in, too. I mean, this is going to be a hell of a weekend. It's going to be a really good weekend. I'm spending part of it tonight in Winnipeg, of all places. But nonetheless, it's going to be awesome. They actually do get American college football up here, if you can believe it. They do.
Can I ask you guys a question,
so I'm
by
gonna
the
watch
way?
it.
Question about the game on Monday. So,
By the way, does the Winnipeg broadcast of American football, is it in English or in Canadian?
Well, the vast majority of Canada is English. There's just a small portion that's French Canadian. Honestly, I think they probably do it in both, to be honest.
well, they might speak American soon. We're buying up all the countries now. I love how you're wearing your American flag shirt, by the way, in a place where
I didn't really think about it. This is just one of my Columbia pullovers to kind of keep me warm here. It's like a layer, right?
You know what, Moshe? Go to a
but
Tim
I took it out
Hortons.
this morning.
No. Go to a Tim Hortons in that shirt and say, hello, fellow Americans.
What I did do last night, and this is appropriate, I got off the plane and I took my jacket off and I was wearing this and I said, this is my passport. Deal with it. And I walked to the bus.
I thought this was America.
So in the final hour, you are going to go outside and do that experiment for us. Bring your phone. Yes. Do you agree? Brett, he's got to. Come on. Nelly?
Yeah.
Callers, listeners, he's got to go outside and just show us how cold it is in the peg.
Yeah.
Come on.
Like, Moshe, it's cold here. It's cold here today. I got my car was 9 degrees this morning. It ain't Winnipeg cold. It ain't that.
Yeah, man. So the sun just came up. It's 8:40 in the morning here. Can you see outside the window? It's not even sunny yet or anything like that. The sun is rising. I mean, we're north of Minnesota, so you start to go up on the latitude lines.
Okay,
here.
yep.
Okay, so the higher you get, the later the sun comes up in the wintertime. Anyway, okay, I'll tell you what. In the 9 o'clock hour, Vic, if you survive until then, if you make it until the 9 o'clock hour, I will take my phone, put it on Zoom, and I will go outside.
Great. Let me just ask a quick question, by the way, about you were talking about the run of playoff games that we're going to have over the next 5 days. Monday, any other game in this wild card round that would have to be moved from a home stadium, I think is a giant deal. It affects the Rams the least of any of these teams, right? I know the Rams they aren't the Chargers. They have a fan base, but it doesn't feel like the Rams still have a distinct, oh my God, home crowd is going to be super loud advantage. Am I wrong on that? Cool. Great conversation.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the crowd's going to be like. I have no idea.
I was saying if the game was still in L.A., it's not like you're taking Buffalo away from their fans, is what I'm trying to say here. The team least affected by having the game moved that would be a home game is probably L.A. That's the point I was saying.
Sure.
Probably, but do you consider it an advantage for Minnesota?
I do.
I mean, well, a lot of those people go to Arizona. I'm sure they probably will. They probably will.
If you're an NFL fan who lives in the Arizona area, what a wonderful opportunity.
No kidding.
Go get yourself a playoff game.
Do you know what? I wonder if you'd pull the move that some guys do, which is they wear the jersey of a team that's not participating in the game to the game. Like when I went to the Nuggets and Pistons game, when was that, Vic? A couple of weekends ago?
Yeah.
Some dude's walking in there with an Anthony Edwards jersey. And I'm just like, what's happening here? Who are you rooting for?
The other night in Chicago, the Avs are playing the Blackhawks. I always get pushback on this, and I'm not sure why. People say, well, they're just supporting their team. They want to participate, but their
team's not there.
They're just supporting. Yeah, you're at the wrong game, bro. Dude is behind the Chicago bench for warm-ups with his girlfriend who's wearing a Blackhawks jersey, and he's wearing a Red Wings jersey. And it's the Avs and Blackhawks. And I'm like, I know you want to show out, bro, but you're at the wrong game. I don't know what to tell you. Why do you do that?
Why don't you go to the Taylor Swift concert in a Skinner T-shirt and start yelling "Play Freebird" while she's on stage? That's how it feels.
It's just like, hey, man, well, she's supporting his favorite band. Well, Skinner ain't playing, bro. It's T Swifty. Okay? So, like, if you're, what do you say? Show up to the game with a Cowboys jersey on in Arizona or something.
Weird.
Anyway, come on, man.
Let's get to a break. We're going to try and connect now with Ryan Harris in the next 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes from now, so we can talk about Notre Dame's big win along with the Broncos preview. Stick around.
Good snap, good hold, kick on its way, and the kick is good! Yes! Mitch Jeter, with 7 seconds left, gives the Irish a lead, 27-24.
That primal yell was the man who is on the Ramos Law Hotline now. It's our good buddy Ryan Harris, who joins the show live from the airport. Ryan, I know you had a hell of a night last night, and you're on to do more football things this weekend. But first of all, how you doing, buddy? You got to be happy.
It's a fantastic day. I'm still overlooking the beach here at the team hotel at the Diplomat in Miami, and just an incredible game that was displayed last night in a wild atmosphere, beautiful weather, and just a historic night for Notre Dame. And think about this, guys. Marcus Freeman has a chance to become the first African-American head coach to win a national championship on Martin Luther King Day in Atlanta.
Wow.
So every story is being written right now. And for Notre Dame, it is earned, not given by the coaches and players.
Your call was fantastic, as usual, Ryan, but I want to particularly refer to one play last night, or one moment that I think changed the game, because what Notre Dame has become right before our eyes is the definition of unrelenting resilience. I watched them play, and it doesn't matter the deficit, doesn't matter the opponent, they stay in the game. But when Riley Leonard went down late in the first half with what looked to be a concussion issue, here comes Angeli, the backup quarterback. And that field goal he set up late in the first half, they don't win that game without that momentum, my friend.
You're 100% right. I mean, Steve Angeli coming in, going 6 for 7, and really the incompletion that he had, it was a great decision to throw it out of bounds to save the clock. And it's an example of the reason Notre Dame is in the national championship. Marcus Freeman, since June, has told these players, take everybody. He has coached Steve Angeli as the same way he would Riley Leonard. He tells Steve Angeli all the time to be ready. And guys, before the game, the night before the game, Marcus Freeman had Tom Brady come and talk to the team. Tom Brady then spent time with Riley Leonard, but then spent 20 minutes with Steve Angeli. Vic, you don't think that had anything to do with it? I mean, Steve Angeli throwing it and waiting for his turn, just like an old backup Tom Brady used to do. So you're absolutely right, Vic. That was the moment that Notre Dame started to come back to win, and they needed those 3 points.
Hey, buddy, miss you. I'm glad you're kicking so much butt. You're all over the place, and have a great weekend this weekend. You know, the Irish haven't won since the title since 1988. I mean, it's been
since I was in school.
Years for
old man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at Vic. You could read the lines on his face by now. So Ryan, I mean, we tend to think of the Irish as perennial contenders, and they are for to a certain extent. But it's been quite a long time since they've been there. I would imagine that in the heart of South Bend and beyond, this feels like kind of a magical year, like a magical run, like maybe destiny's on the line.
You're absolutely right. And there's no reason not to believe at this point. I mean, think about this. For Notre Dame, whoever wins the Texas-Ohio State game this year, Notre Dame believes they can beat them. Number one, Notre Dame lost to an Ohio State team the last 2 seasons by 1 score. And the last matchup was at Notre Dame on the final play of the game. You beat a Georgia team that beat Texas in the SEC championship game. So for Notre Dame, there's not something coming you haven't seen this season. They've overcame a great quarterback. They've overcame a great running back. They've overcame travel. They have one of the best defenses despite not having 4 starters. They lost 2 offensive linemen last night, and still had a bigger rushing attack in the second half. I mean, that's what real leaders do. That goes to Marcus Freeman and the players, but those players were ready to go in when their number was called. And you could go through the roster for Notre Dame to say that. And when you have that kind of buy-in, when you have that kind of consistency from the coaches, I mean, that's one of the things that helps you win a championship. Mose, you saw it with the Avs, and Vic, I know you saw it with the Nuggets. It has to be more than talent. It has to be want to and willingness, and this Notre Dame team has that.
Ryan, we only got a couple of minutes with you, so I want to bounce around some different things. I know you're doing an NFL game this weekend. I'll get to that in a second, but let's start with the Broncos. From what you've seen this year, what are the chances you give them to beat Buffalo on Sunday?
70%. Look, Buffalo's got everybody in town hanging out with them. They've probably been there for dinner for 2 nights. They can't wait to get to the hotel. Meanwhile, the Broncos are playing with house money. They have nothing to lose, and I'm so excited for this team, regardless of how it goes, for the third youngest team in the NFL to realize how hard it is to win. I mean, you get to the playoffs, you think you hit hard all season, and then you get hit in the playoffs, and you think, oh, my God, I'm not even a professional. And you need to have that experience because one way or another, what you realize in the playoffs is it's all about a willingness to pay attention to details. And the Broncos haven't had that experience. Would it be awesome if they won the Super Bowl as a wild card? Absolutely. I'm not going to stop any Broncos fan from believing, but I give them a 70% chance to win on the road in Buffalo, which, oh, by the way, they did last year with a far less talented quarterback at the time.
How about the game you're doing this weekend? Which game is it?
I got the Texans, Chargers at Texans. I'm pulling for the Chargers, but it'd be fun to see the Texans, team that I played for 2 years with Gary Kubiak before coming back to Denver. It'd be fun to see it, but it's going to be a wild atmosphere. And, guys, the best restaurants in the world are in Houston. It's called Mala Szechuan. I can't wait to go tonight. It's such good Chinese food. It makes you think you never had Chinese food before.
Man, you're living that good life, Ryan. I appreciate it. Hey,
he is.
Congrats,
man.
congrats on that Notre Dame win, buddy. Thanks for a few minutes. We always appreciate talking to you.
Hey, you going to hook a brother up on the 20th?
Talk to me. Talk to me. I got a guy. I got a guy.
I got you. Yeah.
Always great to join the best morning show on the planet. Love you guys. Miss you guys.
Love you, Ryan. See you,
Love
buddy.
you, RH. Take care, man.
Ryan Harris. Look, I appreciate the enthusiasm. I'm not quite at 70% chance for the Broncos to win this weekend. I'm
not either, but the more we go on here, and I know we'll get to it momentarily, more and more people are saying that of all the teams that can pull the upset, including Dan Orlovsky, it's the Broncos that can get it done. We'll talk about that.
I got some stats, too. I looked. There's some numbers. Keeler had an article in the Post this morning. Records of rookie quarterbacks, recent rookie quarterbacks. I could not believe until I saw it with my own eyes where Bo Nix ranks on that list.
We'll get to all that next. All right, a loaded first hour. We talked to Jim Nance. We talked to Ryan Harris. Vic, you said you have a message?
Yeah, I texted Jim to thank him. And by the way, somebody on the Twitch feed is exactly right. He listened to the podcast, and we were talking over Jim, a lot of that. But that's our fault. Unfortunately, that is radio transmission. Sometimes when it lags like that, we don't know when he's done talking, and we start talking. It's just part of the deal. So apologize for talking over him several times. We did that. However, he did text me back, and this is the word he used to describe our show. Maybe we should do a promo. He said, "That's awesome, Vic. Really enjoyed you guys. You are rollicking."
All right, now I got to look up what that means.
Well, it means like happy-go-lucky good time. Rollicking good time.
We are a rollicking show.
Exuberantly lively and amusing.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what we are.
You know what? You could have just said dumb, Jim, because you knew I was not going to know what rollicking meant.
I love how he goes, so my whole career has been reduced down to mac and cheese.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I mean, it's the highest compliment I can pay somebody. When he says,
I know.
When he
Yeah,
says a
it is.
nothing phrase or a nothing sort of 3 words, and it has that kind of impact, that's how you know you're big time.
Yeah. You didn't really bring it when you did the impression, by the way. I thought you were going to be better.
I know. You toned it
You were
down.
weak.
You were scared.
Yeah, you were scared.
You were pretty scared.
You know you were scared.
I have mac and cheese, huh?
No. When
What do
you
you
did
mean?
it was
no,
embarrassing.
It's not how you did it. No.
Yeah, I was embarrassed.
I thought I did.
No,
I thought I
you
did
sounded
bring it
you
up.
sounded
You
like
didn't
just
really
you sounded like Bill Belichick.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
We're on to mac and cheese. We're getting ready to.
That's
eat some
exactly
mac
how
and
he
cheese.
sounded. Do you guys think? And I'm going to ask for any medical personnel out there. I'm having the hot and cold flashes. Do you think if I immerse myself in a steam room or sauna that would fix it?
It would help.
I think you're going through menopause, Vic. You
I
might
could
as well
be.
just accept it.
Vic, I told you I got that little portable steam room thing at my house. Every time I get sick, I use it. I feel better. It's not like you're fixed immediately, but you certainly feel better afterwards.
So there is
Hey,
some
why don't I get
medical
one of
history
those?
there that it would work. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now.
Someone said ice bath. I ain't doing an ice bath. Bro. I'm freezing my butt off right now. There's no way I'm getting colder. That's not happening. Nope.
What are you
In
looking
fact,
up, Moj?
I don't know how you insane people do ice baths. I'll step in there for like 45 seconds. I got my neighbor who sets in. He does like 10 minutes in the ice bath. Have you guys done those ice baths before?
I've done it before.
I won't. Yeah.
Insane
the
people
shrimp
do it.
factor is no. I won't do it.
Vic, I'll
Everything
tell you
just-
this. When I
no.
got that little steam thing, they said, "Hey, we'll throw you an ice bath for free," and I go, "That's all right."
I'm good.
Yeah,
Brett, it
that's
says
okay.
it says right here. It depends. I mean, you can get one for like $99, but the one I'm looking at says bestseller is $159. Sauna box, portable sauna, portable steam sauna for home sauna tent with 3L steamer.
What
Is
do
that
you?
it?
Well, I got one for $250.
Does it work?
Okay,
It's a nice
so
one.
you got
Yeah,
a
it works.
deluxe model.
It's great.
All right, so I have some numbers
Serene
for Bo
Life
Nix.
portable sauna home, 2 folding sauna panels.
Great. I have some numbers for Bo Nix.
Yeah, please.
I want to deliver your way, and please don't forget. I want to get on the topic of the stadium moving because there's more news there. I wanted to touch on that at some
Stadium
point.
moving. You talking
Mile
about?
High Stadium.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a report, 9 News had a report last night. They're kicking the tires on a different area. We'll get to that in a second. Bo Nix, when I saw these numbers, Sean Keeler's column in the Post today, and sometimes you need to see them with your own eyes to say, whoa, that's crazy. Joe Burrow's rookie season, what was his record? 2-7-1.
I don't recall.
Yeah,
2-7-1.
He took over for a bad team. Yeah.
Justin Herbert's rookie season, 6-9. Josh Allen rookie season, 5-6. Bo Nix rookie season, 10-7. I mean, I just named 3 quarterbacks who you would consider top of the food chain, right? Top of the food chain quarterbacks, among the best in the league.
Absolutely.
And he is outperforming all 3 so far.
Are we allowed to insert mitigating factors? I'm not that I don't.
There's a few.
I think that 10-7 is awesome. There's a few mitigating factors, including he's had the best defense of all of those quarterbacks.
Yeah, but either you win or
okay?
lose. Either win or lose. I mean,
No,
at the end of the day, you win or you lose. I mean, I get it. I know
Mose is right, though.
Yeah.
Like, look, taking over for a team who's picking number 1 overall is different than taking over for a team that went, what was their record last year, 9-8, whatever it was, 8-9. It's different. It is different. But yeah, it's still impressive. It doesn't take away from Bo Nix at all, but it is different taking over for a team that went 2-14 the year before as opposed to 9-8. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he gave up 500 points in a season. All right, what else you got? And don't you dare tell me that's it.
Well, the numbers from Bo Nix, again, that's why when you talk to Jim Nantz and you talk to Ryan Harris, that's why they're giving the Broncos a fighting chance. Because I think sometimes what we do, we're so close to the situation, right? We're so take a step back and look at it. I thought it was very interesting, by the way, when we asked Jim Nantz, how transparent is Sean Payton in those broadcast meetings, right? Because they meet with him. And he said he's the most transparent in the league. I'm very curious. You asked a great question. How much risk Sean Payton will take in this game on Sunday?
Sorry, Nelly was talking to me. Did you ask me something, Vic?
What the hell is going on with this show
Nelly,
today?
well, here's the thing. We've been off clock, so me and Nelly are having conversations on how to get this back right. So he was talking to me. You said something. Go ahead.
This is an atrocity like no other.
What he said, Brett, was that you talked to Nance about the Broncos, quote, pulling out all the stops. Will they try anything, so on and so forth. And he really didn't think so. He thought that, you know what, just play him head up and let's see what you got type of thing. And I agree with that, Vic. The Broncos have more than a puncher's chance here. They do. They're a 9-point dog. But when you ask around the league and you listen to the, quote, talking heads and pundits, who's got the best chance at an upset, people are now starting to more gravitate toward the Denver Broncos for, I'm sure, a variety of different reasons, but I think it's led by your young quarterback, Bo Nix. But if all you got for me is, well, he went 10-7 while Burrow went 2-7-1 during COVID year, that ain't going to fly, Jack. I mean, I look back to those Chargers that Herbert took over for. I mean, they sucked, okay? Tyrod Taylor got a horse needle in his lung. It's the only reason that Herbert even came into play. They probably wouldn't even had 5 wins in his rookie year if Tyrod was playing. They probably would have had like 2, maybe 1, something like that, because they weren't good. He's had a defense to work with, and you've got to be honest about it. His defense in the early going this season, I'm not talking about the last month of the year, but the early going as he was finding his footing, his defense put him in very, very good position, allowing the Denver Broncos to use the screen game and the quick slant game and the crossing pattern game and try to matriculate down the field. His defense, hope you're okay, buddy, his defense allowed him to learn on the job and learn quite effectively. Let's be honest about that.
Can I go back to something that Vic was just talking about? You know, when I asked that to Nance, is that he did the onside kick thing in the Super Bowl with the Saints, and it was a surprise, and he can't do that anymore. But is there something that he would do that's similar to that in this game? Here's the question I got for you. You're playing against a team that others think are better than you are. Now, I don't know how they feel in that locker room. I don't know if I hit Sean Payton with True Serum. Would he say that Buffalo is probably better than we are? It doesn't mean he doesn't think they can't win, that sort of thing. But here's the indicators to me. There's confidence and maybe delusional confidence that you can take into a game if you're playing against somebody that's pretty good. There's also an acknowledgement that maybe the team is better than you and you need some things to go your way in order to win. And I think both of those things can be right mentalities. But I'm curious which one of those that Sean Payton's going to take. Because that's when it comes down to, are you going to pull out all the stops? You're going to do all these different things. People sometimes see it as like a sign of weakness when you're really going for it. Because you feel like you have to. You have to get some breaks to beat a team like that. I would have no problem if Sean Payton did that.
I don't know if it's a sign of weakness. Hell, the best team in the NFC goes for it all the time. They roll the dice all the time. That's what they do.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, playing against Buffalo, if you took the mentality of, if we play this team 10 times, they're going to win more than we do, and that's fine. Let's just throw it all out there today and see if we can get a couple of breaks.
What the hell do you have to lose, Brett?
Exactly.
What in God's name do you have to lose for playing out of the norm and doing some things you normally wouldn't do? Let's go.
Agreed. Agreed. People are, I mean, listen, if you've got a chance to win this game, though, if you're in a position in the fourth quarter and you have the ability to win it, you know what? Don't get off the hook quite yet. That's my opinion. You play your game because it clearly got you there. But the Lions and Dan Campbell also have the noted personnel, to allow them to
and the
play,
experience,
to play that kind of game and to take the chances on fourth down and so on. They've got, I mean, the Lions are loaded, not only up front with their big uglies, but with their talent level, even with the injuries. So they put themselves in a position of better success. Not all teams can do what the Lions have done.
Okay, let's talk about the stadium. If you missed it, there was a big expose in the Denver Post over the weekend outlining all of the sports entertainment districts that have been built, the future of them here in Denver. The Ball Arena project, of course, the Rockies in Coors Field, where that is and where it started. And then, of course, the Denver Broncos Mile High Stadium. Channel 9 had a story that they're also in looking for a new stadium. The options are aplenty. They can either stay there where they currently exist. They can move to the Burnham district, which is right in that area. If you drive across 8th Avenue, it's like all warehouse district and railroad. There's a big old plot of land there. And then the other one I saw, which sort of grinds my gears, is Lone Tree. And I'm thinking to myself, Lone Tree, okay, that's where the radio station's located. Where in Lone Tree? There's a little bit of land right off of, what's that street, Ridgeway? Ridgeway? Is that the name of it? Just south of Lincoln?
Yeah, it's just south. Yes, God, it's a parkway where Cabela's is.
Okay.
Yeah, Ridgegate.
Ridgegate.
Parkway.
Okay. So
Ridgegate
there's some
Parkway.
land. There's some land in that area. If they choose to move it down south, you know my take on this. You guys don't. You don't need to hear me go off. I'm so tired of everything moving down south. I'm not. That's not cool. But whatever. There's obviously value if that's the case. They see
Would
value
you rather
in
move
moving
it down
south.
south or move it out to? Would you rather move it down south or out to like where Dick's Sporting Goods Park is?
Yeah.
What would you
move
prefer?
it out by my hood?
I think they can find viable real estate in the downtown area. I mean, the other two stadiums, arenas are down there already.
They can. Hold on a second. They can, Vic, if they don't want to stay in the current situation where the stadium is right now. I mean, they can always move it towards, just move it south a little bit and take up that parking lot, right? I mean, build a new stadium there whilst they play in the old one like they did with Mile High. They could do that, move it towards Colfax a little bit, I guess. But is the land big enough for what they want to do?
That's the thing,
It would seem to me if they don't want to keep that land and you don't want to, and Elitch's isn't going anywhere. There's not a lot of places to put the damn stadium anymore. I mean, you're going to have to tear down a lot of crap.
Well, if they
in order
wanted
to do it,
if they wanted to build kind of like,
and I don't mean crap, I just mean tear down a lot of things in order to put it someplace.
If they wanted to do the thing that like eventually what Ball Arena is going to look like 20 years from now, which is there's high rises and apartments and stuff like that surround the stadium,
and that's all Elitch Gardens, so you can't put it there.
No, what I'm saying is if they wanted to do that with the Broncos, I think the only choice that they'd have is to move it out like by DSG, right? Like, that's where you have the land, certainly, to do it. Like, that. Trust me, I live out there. There's a lot of empty space.
Well,
where
it's
if
not about
if a
having
billionaire
empty
wants to
space.
come in and just say, I
but
want
it's not
this.
about that. It's about where can you build an entertainment district that will attract fans when there's not a sporting event going on. That's the new plan.
Well, Vic, they
not
did
about the
that in
games,
Glendale. They did that in Glendale, Arizona, to some extent. It's only once a week or once every couple of weeks. People will travel. Look, if you put it in Erie, people would go. If you put it in Bennett, people would go. Okay? So, you're going to sell out the stadium wherever it is. It's what do you want to get out of around the rest of the stadium?
I'm biased. I'm from the north side. I live on the west side. I'm not into the south side. I'm just not into it. You guys that live on the south side.
And that's fine. Yeah.
I don't know how you
well,
guys
it's right
live
by
down
my
there.
Lone Tree is right by my house, obviously. I'm
East
15
side.
minutes away. So, yeah, what would you say?
East side.
East side. How do I do an S?
There you go. Yeah, it does it. Perfect. Nailed it.
Okay.
Tune in on Sunday as Altitude bookends the coverage of the Broncos playoff game. Tune in from 9 to 11 for pregame coverage, live from number 38 with D-Mac, Mike Sanford, and the whole crew on the air. You can watch the game with D-Mac at number 38 and then finish your day with the Altitude crew at 8 p.m. with a live commercial-free Altitude After Dark reacting to the Broncos playoff game on 92.5, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll see you on Sunday. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now, and with the playoffs, 5 straight days of playoff games in college football and the NFL, and Circa has them all, including the Broncos. 9-point dogs currently on the Circa Sportsbook, but you can take a look at those game props as well. I got a keen eye out there. For whatever reason, I'm just feeling it. An Audric Estime touchdown. Anytime touchdown. You can find that in all the game props, all the spreads, all the over-unders you want with tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Just download that Circa Sports app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Here is Patrick Surtain talking about the team's mentality heading into this game. Listen.
Yeah, we got all the confidence. I think we put together the right pieces this offseason to succeed. I mean, obviously, a lot of people doubted us preseason before the season, but, all that is predictions. And when the season started, we set our goals, and we were able to attain them each and every week, prove the doubters wrong each and every week. So I think going in towards a playoff run now, everybody's at 0-0 with a lot at stake, but we got the utmost confidence in this team because, through the preparation and the film study, the understanding of the game, knowing the opponent, I think we do one of the best jobs in doing that. And we got a great coaching staff as well that's ready for this challenge. And like I said before, man, this whole season, we knew what our goals was, and we was going to go to this playoff run. So I'm very excited for this team.
I don't think they're walking in thinking they're underdogs. I don't think they are.
Well, I think the confidence of a football player, of a professional athlete, is somewhat unrivaled. You have to be confident to play in that league, to play that game, to play at that level.
But
So I
sometimes
don't think-
players know. They
Yeah.
know that their team doesn't have it.
But they've beaten good teams. I don't think Patrick Surtain is walking to Buffalo thinking that it's going to take a game, an upset of biblical proportions.
Yeah.
I don't think he's thinking that. They can be had.
Yeah, they can be had, but look, they're not walking in thinking that, we're just sacrificial lambs. I mean, there's no way that that's happening. But the reality is they're playing a superior football team overall. Can they be beat? Absolutely, they can be beat. And he's right to a certain extent. I could not have predicted 10-7 in a wild card spot. I didn't think that was going to happen. Was it possible? Yeah, but I didn't think it was going to happen. And maybe you look at that and you say, you know what? Is it possible the Broncos beat the Bills? Yeah, but I don't think it's going to happen. Same kind of story with their season. So let them have the opportunity. They've earned the opportunity to prove, quote, people wrong. And if you take a look at it rationally, I mean, even people who were saying, well, maybe the biggest opportunity for an upset is the Broncos over the Bills. Those people still don't think the Broncos are going to win. They just think the best opportunity is there if the Broncos can execute this, and this, win the turnover battle, so on and so forth, and there you go. So, I mean, look, they've earned their way in, guys, and now let's see what you got. Either way, this is a huge growth and learning experience for everybody on that team.
Yeah, it's a giant positive regardless of what happens on Sunday just to be in the situation. And I think all the Broncos need to do, I think this should be the goal. Keep it within a score late in that game and hope that something stupid happens. That's what I think you should be doing. Like, if they can keep it within the spread's now up to 8.5, 9 points, whatever it is. You keep it within the margin of error where all you're looking for at that point is, hey, maybe Mims takes a punt for 50 yards. Hey, maybe Allen puts a throw on the money, but it goes through the receiver's hands and bounces to a safety behind him. Like, if you can leave yourself the opportunity for some dumb thing to happen and one play flipping the game like that, that's all you need.
Mims is such a wild card.
Yeah.
I love it. Mims can single-handedly change a game, whether they use him as a back in the offense or returning a kick. He's done it already this season. So not many teams have that guy that can change the temperature of a game like he can. He's done it already. So what a gift.
Absolutely.
I've seen a lot of this go ahead, Moshe.
I was just going to say, I think your best shot is you got to win the turnover battle, and Buffalo is by far the best in the league at doing that. And you got to try to get Trubisky in there somehow. And I know that sounds crazy, and I don't wish ill on anybody.
Uh-oh. Now Moshe's got the cough.
Vic, I know you and I have not been in close contact, I know, but I feel like I'm pulling a full Vic here.
Am I contagious through the airwaves?
Yeah, you might be. You might be. Just if you can get to Trubisky, you're going to win the game. But
hey, are Bills fans,
that's few and far between.
Are Bills fans certifiably insane for the things they do pregame?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I look at some of those. Some dude is going to break his neck or break his back, and that whole little game that they put on social media, it's not going to be funny anymore.
Guys have gotten hurt doing that. I don't know if they've broken their back.
Serious injury. That is crazy.
I don't even think that would stop them, Vic. That wouldn't stop them.
Hey, Vic, some people like to jump snowmobiles. Some people like to do cliff diving. Buffalo Bills fans like to jump off the top of motorhomes and break things. I mean, I don't know. To each their own. Yeah, I mean, is it dumb? Would I do it? I would not do it. No. Is it dumb? Yeah, I think it is because they light things on fire, then they jump on that. Again, like the biggest thrill I got and the most I would go is the shot out of the thumb hole of a bowling ball. That's as far as I got. I could never partake in something further than that.
Maybe I'm wired differently, and I know a lot of you will disagree with me, but I don't see the end game there. I don't see the value of doing that. Like, for what? Hey, everybody, gather round. Watch the circus. What's the point? It's not going to help the team. What are we doing?
It's a thing. I don't know. Why did Jesse Trujillo eat 132 chicken nuggets one morning?
Because he's dumb.
You know what I mean? Like, here's the other thing.
Actually, I think Vic, you bullied him into that. I think that's what you bullied him.
It was one of the most impressive feats I've ever seen in my life, and disgusting, but also impressive.
100%. Yep.
And those last like 15 nuggets were just, it was torture. The amount of chews he needed to get that down his gullet was disgusting. And then he took a barbecue sauce shot afterwards. But,
I mean, is everybody in a fraternity? Are these fraternity acts? I just don't get it. And again, a lot of it's my age. Maybe if I'm in my 20s, 30s, I think about this differently. I just don't get it. I've
been seeing a lot of this, by the way. Texter writes in, I love our DBs versus their wide receivers. It's going to be harder for the Bills on offense than most expect. Here's the thing. I do think having Surtain obviously changes some things. And so does Dan Orlovsky, and I'll play that audio in just a second. But when you have a quarterback as good as Allen, I'm much less concerned with the wideouts, okay? Because I feel like they can make them do whatever they want. You know, whether you have a Justin Jefferson or whether you have a Jamar Chase.
Well, look at Herbert.
Yeah, that helps. But good quarterbacks make do with what they have. See Peyton Manning and Julius Thomas. Like, Julius Thomas was a pretty good tight end. He wasn't as good as Peyton Manning made him look at times. And that goes for most of the guys that played with dudes like Brady and Manning and Breeze and everybody else. They make those wide receivers look better. So I understand the thought process. And look, well, to that texture's point, I'll have Dan Orlovsky talk about it.
I'm most interested in Buffalo-Denver.
Really?
I'll be clear. I think Buffalo wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to pick a game that I could see the upset happening, it's that one. Okay. And that's the one that gives me the most fear if I was a Buffalo fan, because one, Patrick Surtain changes everything that Buffalo wants to do and has had success doing this season. Denver treats Surtain like the Jets and Rex Ryan used to treat Darrelle Revis. We're going to put you on one side of the field and you put an X on that side of the field. And so I think the second thing is their defensive line is big, fast, and athletic. Jonathan Cooper is fantastic. Zach Allen is tremendous. Nick Bonito is the key for me. Bonito's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. And if you watch him play against Patrick, he's the spy guy. And Josh loves to run versus man coverage, which is what Denver does. And he's big and he's physical and fast. He can match up against Josh. And so that just gives me a little bit of hesitation. I think this defense is a really good unit, and Buffalo's going to have to play very well to have some success.
No.
So that is Dan Orlovsky on with Ridge Eisen a couple days ago. Here's the thing about the whole spy concept. Let me ask you guys just a football philosophical question. There's one way you can do it, which is guy needs to be able to have some edge integrity where you can't get two ears pinned back, get after the quarterback because you can't allow a bailout option for Josh Allen. That makes sense. But in the traditional sense of a quarterback spy, which is somebody's job is dedicated to watching Josh Allen to make sure he doesn't take off, I think that's dumb. You're taking one of your 11 defenders out of a play to focus on a single detail that, yes, sometimes it can burn you, but it's not a key part of what they do.
They tried that against Baltimore, and it ruined their game plan.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Just play your defense, man, and if he burns you that way, he burns you. I agree.
Sometimes a good player is just going to be a good player, and you got to let him do some things every once in a while. It just happens. You know, but to take one guy out of the defense specifically dedicated to that role, I think is just it's a little foolhardy to me.
But okay, so I guess this is what it'll be. do you truly believe that you're good enough to play Buffalo straight up and win? Right? Just play them straight up, play your Denver Broncos football. Hey, no spies, no nothing. Let's just line up 11 on 11 and let's get it done. Or do you believe that you need to trick things up a little bit and pull out a few stops and get a little bit more creative defensively with Vance and his personnel in order to beat the Buffalo Bills? Where are you at with this? Because if you're asking me, my preference would be play him straight up. That would be my preference. Play him straight up. Go at him. Play your game. You've beaten, teams that way before. Obviously you're playing a superior opponent, but just play him straight up and let the chips fall where they may.
Which side of the football are we talking about? I think you play him straight up on defense. I think you might get a little creative on offense. And when I say creative,
I think that's fair.
I don't mean like double reverses or anything like that or flea flickers. I'm just saying be aggressive in fourth down situations. If you feel like you got to look on a fake punt, run it. Try and get an extra opportunity to keep Josh Allen off the field. That's the way I would view it, because
run your quarterback.
Yeah, like that. Just
run your quarterback.
I would say on the offensive side, don't be afraid to be a little unconventional. Something that you would do against Carolina. It's 4th and 3 at the 45-yard line. Okay, let's line up for a punt. No, I think you go for it
Let me have a caveat on that. If you have the lead, my goodness, of all these games, I don't think it matters more than it does in the Broncos and Bills game for the Broncos, if they want to win, to get themselves an early lead. I think that would be hugely advantageous for the Denver Broncos, because then on the defensive side, maybe you can throw some things at them that they are not expecting, that's not on film yet, or a variation of something that is on film, but the Buffalo Bills haven't prepared for that. Because that's the way to stretch it, and that's the way to keep them really off balance. That would be ideal. If you can get yourself a 7-0 lead, a 10-0 lead, let's say a 13-3 lead, you have the Buffalo Bills right in the palm of your hands. And that's when that Broncos defense, in my opinion, operates at its best.
No,
that's when it's really, really good.
They had a lead against the Chargers at halftime.
They certainly did, but you also, again,
stopped running the football in the game.
You did, and you're also, again, you're dealing with a superior football team. Yeah. So, but Vic, I'm telling you, what I'm saying is, yeah, they did, and they lost the game. They lost both games. But if you're playing a superior opponent, that would be one of the best case scenarios for you to try to pull off the upset.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Avs with a good win yesterday, 6-1 over Minnesota, as they are now in Winnipeg, taking on the Jets
Vic,
tomorrow.
If you think I'm going outside in the next hour, you're out of your mind. I would ask you to go outside and
I am.
Stand in your bare feet in your front yard and see how that goes with no clothes on. You would die. And you know what? I'm starting to get the Vic Lombardi chest thing going on here. So I don't think it's a possibility.
I just asked my lovely spouse to draw me a bath. Draw me a nice bath. I think a good bath.
Excuse me, last
for 10:01 a.m. right? For 10:01 a.m. For 10:01 a.m.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold out. I'm gonna hold out for another 90 minutes. But
attaboy.
That bath.
Just because you're Italian doesn't mean you can pull a full-on Caesar. Draw me a bath, slave.
I'm not saying that. She's my wife. She loves me. I love her. If I say I'm sick, draw me a bath. She doesn't complain about it. Why? What would the bear say to you if you said draw me a bath?
I think you can imagine what she would say.
Okay.
My wife.
How about your wife, Brett?
I'm kidding. My wife would absolutely do it.
I want you guys both right now, and I want to see the results. Text your significant others. You too, Nelly. All of them. All three. And I want you to ask the question, please draw me a bath.
Okay. We'll do that in the break. We'll get the responses when we come back.
Hey, for all you haters out there who continually tweet me, text me, telling me that Georgia's going to win by 50, that Penn State's going to roll that ass, all of you, enjoy the game. Enjoy the national championship. My team's playing with house money. They weren't supposed to be here. They are. Thank you.
Thank you. Your team has earned it.
Did you just say thank you?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Thank you.
Okay, fine. All right. Well, dude, whatever you say, man. You got billions of dollars in assets to pay players. You just hired the kid out of Duke to come be your quarterback.
Yeah.
Don't act like this is some sort of friggin' miracle from the
I'm
Lord
not saying it
above.
is.
That our mother of our what's her name?
Hey, wait a minute.
Our Lady of Parish.
Wait a minute.
Sister Mary?
Our mother of.
You don't have the right to criticize how they got there and what they did because for the last few months, all I've heard is they're a bust. They'll never win the big one. They always lose in this situation. That's all I've heard.
Okay, Travis
and I'm here
Kelce,
to
whatever
tell
you say.
Well, okay, well, where's your team?
Okay.
Well, my team is Sac State. We can't even get there. But that's beside the point. I mean, don't act like a program. I mean, listen. Did people expect Notre Dame to be in the Natty? No, but I expected them to be in the playoff. You're buying players just like everybody else. You're plowing through other teams' quarterbacks.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're plowing through other teams' quarterbacks like it's Pez candy. So let's not act. I mean, you've bought the last 3 quarterbacks you've had on this roster.
Okay, what's
so
everybody
let's
else
not
doing?
act like you're.
Well,
I
I'm not
understand,
acting
but let's not act. Let's not act like you can't put
have more
something
money.
together. You're not.
We have more money.
You're not Bowling Green.
We have more money.
Brett, talk to him, please.
I don't understand what either of you guys are doing right now. Vic is just.
He's like, nobody believed we could be there. We're just.
I never said nobody believed. I just enjoy having the last laugh on some of you.
Okay, that's fine
who
to have the last
continually
laugh.
reach out to me.
I'm actually on your side, but you can't use that tone.
No, hang on. Time out.
You can't go and poach 3 quarterbacks from 3 other programs in 3 years and expect me to have sympathy for you like you're some sort of little engine that could, because you're not.
Vic, you know that I'm not a Notre Dame guy. But I am also a fan of trash talk. And if Vic wants to stand up in this camera and crotch chop in front of everybody, then he is allowed to do that today. His team's in the Natty. And Mosier, I don't know what you're doing. You're out here saying they buy players. So do 60 other teams in college football.
I understand
so
that.
what?
You're being
I
stupid.
understand that, but when you have unlimited funds to buy players, don't act like you can't.
Does
get
Alabama
it right
have
from
unlimited
time
funds?
to time.
Does Texas have unlimited
these
funds?
teams in the
Does Ohio
playoff
State have
have
unlimited
they
funds?
do.
Okay,
Of
then
course.
what's the argument?
Yes.
You know what Notre Dame has that those other programs may not right now? They got a hell of a coach.
Here's what I don't get about your team, Vic. Here's what I don't get about them.
Yeah.
I don't think your quarterback's very good.
No,
you
he's
guys
not.
continue to
He's
win.
not.
That's pretty crazy.
That's what's crazy. And, dude, I'm telling you, I never thought they'd be in this situation because he's severely limited in the passing game.
Okay.
Do you know that touchdown
So
pass
then would
last night? Do you know that touchdown pass to Greathouse was their longest touchdown pass of the season?
What?
Oh,
Yes.
That's impressive. That's
That was the
amazing,
longest touchdown toss of the season. They don't have a long passing game. It doesn't exist.
My wife is an artist, by the way. So I asked her to draw me a bath. And what do you think the response was?
What does it say?
I don't know.
Did she mention the
she
word
drew a bath.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Did she use the term rollicking?
Hey, I got a couple of stats, by the way, just quickly with the end of the NFL season, because what you just said, Vic, reminded me of something. You said that touchdown was the longest touchdown of the year for Notre Dame, passing touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a couple of stats for you that I think are funny. Marvin Harrison Jr., who was the, I forget what, like 6th overall, something like that in the draft this year, to the Cardinals. He finished the season with 62 catches for 885 yards and 8 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
His dad, Marvin Harrison Sr., his rookie year, finished his rookie season with 64 catches, 836 yards, and 8 touchdowns. It's like virtually identical rookie seasons between the two. Here's the other thing. I've been talking about the Eagles. I think the Eagles have a chance to get upset by the Packers, and here's why. It is all dependent on Jordan Love. If Jordan Love is good Jordan Love, then I think they got a real shot. If he's bad, then they stand no chance. But we're just talking about Notre Dame and their ability to win despite not having good quarterback play. What do you guys think of Jalen Hurts? Jalen Hurts played in every game this year, and he threw for 2,900 yards and 18 touchdowns. That's it.
What? But do you real?
Or almost
here's
every
what I'm
game
getting
this year.
at.
Almost.
Here's what I'm getting at. They have a guy on their roster named Saquon Barkley,
Who's really good.
And what that guy did this year was run the football for over 2,000 yards. Now, unless your offense is putting up 600 yards per game, your quarterback is not going to be throwing prolifically for 4,300, 5,000 yards in a season when your running back is lugging everybody up and down the field every single damn game. So I can see
but that's not a lot.
Is Jalen Hurts, is he elite? Is he top 5? No. Is he top 10? He's probably right there at 10-ish. Probably right there. Certainly top 15. He doesn't have to be that guy. Kind of like Darcy Kemper when the Avs won the Cup. Is he elite? No. Is he top 15-ish? Okay, yeah, fine. But he doesn't have to be that guy. He can go and win a football game, or he can go win a hockey game because he's got great players around him.
Here's the last stat, real quick. I saw this from that stat nerd from ESPN, Hembo. Detroit has dropped back to throw the ball, Jared Goff, 539 passing attempts. He's been sacked 31 times, probably taken off on a few scrambles. Let's just ballpark it and say 600 passing attempts for the team this year. Fair? Or 600
Sure,
dropbacks.
sounds good. Yeah.
Do you know how many times they got a defensive pass interference call? Once.
Out of, let's say, roughly
Once.
Wait,
the entire year.
The whole season in 600 dropbacks, you're telling me that opponents were flagged for pass interference against the Lions
A single time. That feels
doesn't
impossible.
seem that feels like that
weird.
doesn't seem right.
That feels impossible, right?
Brett, you've watched every Lions game from beginning to end. You're telling me that you can't remember more than one instance of where a defensive team, the defensive back was called for pass interference?
That's
don't
crazy.
play dumb with me. You've watched every snap of the whole team this year.
To be fair,
You're playing
most
dumb.
they were putting up like 35 points a game. I guess I didn't notice.
Be intellectually honest. Brett.
What? About what? There was one, according to this guy from ESPN, there was one time that a defensive pass interference call was flagged.
How about according to you, who's watched every single snap this year?
What are you saying? What do you want me to say?
Well, you don't have anything in your memory bank of a couple of PIs thrown in there in the course of a game?
I don't remember a single one because there's only been one, and I don't even know when that was. I don't know what you're talking about here. The number says it. Anyway, get back to the Avs real quick. Moj, what was different about them last night as opposed to against Chicago?
They scored 6 goals.
Well, what made the 6 goals happen as opposed to not getting that in Chicago is what I'm asking.
That's what I love about Lombardi. That's what I love about him. They scored 6. Yeah, that's usually pretty damn good. It's funny because the last time out for the Minnesota Wild, they scored 6 against St. Louis and won 6-4. Brett, they pushed the lead to 2. Listen, going into that room with a 2-1 lead, even though it wasn't 2-0, but it was a freebie both ways. They gave Ross Colton a freebie, and I thought the Avs breakdown gave Minnesota a freebie, so it should have been a 1-goal game. But they built on that, is what they did. They came through and they kept building on what they already had. Look, I've told you guys before, in the Montreal game and in the Chicago game, you've got a lead. If you just score one more goal, those teams will quit. Okay, Minnesota wasn't going to quit because it's a pretty good club. They've got pride and so on. But those other teams, they would have quit. Montreal was playing in the back-to-back. They would have said, you know what, let's just get our butts home. Enough of this crap, and we don't want to deal with this Avalanche team. But you didn't do that. You couldn't do it. And you didn't have the fight and the oomph and the whatever to do it. And you didn't do it against Chicago either. What you did do in this game is Mikko Rantanen came in on a drop pass from McKinnon and rifled one home, and reality started to set in just a little bit for Minnie. So now it's 3-1 after 2, then Parker Kelly comes down in a 2-on-2. He surprises Gustafsson, but he rips one beautifully inside the post. It's 4-1. That game is over. 4:23 into the third period. That game is done.
Hey, Moshe.
Doesn't matter if they scored 2 more goals or not. That game is over.
Do Minnesota fans still hate you?
I don't think Minnesota – well, I don't know if Minnesota fans hated me. I know there's some Minnesota fans who don't like the Avalanche an awful lot. Look, I'm telling you, the Avs and the Wild have had the Avs and the Wild have had a pretty good rivalry over the years. I think it culminated, at least it did for me, when I looked down to my right that one time in the section down when I was doing radio down to my right. And there was how do I categorize it?
A fat
Heavy
lady?
set isn't the right word.
Oh, you shared this story and you almost got in trouble the first time. So if you want to get in trouble a second time.
Yeah. Also, don't you shush me. You called a woman hideous.
Well, she was. I don't know how she won. It had to be rigged. Anyway, this blonde gal, and there's a lot of blonde people in Minnesota, as you know.
Okay.
A lot of blonde people.
All right.
This is in Denver, though. This is not in Minnesota. This is in Denver. And so she starts hooking, and she's big boned. She put it this way. She's got momentum behind her punches. She starts hooking. And we got ourselves a little brawl going on.
A little something.
And then the security comes to get her, and as they're dragging her away, she starts expectorating out of her mouth. She's spitting on people. And I'm like, all right, this is on like Donkey Kong.
I like that's how it
until the
sounds when
break of
French
dawn.
people spit.
Did you call play-by-play of it?
I did not. We were at a commercial break. And so she was throwing down. She wanted to throw down with the entire.
Oh no.
Okay, God. She wanted to throw down with the entire arena. I'm like, okay, we got ourselves a rivalry now, right? But I'm going to be as blunt as I possibly can be. I like that arena a lot. It's a really nice arena, and they do a pretty damn good job there. That being said, I don't like the Wild. Historically, there are some things about Minnesota that
it's
I
funny
do
you
like.
say that.
I like
don't
their
like
GM.
the Timberwolves.
Their GM Bill Guerin is a pretty damn good dude. He's a
I don't
really
like the
good guy.
Timberwolves. It's Minnesota, and those I don't like Anthony Edwards. I don't like Jaden McDaniels. I don't like the Timberwolves. Don't like them.
Moj, I'm going to do an illustration on when I knew the Avs won the game. It was a 1-0 game, and then Minnesota did this. Your goal, Mr. Colton. Go ahead and take this. Like, just handed it to him on a silver platter, like, here, go. And once he scored that, I know that they made it 2-1, but I was like, it's over. It's over.
How about the look on Ross Colton's face? I mean, he downplayed it when he talked to Kiefer in the intermission, but he was like, "Oh my God, can you believe that?" I mean, he would never have expected that. He's just trying to prevent the outlet to the near side and force the defenseman to go around the net the other way and send it up the boards that way. And Chisholm absolutely muffs it right to him. I mean, he just muffed it. Absolutely.
It's over, pal. Get back to the Broncos here. 303-504-0925. What does it take? Who is the key? Is it an offensive player or a defensive player to win on Sunday?
I feel like we should be more excited at this moment. It's 9 a.m. on Friday. You play your playoff game this weekend. Let's get excited.
Get to that next. Okay, real quick, before we get back to the Broncos, because I was just talking to Raj about something. I don't get the hype around Aller. Like, I saw reports a couple days ago that Drew Aller, the quarterback for Penn State, if he were to declare for the draft, he'd be a first-round pick, or Penn State's thinking about giving him $10 million to stay in school, and I don't get it. I don't think he's that good. The mistake he made at the end of the game is just like that's going to go down as one of the worst plays in Penn State football history.
He's a kid. He's a kid, dude.
But listen.
It's also
he's
one
a
of the
kid.
top. It's also the top, if not one of the top defenses he will face all year.
But it was a poor decision, Vic. Admitted it was a very poor decision. I mean, he
Riley
could have done
Leonard
literally
exactly,
anything.
Riley Leonard wasn't exactly carving him up.
Oh, him too, yeah. But Raj said something to me, Moj, and you guys would know better than me. I don't know how well you know your Penn State history. Has Penn State ever had a really good quarterback? Ever?
Well, in college, they have
Todd Blackledge was Kurt Warner's.
Todd Blackledge Todd Blackledge was an absolute.
But that's
stud.
what I'm talking about. We're going back to like the early '80s, where it's that Kerry Collins was there, right? I'm saying recent history.
Thank goodness that Kansas City took Todd Blackledge and not Dan Marino. I mean,
but I give you,
things could have been a lot different in the AFC.
Since 2000, the best Penn State quarterback is who? Is it Hackenberg?
I don't know.
McGloin?
That's a great question.
I don't know how Penn State does it. To be
how did they not get one?
Have you ever been to Happy Valley?
No.
I have not. Nope.
It is. I don't know how to describe it. It is probably the last place on earth I would venture to.
You wouldn't use the adjective happy before Valley, is what you're saying. Gotcha.
Because all those people that are booking trips to beautiful South Bend, Indiana, they go there for the spa treatments and the friggin' sunshine,
no doubt about
it, and all that kind of. Well, don't bag on Happy Valley because
that is true.
I've been to South Bend. Let me tell you about South Bend.
I've been there too.
Lame.
Yeah,
with a capital L.
What does it have that Happy Valley
lame.
Does not?
Posh with a capital P, L, capital lame.
It's got that campus though, brother.
Okay, dude. Listen, I'm on your side, but you make it so hard to be on your side. Do you know that, Vic?
See, I don't care if you're on my side.
You make
That's the thing. Because you weren't. See, here's the thing. You're fake. You're fake. You're on my side just to curry favor with me. You haven't been on my side for this entire run.
I'm not. I'm genuinely happy.
You're right. You're authentic. Mosier's fake. Mosier wants my team to lose deep down, and when they win, he plays this game. Hey, good job.
Hey, bro, let me put it this way. With Texas and or Ohio State, I'll be pulling for Notre Dame big time.
Hey,
How
who do
about
you think
that?
wins tonight? I think Ohio State
it's
is
the
obviously
Buckeyes.
they're the most dominant team left, right? I mean, good luck stopping those receivers. Those two receivers they have, oh my God, they're beasts.
Yeah, Ohio State's just got so much talent, man. And
how did they lose to Michigan?
I don't know.
Because they tried to play like they're Michigan. They're like, what we're going to do is run the football today. I'm like, do you guys know the receivers you have on your team and you're just going to X them out against Michigan?
You got to know who you are. Absolutely, you have to know who you are. Anyway,
the
Vic,
only thing that scares me about
Broncos.
Ohio State is Ryan Day up here. He gets a little weird and squirrely in big games like that.
We'll get back to the Broncos, but just keep it in your shorts, okay? I mean, just let's chill out a little bit here.
Excuse me,
okay?
No,
you know what I mean.
His team's in the natty. He's allowed to do that
I know,
today. He's allowed.
Understood. Okay.
I'm playing with house money, man. This team lost. Think about it. If they were to win it all, and they're not going to be favored, they're not. And I would understand if they didn't win it all. But think about it. This is a team that lost to Northern Illinois in the second week of the season at home.
A transitive property, and I use at least the second best team in the country.
How crazy is that? How crazy is college football?
Hey,
it is pretty crazy.
Going back to what's going to happen on Sunday. Look, it's the first in almost a decade that you're going to be in a moment like this with this kind of stakes on the line.
Why is there not as much buzz and
What
fever
are you talking
around
about?
Well,
Of course
there's
there is.
buzz. Well, one of the things is it's a road game. It's a road game. It's not here in town. So that changes things a bit. They won't be hosting any games here since they're the 7th seed. So that changes it. But I think
You're also
Bronco
a
fans
massive
are
underdog.
Yeah, Bronco fans are genuinely excited. How can you not be? Again, win or lose, you got your guy, Moj. You got your guy.
I think I know what it is, Moj, and I don't totally agree with you. I think there's plenty of buzz around here, but maybe not to the fever pitch that we saw, maybe when the Avs were making their cup run or when the Nuggets were making their championship run, is because I think most people are expecting an L this weekend. And so, you're heading in with tepid expectations, and you're you're kind of preparing yourself for this could go really bad.
Yeah, we're not talking about a pick 'em, right, Keenan? We're talking about, hey, look, you're almost a double-digit dog. I dig what you're saying. Okay, continue. I dig.
Well, I just think that, what I was going to ask was, who's the most important guy on the field for the Broncos?
Bo Nix.
And Bo Nix is the easy one, but could I argue that the defense could be more important than what the offense is going to do because you have to keep this within striking distance? And if they allow Josh Allen to go crazy, then good luck.
But if Bo Nix doesn't have his A game, you're not winning the game. You're not.
They've won games this year where he doesn't have his A game. Well, they've done it.
Yeah, but not against the Buffalo Bills,
because
dude. Not against.
I was just going to say, because the defense has played so well.
Like this.
Sure.
Yeah, but not against teams like this, brother. Not against the Buffalo Bills.
What games did you qualify? The Jets game, certainly, but that was more of a climate-induced nastiness. Both teams struggled. Both offenses struggled.
Raiders was a big one to me. The Colts game was a game where your defense and special teams bailed you out multiple times. All I'm saying
Browns game, somebody said Browns game, he did throw 3 picks in that game, correct?
Yes. Now, you gave up points in that Browns game, but they also had massive plays going the other direction. Didn't they have 2 touchdowns defensively in that game?
Yes. The Benito touchdown, and who was the other one?
Benito, and then was it McMillan on a pick 6?
Yeah.
Jaquan McMillan on the pick 6.
And then almost a third, Cody Barton.
Yeah, that's right. He had that one that was called back. But that's what I'm getting at here. I think for you to really have a chance, I don't think you can rely on Bo Nix to be as good as Josh Allen. So here's what I would look for as far as things that could equal out maybe the deficit that you have. Mims in the punt game. Like, if he can get you a couple returns for 30, 40 yards, put you in good field position, help you out that way, that's something that could bail you out. If they could try somehow, some way to get a turnover or 2 against an offense that does not do that, think about it this way. Benito off the corner somehow gets a strip sack on Josh Allen. The Bills aren't used to playing games in which they turn the ball over, and it could throw them for a loop.
Bro, I want you to go back and look at the season. When Nick Benito makes a play where his name is called, either he forces a fumble, sack, pick 6, where his name is called, the Broncos win those games.
Yeah.
Agreed. 15 has to be a factor in this contest. Look, I look at all the numbers, just the raw data, the stats. The Buffalo Bills average about 5 more points per game than the Broncos. The Broncos give up about 3 fewer points per game than the Buffalo Bills.
Pause for a second. So the Bills average, is it 30 and a half or 31 a game, right?
Just over 30, yeah. Just over 30 a game, yeah. Or 30 and a half.
That's the second best offense in the league, I think, as far as points being scored.
That is correct.
And the Broncos are only 5 points back per game. That's a pretty wild number this year.
Yeah,
considering
so
what
the
we've
Broncos
seen.
give up, and the Broncos give up, 18.2 per game, something like that. The Bills give up 21. I mean, so, listen, 6 one way, half dozen the other. The turnover margin is way, way, way in favor of the Buffalo Bills. They force far more fumbles and picks than they give up. I mean, it's the way they operate. It's their MO. It's their behavioral pattern. Everything essentially. I mean, running yards per game, passing yards per game. They are better than the Broncos in that regard. So
Broncos
you're going to have to not only play a really good game, but you're going to have some things break your way too.
Here's a key to this game as well. Defensively, you cannot get cooked by James Cook. You cannot.
Yeah,
you got to, because it's tough enough dealing with Josh Allen, but when he's got that James Cook doing things, that's going to pose some serious issues.
Do you guys remember? I think this was the game last year, the game which the Broncos won in Buffalo. Cook was having a hell of a game.
Yeah.
But he fumbled like 2 or 3 times. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Like he would take off on a 40-yard run, but he'd fumble at the end of it and negate all the good that he brought.
Let me ask you this, Brett Kane and Vic Lombardi. You guys are defensive coordinators now. Would you rather have to come up with a game plan to shut down the Buffalo Bills offense or the Denver Broncos offense?
What?
I mean, come on.
It's not even close. What are you
what's
talking
that
about?
question all about?
Right. So what I'm getting at is this is going to be a Herculean effort, man. They're going to have things break right. They're going to have to force their own luck. Benito's going to have to help force the luck. Vic, you raised a very good point. When his name is called, if Jim Nantz, who was on this program in the first hour, is saying, Benito, if he's doing this kind of thing, then you know that things are going well for the Broncos and they got a chance to win. If Benito's name is not mentioned that often, I'm used to Pat Surtain's name not being mentioned an awful lot because they don't throw his way an awful lot. So, but Benito's got to be a factor. He is a complete X factor in this game. He's the best pass rusher on either team by a mile.
All right, so when we come back, I got a question for our resident Denver historian on this show, Vic Lombardi. And it's kind of two-parted. Number one is, if the Broncos were to win this Sunday, how big of an upset is it? Number two, where would that rank among upsets in Denver sports history? I want to ask that to Vic when we return. Now, you can tune in on Sunday as Altitude bookends the coverage of that Broncos playoff game from 9 to 11. It's pregame coverage live from number 38 with D-Mac, Mike Sanford, and the whole crew. You can watch the game with D-Mac at number 38 and then finish the day with the Altitude crew at 8 p.m. with a live commercial-free Altitude After Dark reacting to the Broncos playoff game on 92.5, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. So we'll see you on Sunday. Back after this.
If I say the words erectile dysfunction, what does that make you do? Does it make you giggle? Does it make you cringe? Does it make you like, oh, man, I'm going to talk about that? What are you embarrassed about if you're suffering from it? It's a problem, right? I mean, don't laugh it off. Don't pretend it's no big deal. You could be having a better life in just a few short minutes. And I'm talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When erectile dysfunction harms your intimacy, it can have devastating effects on a relationship. Do yourself a favor. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments will work when pills or herbals fail. It's 2025. Fix yourself. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments, man, they're going to last a long time. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if you've got an issue with ED, do yourself a favor. Don't run from it. Don't hide from it. Don't be ashamed. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And right there in the office, if it doesn't work, your visit is free, but you know it's going to work. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of other guys, you could be in for a great future. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you from Fort Collins all the way to Colorado Springs, so call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. And you're confused on which way to go.
Moj, again, see, when you're on the road, you're delayed, and it ruins it. You can't sing it.
Well,
Can't do
dude,
it.
I'm trying. Man, I'm in Winnipeg.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to need this show to wrap up.
They started. Okay, is your bath drawn, Your Highness? They were going to put up a hotel. Can you guys see out the window behind me? Can you see there?
It's just a big
Probably
light.
can't.
No.
There's a huge crane out there, and a huge orange crane, and they got this foundation. They started that hotel about 3 or 4 years ago, and they got to right there, and then nothing else ever happened.
Vic is like, you know what? It's almost. It's like I'm watching an intervention show right now, and it's like, buddy, we got to get you in to see someone. We got to get you some help here. I'm here because I love you.
I just want to get in that bath.
Do the show from the bath.
Yeah, go do the show from the bath.
You're kind of giving me
turn
these,
your camera off.
You're giving me
Turn
these
your camera off.
Buscemi vibes.
Yeah, I don't
especially with
care.
the backboard.
I'm sweating right now. First I was cold, now I'm sweating. I don't care. You call me whatever you want. You make fun of me. I don't care. Everything deflects off me right now. I don't care. Go ahead,
What are you going to do? So hold on a second. Now, what are you going to do this weekend? The Broncos are playing. Do you have to work tomorrow night? You have to work. Oh, sorry, tonight and Sunday. Or what do you got going
tonight?
on?
There's no chance I do the Nuggets game. By the way, I don't know for sure if Joker's going to be. If Joker has what I have, I don't know how he plays tonight. I don't know how long this thing lasts. I don't know what the shelf life of this is.
Hey man, I do commend you. I do commend you for jumping on today. We honestly know that you've been steady struggling.
The only reason I jumped on is because we had Jim Nantz. Otherwise, there's no chance I would do the show.
I'm well aware of that. When you sent us that text yesterday and said you're really, really sick, I thought, okay, he's going to miss. Then I thought to myself, no, he's not going to miss the chance with
no
Jim
doubt.
Nantz.
I needed to glaze Jim Nantz, 100%.
And by the way, nobody can glaze Jim Nantz better than you.
I'm
you
the best
know
Jim
the
Nantz
man.
glazer on the show.
All right.
You
Can
certainly
we hear,
are. Yep.
Nelly, can we hear when Mark described to Jim the mac and cheese story, and he sort of sat there and said, these guys are weird, and he called the show rollicking, but your attempt, Brett, to impersonate yourself was terrible.
I thought I put it on good. I thought I did a good job. Maybe I didn't. I thought I gave it A+ effort. Well, as Nelly looks for that.
I think you held back. I think you pulled your punch a little bit. I really do. Give me let's go back to 2019.
I don't think that really sounds like Nance in the first place, but I usually
doesn't-
say it like this. I go,
You have no
mac and cheese?
Okay, that's one way to say it. That's the normal way. That's our 2019 Brett Kane.
Okay, hang on.
2025 Brett Kane is a little different.
Let's hear it. I'm getting mac and cheese. I'm scooping it onto my plate, and behind me, I hear a familiar sports voice that has been in my
say it
life.
like you said it.
And you just said mac and cheese, huh? And I go, it's Jim Nance. I feel like that's pretty close. What are you guys complaining about?
No, the original that you just did a few moments ago, you slather it on more. You slather it on, and there
That's
you
actually
held
what I
back.
did.
You
There
pulled
was
your
way more
punch.
accurate. It's way more accurate what I did actually in the interview.
No, I think your great impression. It sounds more like Jim Nance to me.
Yeah, I was half expecting. So Jim opened the segment by saying, he called the Super Bowl 50 game, which is the last Broncos postseason game. Jim Nance's voice is a part of Broncos history.
Really is.
Much like Dick Enberg was in the 80s, right? There's certain broadcasters that are affiliated because he's CBS, and CBS carried most of the Broncos game. When you think of the Broncos, the biggest games in franchise history were Jim Nance games. It's just the way it is. So he called the last one postseason appearance. That was Super Bowl 50. And he referenced he wasn't nervous that day because of the birth of his boy. I was half waiting for him to say, "My beautiful baby boy."
Beautiful baby boy.
He
also
called he called the Tebow to DT game. He called all the big ones. He called the AFC championships against Brady. I mean, he's been a part of it. He's been woven into it. And Dick Enberg was the same way in the 80s.
You know what I thought was especially funny that flew under the radar with our chat with Nance is you were talking, or he was discussing that, how his son was due right around that Super Bowl 50 time, and he didn't know what he was going to do if his wife went into labor like day of the game or something like that. And then, Vic, you said this to him, and I want you to hear his response.
You're a better parent
It was
than I
just
am.
a special.
I played pickup basketball at the birth of my third child, so I got there just in time.
That is terrible to admit that.
Yeah, I know.
But,
It's true.
He was actually disappointed in you.
Yeah, it's terrible to admit that, Vic.
That's
disappoint
terrible.
some people.
That's
I'm
terrible
sorry.
to admit that.
He is, he's the epitome of class. Nobody will ever confuse me for class, so that's the difference.
Again, as we, what am I looking at here? What is this?
That was Vic from the video
That's
he
Vic.
sent us at 3 a.m.
At 3 a.m. That's Sick Vic versus Emperor, what's his face?
Palpatine.
Palpatine, there you go.
Your hate has made you strong.
Do you guys ever get up in the middle of the morning and you're like, please, God, please make it be like 5:30 or 6, make it be close. And then you look at the clock and it's 2:57 and you're like, oh, my God.
No, man, I wake up and I go, thank God I've got another hour or two. I did that this morning. I woke up at about 6 o'clock Winnipeg time, and I'm like, oh, my God, I've got to, I've been asleep for only a couple hours. I'm like,
What are you
I've
going
got
to do all
another
day
hour.
in Winnipeg? Like, what does the crew do a day? Like, of all the days to spend on your free time, Winnipeg?
Did anybody see the pregame yesterday, the open to the game last night at approximately 6 o'clock Denver time?
Bro, I was
or sorry, 5:30 Denver time. Anybody see? No, 6 o'clock Denver time. Nobody saw that, right?
At no point did I have the urge
You knew he
to
wasn't
change the
watching
channel from the game I was watching. So sorry.
Mosier,
Okay.
I was watching it at Rhinehouse, and they didn't have the sound on, but you guys were eating a bunch of cake and showing a bunch of pictures of Kiefer, so I saw that happen, and that was fun.
Yeah, right at the open. It was Kyle Keefe's birthday yesterday, and so during the open, he's supposed to throw it to us, but we delivered him a German chocolate, a big fat cupcake, and we made him eat it on the air, and he stuffed it in his face. And so what we're going to do, since we got in at 1 a.m. to Winnipeg, or 1:15 or whatever it was, we're going to try to celebrate a little bit Kyle Keefe's birthday, which means all of us at this point in the season, this point in the trip, we've got about an hour and a half in us, right? To maybe have a little pizza and a coldie, and then it's back to Betty Bye time because nobody wants to be out. Nobody wants to do anything. Everybody just wants to chill.
Great. Again, Nuggets going to be on 92.5 tonight. But for the weekend, you guys mentioned it. It's 5 straight days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Sorry, 4 straight days of playoff games, college
All of
football and the NFL. Yeah.
Ohio State, Texas. Who you got?
Ohio
Buckeyes.
State. And I think they cover.
Texas should have lost.
For what it's worth.
It would take a lot to see Texas to win that game because I just don't trust their offense. Their offense.
Well, what
defense is
if
great.
what if they're down? What if they're down 21-7 or 21-3 in the third quarter, and they bring in Arch and he starts going crazy? What if Arch Manning pulls one of these Manning things and just starts throwing that pig all over the place? Could happen. Could happen.
But to the NFL games, obviously we're all watching Broncos Bills. If you could only watch one other wild card game of the weekend, what is it? Which one has your most intrigue outside the local flavor?
I think, honestly, the Vikings and the Rams is a very intriguing game.
Yeah, Baltimore.
I think that's going to be No, Baltimore's going to club them. If you're asking me, I think Baltimore's going to beat the snot out of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers are broken. Russ has regressed. The Steelers are broken. They've lost 4 in a row. I know they've been to good teams, but this is as good or better a team than they faced in those 4 games. They're going to get clubbed. To me, it's the Monday night game, Vikings and Rams. This will be now in Arizona. I just think it's going to be a whale of a football game. Brett, you've said it a million times. I know it's 14-3 on the road at 10-7, but when the Rams are fully constituted, right, when they've got their weapons and Matt Stafford, you even asked that question, is Matt Stafford the best quarterback in the NFC right now? Well, I think the answer is yeah. Is he still better than Jared Goff? I don't know. Goff is playing awesome. But when those Rams start spreading that ball around the field, dude, they are tough to beat.
You know what's crazy is the Rams up until this final week where they rested their starters. They lost that one, but let's just take starters in the game, what they've done lately. They've won 5 straight. They beat Buffalo 44-42. Do you know what they did?
That was a great football game.
You know what they did in the final 3 games, the final 3 wins that they had before resting their starters? They won 12-6. They won 19-9, and they won 13-9. They won because their defense held 3 straight teams under 10 points, which is really difficult to do.
So tomorrow it's going to start with the Texans and Chargers. That game's okay, I guess. Whatever. Whatever. That game doesn't really fascinate me that much. Ravens and Steelers is the Saturday night game. Okay, I like that one. Eagles-Packers, guys, on Sunday.
I am 1,000,000% in on that game.
So am I. Now, not having Christian Watson is going to hurt Green Bay big time.
Yeah, but I think that matchup, I just want to see what Jordan Love can do against that kind of defense. Because Love's the kind of guy, like, he'll throw 4 touchdowns and 3 picks in a game. He's not Jameis, but he's got a little bit of that Jameis in him where he can have one of those games. And if he's on, it's like, can the Eagles keep up? Because the Eagles, they got a good offense, Moj, but their offense is totally reliant on 8-play drive from Saquon Barkley running it 5 times and then getting at the goal line and doing a tush-push. If Jordan Love is slinging 30-yard bombs downfield to Dobbs and Jaden Reed and guys like that, like, it could be a lot different feel than the Eagles are used to.
Are we thinking that the Commanders and Buccaneers is the most boring game of the weekend?
I don't.
No,
I
think
really
that's
don't.
going to be a shootout.
Like, I think the intrigue of watching Jaden Daniels in that first game as a rookie, how he handles that environment. But here's the other thing. Are we sleeping on Tampa? Did you guys know Baker Mayfield has 41 touchdown passes this year? 41.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is what I think if you blink and you go from week 1 to week 18, you forget about it or you don't pay attention or whatever, and the Broncos beat the snot out of the Buccaneers. He passed for 4,500 yards and 41 touchdowns this year. And I'm like, those are big-time numbers, okay? We're talking big numbers. Aaron Rodgers heyday type of stuff. 4,541. That's Patrick Mahomes at his best type of stuff. Not 50, but pretty damn close. I mean, that's a really, really prolific season through the air, man.
Burrow had 4,900 yards and 43 touchdowns, just for perspective here.
And we're talking about him as an MVP candidate. Had the Bengals even gotten in, right?
Yeah.
That's how close Baker Mayfield is to him. So, okay. All right, so what's the most boring matchup? Is that the Chargers and the Texans? To me, it's going to be the Ravens and the Steelers because the Ravens are going to beat the snot out of those guys.
Yeah. I'm looking at this Broncos game, and it says Broncos-Bills on CBS and Paramount Plus. Is there like an alt cast on Paramount Plus or something? Is there?
It's like if you said you can watch the game on Altitude or on Altitude Plus. It's just you can also watch it there.
So just a different venue. Same broadcast, though.
Yeah, same broadcast.
It's like that college game last night had 4 different versions of a broadcast.
Yeah, you know what? Who's watching those? I'm actually not like a big McAfee hater. A lot of people have think he's jumped the shark or whatever. Who's watching the McAfee simulcast for that game? Like, who's doing that?
From what I'm told, the McAfee simulcast, they went off on that PI that I thought was no PI at all. They said, no, that was a terrible call. Meanwhile, Greg McElroy said it was a good call. So you got different. Darius Butler, former DB in the league, he said it was a terrible call. So it's just a different perspective if you want that. That's all it is.
It's just too much. Remember when Amazon was doing the Dude Perfect simulcast? I'm like, what's going on there? Okay, guys chucking frisbees as a game's going on.
What about these cartoons? You got cartoons now. Isn't there another cartoon this weekend? Isn't Nickelodeon doing some cartoon game?
Wait, isn't Schefter's daughter on that broadcast?
Isn't there a cartoon game somewhere?
Yeah, on the Slime Time Nickelodeon broadcast.
Yeah, I don't get that either. Hey, kid, I was never into football, but then I saw somebody get slimed in the end zone, and then I was into it.
I don't have infant kids anymore, and my kids never really got into watching sports with me. I regret that. I wish they did. My daughter and I, my daughters, they're so into the Nuggets now, they'll watch every Nuggets game. But if they're kids, I'm not saying, oh, what do you say?
Even against the Lakers? Even against the Lakers?
But I'm not going to sit there and say, hey, let's turn it to the cartoon broadcast. No, you're going to watch the same broadcast I watch, and you're going to like the sport for what it is.
Yeah, what are we doing? Are Mommy and Daddy putting little Susie and Jimmy in their own room with slime and saying, hey, have at it, kids. Here, you chuck a sleeve of Ritz crackers through the door and slam it shut and say, good luck. I mean, what are we doing? You sit with me. You watch the game with Dad. One of my favorite memories is my daughter and I. When in the NHL we used to watch the games on the package, right? And when she was younger, and I'd let her stay up a little bit later so we could watch the shootouts, or we could watch overtime, and we could pick a team, right? And who was her team, who was my team.
She was
and,
into it?
And who's – oh, yeah, she absolutely – well, I think she was, partly probably because she got to stay up a little bit later. But number two, we used to sit there on the kitchen counter watching football, and I have a bag of pistachios. And we just stare at the kitchen counter into the family room watching TV. I had her pistachio, Daddy has pistachio. Her pistachio, Daddy. And we'd sit there for a half hour watching football together.
Yeah,
Your
insane
detail-
details.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, when you give us a story, usually it's, hey, yeah, I used to watch games with my kid. It's fun. But your detail to it drives me freaking crazy. I just want you to know that.
Well, it's a cherished memory that I have of my kid eating pistachios, watching football. I bet
Carl.
you know what? The kid is now she's almost, well, she's not almost 20, but she'll be 20. I'll bet if she looked back on it, she would tell you that, Dad, I love those times when we would watch hockey together and we'd eat pistachios and watch football. I bet she would look back on it.
So
that's neat.
And I'll tell you what she wouldn't be doing. I don't care who the hell she's dating. I don't care who her boyfriend is. I don't care if it's friggin' what's his face? The idiot for the shooting guard. What's his name? The idiot
don't
that I
know where you're
hate
going.
for the Lakers.
Reeves?
The Austin Reeves.
I had no idea, dude.
She ain't coming home in Lakers gear. I promise you that.
We got a story
okay?
with pistachios,
so you can talk about
Austin
it all you want.
Reeves. I don't know where the hell you're going with it, but that's fine.
I'll tell you something right now, Vic. Baby Jamal Cale is around the age that you'd watch the Slime Time football simulcast. You know what Baby Jamal Cale watches? Coach's Film Room on ESPNU during the game. She gets that information.
She's watching Manning and
That's
Belichick.
right. She's ripping the whiteboard, drawing up plays.
Here, sweetheart, watch this Dan Campbell hype speech, and then come see Daddy.
Exactly. She has a
That's
shirt she
awesome.
wears during Lions game. She goes, "Daddy, Lions shirt." That's all I got to know. Like she's
well,
already in it. She's already in it.
Why can't you let her pick her own path? I mean, if she wants to be a
Because
Lions
I was
fan,
never
that's
allowed
fine.
a path. If you're part of my lineage, it's bestowed upon you. Okay,
I
sorry.
swear to God, if that kid turns 25 years old and she's living in the Denver, Colorado area and she's wearing Lions crap, and then you're part of the problem, Brett.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean.
Coach's Film
You know
Room, Moj.
exactly what we're talking
She'll be there
about.
playing on the couch with a notebook, writing some stuff down.
It's driving me crazy. Last night I'm watching this damn game. It's dramatic as hell. My daughter, college-age daughter, sitting there in front of the fireplace on her phone the entire time, not even paying attention.
I saw the video of you of Terry took of you when Notre Dame hit the game winner.
Yeah, no reaction from my daughter, none.
And I didn't even notice your daughter was there, except for the second time when it reloaded the video automatically, like that embedded video thing.
Right.
And then I was like, is that his daughter just on her phone as Dad's losing his mind?
Is that a kid? Is that a kid sitting there? Or is that a statue of my daughter? Right.
Yeah, I failed.
I
what
felt
get
for you.
That's what I
It
get for
felt like
playing
a-
basketball the day she was born.
It felt like a very lonely celebration.
It was lonely.
Yeah. But now you get a bath drawn for you. Does that make you feel better?
Dude, I cannot wait for the final 10 minutes of the show. It's counting down in my head.
Well, we'll get one last look at the Broncos game for this weekend. Also, drunk takes coming up. Stick around. Drunk takes coming up in just a few minutes. All right. Can I go through a few things? Regarding the game this weekend and what you think is going to happen. Not what we want to happen. I want to know what you think is going to happen. I'll be honest with you. I don't see a dub, okay? Doesn't mean it's impossible. Just don't see it. I think Buffalo's too good. I think they're the best team in the AFC. I think they have a claim this year for the best quarterback in the entire league for this season. I think all of that is going in their favor. That makes them really, really difficult to stop. And, by the way, that game's in Buffalo, and those people are crazy. Like, there's a lot of different factors in the cons column for why the result would be a Broncos loss.
I can see the Broncos going toe-to-toe with Buffalo, putting a major scare into Buffalo. At one point taking the lead in Buffalo. But at the end of the day, that witch, Josh Allen, who's been there and done that, he'll win the game.
Yeah.
The end.
Here's what I want. Oh, go ahead,
Oh,
Moshe.
boy.
Go ahead, Moshe.
Well, it's just I have a feeling that it's not going to be quite that way, Vic. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of scares. Let me give you my numerical prediction. I think it's going to be 31-20 Buffalo. That's what I think it's going to be. 31-20.
Yeah, not much of a game then. Double digit? Will it be that late, early, what?
What? No, I think the Buffalo Bills will they'll add on another touchdown. It'll be 24-20. They'll add on a touchdown. Broncos will come up short, and that will be it. That's I think the way it's going to go. I mean, I guess that's the feeling in my gut, the feeling in my brain.
What is this stat that Steve sent us? Sean Payton's record against bald head coaches in the league. Nelly, where'd that come from?
Tore him up.
He does better against bald head coaches, and the source is in there. It was calculated by at ZanB21 on Twitter, so the most credible of sources.
Yeah, of course.
Dirty Dingus McGee says, "Hey, this guy beats up on bald-headed coaches." Well, that's great. That's awesome.
It comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
It might as well have. But hey, there you go. There's something good. There's something that's going in your favor. This is what I think needs to happen for the Broncos to win. Because here's the thing, Moj. I think the Broncos cover. I think they keep this within a one-possession game, but it just might not feel that way, is the way that I'd put it. Like a 27-20 type of game where, like, Buffalo controls it, but you're within striking distance. And, again, I think you're going to have an oddity happen. Josh Allen throws a pick. Marvin Mims has a 50-yard return. Like, something like that, I think, has to go down for the Broncos to really flip this game on its head.
Yeah.
Like even a defensive score, to be honest with you. I think you're going to have a defensive score or, Brett, I mean, there's always factors. Maybe you win the field position battle and you build yourself a little bit of a lead. I mean, I just think overall, if you played this game in the computer, don't people do that? Don't people play games in the computer? I bet if you did it 10,000 times in the simulation, or let's say 100 times, the Bills probably win 91 of those times.
Yeah, probably.
That's my guess.
You know what's crazy about these simulations? Like, everybody makes fun of them. On December 12th, a computer simulation predicted all the outcomes of every CFP football game. Do you realize that right now that simulation is perfect?
Huh?
Really?
Yeah, perfect.
Wait, even the Notre Dame game last night?
Every single game. Outcome.
Wow.
Winners perfectly.
Hey,
and
man,
it's got
AI's
Notre Dame,
taking
Ohio
over.
State in the finals.
We got oh my God. We got to do something about this, Brett. That movie I, Robot with Will Smith.
Yeah,
remember that movie? That was
a documentary?
That kind of scared. Yeah. That's what it felt like, right? And all those, that one robot turns bad and all the guys turn bad. And I don't know, man. I don't want to get to that point. I'll be gone before that point, thank goodness. But the fact that this computer is telling me who's going to win every damn football game is scary.
I tell you what, though. For all these things, there's this very famous line from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Danny DeVito, his daughter in the show, is going to see a psychic. And the psychic goes, "You don't believe in psychics?" And DeVito goes, "Who's winning the Super Bowl?" "Yeah, you're full of bleep." I was like, yeah, it's perfect. Until you can tell me, like, winning lotto numbers or who's winning the Super Bowl before the season starts, I don't buy any of that stuff.
I don't do psychics, but I don't think that's how they say it works. But I don't know. I really have no idea.
So just quickly here, I think if nothing else, the most positive thing you can get outside of obviously a win is Bo Nix shows up and looks right in a game where there's a lot of pressure.
What's right?
He doesn't look overwhelmed by the situation or by the moment. And for the record, I don't think he will. He's played enough big games at Auburn and Oregon where I don't think this is going to be some sort of huge shock to him.
He doesn't look like the Bo Nix we saw the first 2 weeks of the season. Right?
Yeah.
He looked out of place. He couldn't make real comfortable throws downfield. So, yeah. Listen, we've discussed this. It's already a win. He's in the playoffs.
Yep.
He gets this experience.
Yep.
That's a win. What he does on top of that is a bonus.
And I think that Peyton needs, I know this is like a weekly thing that we've said, commit to the running game, though, and don't have this game be all on the right shoulder of Bo Nix or with his legs. I mean, you can use those, but you got to have some semblance of an Estime, Jaleel, Javonte, whoever, running the football effectively enough to where play action is going to work for him. And it's not just Von Miller and those guys on the D-line for Buffalo teeing off. You know what I mean?
I just think, I completely agree. The difference between the Broncos D and the Bills D is about 24, 25 yards per game overall, so there's not much difference there. I just think experience and talent is going to prevail. Plus, you're in Buffalo. I don't know what the weather's going to be like. I know it's going to be like 30. Is there any chance of precipitation? I really have no idea. I'm only worried about myself here in Winnipeg where it's – I don't know what it is. It's freezing cold. I opened the window to wave. Apparently, Dave is up here in Winnipeg, and he's working in the building across from the hotel.
Who's Dave?
And I told him, hey, man.
Who is Dave?
Some dude on the text line. I don't know. Some dude. He says, hey, I'm working in the building across from your hotel. I said, well, I'll wave during the break. So I opened my window, my sliding glass door, and I waved. And I'm like, closed it because it's so friggin' cold. My feet are still freezing from about 10 seconds of an open door.
Brett, I've never been so thankful to draw to the end of this show as I am this morning.
Go draw a bath.
This has been
just go draw a bath. I gave you my prediction, 31-20 Bills.
But Moj, you got a bad habit. You'll say a name as if we're supposed to know who the hell you're talking about in like casual conversation.
Some guy in the text line,
well,
Dave,
you didn't
with
say
a little
that.
Canadian
You
flag
said
by him.
Dave was next to me, so I said hi to Dave like we should have known who Dave was.
Dave in Manitoba. I don't
Mosier's
know.
that guy
Dave.
who meets a person for the first time and then refers to his kids in first person as if everybody's supposed to know who they are. Yeah, well, me and Julie went to the game. Who the hell's Julie?
Oh, no. But he could also do this one, Vic. He'd be like, yeah, me and B Money were out there at the game yesterday. It's like, I don't know who the hell B Money is. And you only said that to make me ask, who is B Money?
Sorry, Moshe. I love you.
I'll show you B Money.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. All right, our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes. Uh-oh.
There we go. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
As always, shout out to our friends at Lariat Lodge. Great brews, great food. Go check them out at one of those scenic locations. Littleton and Evergreen, Lariat Lodge. Drunk Takes. Clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
No, there's another name for that I can never pronounce. Sawzall?
Sawzall.
Sawzall. Wait, what?
Sawzall.
Sawzall.
Sawzall. Correct.
Oh,
and
Sawzall.
You sound like
Salsa?
Tom Brokaw.
Hi, this is Tom Brokaw. Today, Vic plays with Sawzall.
I do love your Brokaw. I do love it.
Is it going to be a sad day when people don't know who Tom Brokaw is anymore?
Dude, I did not know
man.
that it's that the term for that was actually what it does. Saws all. I had no idea. My entire life, I had no idea. So thank you.
Hey,
What
bro,
a revelation.
you got that bunion? You got that bunion? I'll see you Sunday morning over at my house. Here we go, baby.
For the whole haul. What's next?
You try to shove what you like these little things, music, down our throats on a daily basis.
Dude, I'm trying to think in this world what I wouldn't shove down your throat.
Oh, come on.
That's a bit aggressive.
It is aggressive. Very aggressive.
Van Halen, Winnipeg Stories, pistachios, whatever it takes.
Yeah, what's next?
We're getting friggin' aproned and what else? Bird rights and all this kind of crap. And our guys gotta flee the scene and go to Orlando and go wherever the hell they gotta go. How do these guys fit 4 max hippo eating contracts in the friggin' starting lineup?
Hey, I remember you did drop an F-bomb this week.
You
Rude.
did. You thought you didn't, but you did.
I did not. I didn't. I did
did.
not.
I heard it.
I did
It
not.
sounded like you were eating a burrito trying to make that point.
What's next?
I don't know what the hell the P represents. What is the P? Somebody give me the P. What is the P?
I'll give you the P.
Momentum is a vector and has the same direction as velocity, since mass is a scalar. When velocity, whatever.
Do you not know what the P is? Call Rocky Mountains Men. All right, one more quick.
I'm just gonna be on record as saying it. If you're it's just not good.
Excuse
me?
It's a bad
language.
What the hell was that? What was that?
I think I was in Chicago, wasn't I? Was I in Chicago at the ring?
All right. We got a playoff wild card weekend.
I'm hopeful, Brett. I want the Broncos to win desperately. I don't think this is their time. It's okay.
Broncos come back Monday, hopefully with a win. We'll break it all down.
Hopefully.
You guys have
Come
a great
on,
weekend.
Broncos.
Vic, get in that bath. Get in that bath.
Play a great game.
All
Play
right.
a great game, Broncos.
Love everybody. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Wilson sets up and spinning around to the back of the end zone. Sutton. The officials look at each other. No good. Incomplete. Pressure by Shaq Lawson. And Cortland Sutton did not, they say, get both feet down. I don't know.
Reviewing the play, the runner completed the pass, touchdown.
Well, that happened last year, and the Broncos, they've got a better quarterback this time around. Morning Sprint, Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, and you guys. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. Let's start this thing off right as we head on out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. You find them at ramoslaw.com, where we find ABC7. Matt Beauvais out there in Buffalo, sports director. Matt, first off, thank you so much for your time. Second off, tell me why this Buffalo team is different from all the other Buffalo teams that just haven't gotten it done in the last 6 years.
Well, that's a good question. Thanks for having me, gentlemen. I think this team is different because they have embraced the idea that they don't have a dude. They don't just have a guy in their wide receiver room that they know they have to force feed, and that has opened up everything for Josh Allen. Josh Allen is playing the best football, not the most explosive football, but the best fundamentally sound football of his career. He is making good decisions. He is not trying to force passes. I heard the clip before we got on here from the game last year when they played the Broncos. Listen, the Bills in that game stunk. They turned the ball over 4 times. Their first offensive snap, they give the ball to James Cook. He fumbles it. He has another fumble later in the game. Josh throws a pass to Gabe Davis. It goes right off of his hands into an interception. Like, they just last year didn't have an identity. They didn't know what they were trying to be. Then they ended up firing their offensive coordinator the day after the Broncos game because that's how bad it was. Joe Brady has done an exceptional job. Josh Allen has done an exceptional job. This team is different because Josh is like a point guard. It's like, okay, who's open? Where am I going? And just make it easy on me. And that just allows him to kind of play a simple, clean game.
Yeah, part of that simple, clean game is Joe Brady bringing about a lot of college concepts. A guy that has cut his teeth, both in the National Football League and obviously at LSU was the year that made Joe Brady a very famous offensive coordinator. Yeah. But when you look at some of the overall concepts of RPO, calling a base run, giving an individual cut to the boundary receiver, and then this is what Dan Orlovsky talked about, nationally yesterday, and we broke it down. And then if you have the individual matchup to the boundary with a receiver, whoever it may be, it might be Amari Cooper this week. And then to the field, you have some type of combination concept, either a 3 or 4-man concept, and sometimes using the running back out of the backfield. And then the quarterback is a runner, potentially. All these different things are playing out. How do you think that Pat Surtain II, as the guy that can take away the single receiver side and then also allows for PJ Locke, the safety, and or Brandon Jones to be activated in the box against James Cook in the run game, and then play man coverage to the other side? How do you think that affects this kind of Joe Brady staple of playing simple offense?
Well, I want you guys to tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the attack this week for the Bills needs to be getting their running backs on wheel routes and out in space and attacking the middle of the field. I feel like that's going to be the way the Bills try and negate what the Broncos do well on defense. I know that obviously everybody knows about Patrick Surtain. Everybody knows about the defensive line. It feels like attacking the middle of the field is going to be a potential mismatch for the Bills, and if it leans into a lot of man coverage for the Broncos, don't turn your back on Josh Allen because he's just going to run, and he's going to keep running until you start to stop him. And then the minute you're focused on stopping him is when he's going to be able to take his shots around the field. So I understand what they do, but it's a weird conversation because the minute we found out about the matchup, I heard, Orlovsky's comments and other people like, man, Pat Surtain really can change what the Bills want to do. I understand philosophically that to an extent, but it also feels like from the Bills' standpoint, it's like, okay, if you want to take one of these receivers out of the game, go ahead. Amari Cooper does not, make the Bills' offense go. Keon Coleman does not make the Bills' offense go. I don't think they're going to put him on Khalil, and that's the Bills' probably most reliable wide receiver. So I don't know. I think it definitely changes things, but I don't think it's going to be like a complete shift in mentality for the Bills. It's just like, okay, they're going to try and do what they did to Detroit a couple weeks ago. It's like, you want to lock down our receivers? Great. We're going to just hit Ty Johnson for 115 yards in the passing game.
Matt, I think you bring up a great point. And I do think that the Broncos, from a Broncos fan base standpoint, somebody who breaks down, I like to look at the all-22, especially of this defense, because what it's done this year has been spectacular. 63 sacks, top 3 rushing defense, just kind of does everything fairly well, if not in a dominant manner in some statistical categories. But when it does get away and deviate from what it does well, and when Vance Joseph doesn't play a blitzing style, press coverage, get in your face, take away the easy throws with single high coverage and an extra defender in the box, you play zone coverage and split split safety zone looks, you do get absolutely shredded in the middle of the field. And they've been terrible. So the fear for the Broncos is if you have the same approach to Josh Allen that you had earlier this season against Lamar Jackson, where you say, you know what, we're scared of him as a runner, so we're going to just play zone coverage and let him shred us. Josh Allen will throw for 400 yards. I'm just telling you right now. He's going to throw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns, and the Bills are going to cruise into the next round of the playoffs.
That's where the growth is. That's where the growth from Joe Brady is. Josh, this is what they're going to try and do. Don't be Superman. Like, we want you to be Superman on 3rd and 14. You want to become Wyoming Josh Allen again? By all means, go do it. But don't get behind the sticks, and we are going to attack the middle of the field. As long as we don't take negative plays, which I know the Broncos create that as much as any other defense in the NFL, if not more, as long as we don't get behind the sticks, we will chunk our way down the field. Now, it's a little bit concerning for the Bills because if they're going to be methodical and work their way down the field, it gives you a little bit less margin for error because you need to capitalize as you're taking up that clock. But the Bills' red zone offense is exceptional.
It's Josh Allen. Josh Allen's body. His body is the red zone offense. Like I say it to everybody because that's where the pass or the rushing abilities of Josh Allen come to life.
I'm supposed to be so nervous about a guy who didn't even make first team All-Pro in the AFC. I'm supposed to be so nervous about that guy.
Yes, you are. And I know you're kidding when you say that. I absolutely know that. And I think that really, seriously speaking, from a Bills standpoint, the fan base here is a bit concerned this week, not so much about the Broncos. Like, I think everybody here respects what the Broncos are good at and knows that this is going to be a tougher game than probably like the betting line indicates. But they're fearful that something could go wrong because it feels like this year they have the pieces to really go on a run. And so much of that is because of Josh Allen. Josh Allen, I have covered him his entire time since he got drafted out of Wyoming. There's just something different about the guy this year. And it's hard to really explain it, but the way he has played, the command of the offense, the things he is able to do, and he thrives on the big stage. So there is fear here in Buffalo of like, well, what if Josh has a bad game? Because if Josh has a bad game, then all of a sudden the Broncos can absolutely win this game. I don't know if I'm thinking he's going to have a bad game. I just don't see the reason they lose ever at this point in the season because of him. He is historically one of the best playoff quarterbacks in NFL history. I know he has not won it all. It's not his fault. It's a lot of people's fault, but it's not his fault. And I think he's going to ball out on Sunday.
Matt, I want to get a heat check there in Buffalo. And you guys technically are central New York, western New York, upstate New York.
Western.
Yeah, whatever the hell. I mean, you're
New
just
York.
out there. You're out there to me. Even though I was actually, my dad coached at West Point, so I do have New York ties as a child. But question for you, two-parter. What is the overall sense in western New York, the Buffalo fan base, about this rookie quarterback that's coming into town, Bo Nix? And the second part would be, what are the concerns that Bills fans do have about their own defense, based off of what maybe the perceptions are of this Broncos offense?
Yeah, I think people really like Bo Nix. I think people are very impressed with what he brings to the table. I think they like the athleticism. They like the fact that he's just got a little bit of swagger. And it reminds you a little bit of young Josh Allen. Different skill sets, but it reminds you a little bit of that. And you think back to what Josh Allen was able to do in the early parts of his career, and you're like, okay, there's something there. Schematically, this would be my concern as far as the Bills defense is concerned. From all of the scouting and reading and everything that I've done on the Broncos this week, it feels like Bo Nix likes to do two things. He likes to throw it short, behind the sticks, or he likes to try and beat you over the top. Their intermediate passing game does not seem like it's going to be something that really terrifies the Bills. The thing that concerns me is the short passes. The Bills stink at stopping screen passes. They just do. It doesn't suit their defense well with the personnel that they have. Now, they're a little bit better now than they were in the beginning of the year because of guys like Matt Milano, Terrell Bernard, Taron Johnson back. They've been played parts of the season without arguably their 3 best guys on defense. So they're a little bit better at it now, but like you can beat the Bills with chunk plays behind the line of scrimmage. Eventually they'll adjust to it and they'll figure out how to stop it. But then when they figure out how to stop it, it's, can you beat them over the top? Can you send Mims 50 yards down the field and beat the safeties? The blessing and the curse for the Bills defense is that the safeties are the weak point of the entire team. But they play so deep that it's literally just do not beat us over the top. Like, they don't play any other role on this defense other than, like, we're not going to give up a 50-yard pass.
Yeah.
So there is some fear that Bo Nix can come in here and make some noise. But Sean McDermott has such an impressive record against rookie quarterbacks. Over the course of his career, I think he's lost like 4 games to rookies. One of them was last week to Drake May when the Bills played Josh Allen 1 snap. One of them was in a wind game where there were 65-mile-an-hour gusts and they lost to Mac Jones. And then one of them was to Trevor Lawrence when they lost a 9-6 game that was weird. So I think that Bo Nix is concerning, but the bigger concern would be if Josh Allen had a bad day.
We've talked so much about Josh Allen, and rightfully so this week. I still think he's going to win the MVP. There's a lot of traction behind Lamar Jackson right now that he might go and steal it, but for me, he's been my MVP. It was my pick at the beginning of the year. Buffalo has been my pick to make the Super Bowl out of the AFC since the summer. The one thing I didn't see coming was James Cook leading the league in touchdowns. And for me, when I look at the Bills, we started off the interview and started off the show today with my question of what makes this Bills team different. You obviously went directly to Josh saying, well, he's kind of this jack of all trades. He's not just going to run through you. He's not just going to pass. He's going to do whatever it takes to win. For me, the difference, at least from an outsider's point of view, this is the first time the Bills have been able to run the ball in like a decade. Talk to me about James Cook.
Yeah, James Cook is good. I think James Cook is good and the offensive line is great. And they're coached exceptionally well by Aaron Kromer, the Bills offensive line coach. And I feel like that has led to a lot of James Cook's success. This has been a Joe Brady transition. From the time that they fired Ken Dorsey the day after the Bills lost to the Broncos last year, Joe Brady comes in, and it was like, okay, we're going to be more balanced. Just we're going to take things off of Josh's plate, and we're going to, at times, commit to running the football. So James Cook has breakaway ability. He can bust off a big play. The one thing that James Cook is not exceptional at is early down efficiency. It feels like there's a lot of times they'll hand it to James Cook on first down, and all of a sudden it's 2nd and 9 or 2nd and 10, whatever. You just kind of have to live with that because every once in a while he'll break off a big play. He's a really good player, but he's not on the field a ton. Like, their third down running back is Ty Johnson, which is really weird and interesting to say. But like, James Cook had 16 rushing touchdowns and played, not a ton of snaps in like third down situations. So yeah, and he can burn you in the passing game too. The minute Josh rolls to his right is when you got to start looking for James Cook or Ty Johnson out on the field, because that's when, if you're a Broncos fan, you're listening to this, you're watching this right now, if Josh Allen breaks contain and rolls to his right, that's when you're in trouble, because that's when he becomes Superman, and almost like every jaw-dropping play of his career is rolling to his right, and now James Cook is one of those guys that he's looking to. James Cook and Ty Johnson.
We're on with Matthew Beauvais here on the Ramos Law Hotline, and just to be honest, Matthew, it's hard to say this to a Buffalo guy, to a Western New York guy, but here of 7 News, WKBW, the voice of Western New York, I got to give you credit, man. You're a big-time knower of football. One of the best guests we've had. You've got to be a Syracuse guy based off what Alex Ryan-Emi has told me about Syracuse broadcasting.
Shockingly, he's not.
No, I'm not. And
so
I
you
take
mean
great
to tell me, that somebody that doesn't go to Syracuse is good at this job? I didn't know it existed.
I take great pride in not being a Syracuse person.
Son
And that's not to say,
as do I, brother.
That's not to say that like Syracuse isn't, just like the best of the best when it comes to broadcast journalism. Listen, I am from Western New York. I went to Buffalo State University, which is probably something nobody in Denver has ever heard of.
So that's not like the Buffalo Bulls, like the MAC football program.
No, that's Division III. So Buffalo Bulls is D1. Okay. Buffalo State.
What's
is
your
Division
mascot?
III.
What's your
Bengals, baby.
Go Bengals. Go Bengals. Yeah, we're
that.
the Bengals. But listen, like the Bills mean so much here
Yeah.
that you got to know football because it's really kind of what just makes this city so everybody like this conversation that we're having, you could call up like my buddies in my group chat and they could have the same conversation because that's just how much they know about football. The Bills mean so it's hard to comprehend, it's hard to explain to people, but when you are in a smaller city, like the Bills legitimately take up the entire every week the Bills what they do in a game impacts the city like way more than it should.
Green Bay,
you
Wisconsin.
Go into
Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's Green Bay, Buffalo. There are very few places that are like it. It's hard to explain. There's so much coverage of the team. There's so many people who cover the team, and it's really, really fun. And it's been really incredible these last couple of years because they have been good, but at the same time, it's like they haven't quite gotten over the hump. So now the question is, can this be the year? Which is why everybody is so terrified. I mean, this is an excruciating week in Buffalo. There's no positive outcome. If they win, they're supposed to. I'm serious. If they win, they are supposed to win. And then all of a sudden, they got to start thinking about their next game. If they lose, it is a massive failure. And then people will be calling for the head coach to lose their job.
Well,
there's really no good thing that can happen this week for the Bills.
Listen, if they lose, I will have you back on the show next week. Matt Bovee of ABC7 in Buffalo. I appreciate your time, brother.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy this weekend.
Awesome job, Matt. Appreciate it.
Too damn good, man. Can't win situation for the Bills. An organization other than the Lions, like it's the only other organization that you have that it's so ingrained in these devastating losses that you can't seem to shake it. And you know what it feels like? It's funny. You guys were talking about Green Bay, talking about Buffalo. It was Denver before all the transplants. And you know what it was? It was Denver with the Nuggets before the championship. That's who they are right now. That's who they are.
Uh-huh.
It's the Nuggets before the championship.
Probably, and this predates my lifetime, but it's also probably Denver before you added any of the other major sports.
Oh, yeah.
With the Broncos.
Getting hammered in the Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Look at what 1997.
Like late 60s, early 70s Denver Broncos. Like, but it's been that way for Buffalo the entire time.
Did anyone think the back-to-back Super Bowls were going to happen in the late 90s after the history of this franchise? Nope. That's Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports 92.5.
First down and goal at the 5. Madison the single back. Bryant in motion. Play action. Minshew looking. Throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown. But there is...
Pat Surtain, one of 5 Broncos to make the NFL All-Pro teams. He is a first-team cornerback. Right guard Quinn Miners, first-team All-Pro. Punt return, Marvin Mims, first-team All-Pro. Your second-team All-Pros are Zach Allen and Nick Bonito, tied for the second most player selections in Broncos history with the 1978 team. 1996 bested them by 1 with 6 players. That from Mike Kliss of 9 News. All-Pro selections all over the place in orange and blue.
And it's stuff you love to see. And I'm really excited about Quinn Miners in this particular one because he was a Pro Bowl snub. How in the world are you a first-team All-Pro AFC representative and you're not even in the Pro Bowl? The Pro Bowl thing is, you said it, Raj, it's dumb. It's fictitious. It's fake. I don't even know why they even have a Pro Bowl anymore. It's like a 7-on-7 exhibition tournament. But I'm so excited for Quinn Miners because this offensive line they've done an unbelievable job of protecting a rookie quarterback who also has done a great job of protecting himself by getting rid of the football and being very challenging to sack. I just think that somebody from this offensive line absolutely had to be rewarded with the first team All-Pro, and I think it's a great representative.
Here are the rest of your first team All-Pro offensive players. Quarterback Lamar Jackson, running back Saquon Barkley, Brock Bowers, first team All-Pro as a rookie tight end. Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are your first 2 wide receivers, followed by Amon-Ra St. Brown. Tristan Wirfs is your first team left tackle. Creed Humphrey, first team center. Penei Sewell, first team right tackle. Your first team All-Pro on defense, as we mentioned, Pat Surtain is your first cornerback. Derek Stingley Jr. is the second slot corner. Marlon Humphrey from Baltimore. Kirby Joseph and Xavier McKinney from Green Bay and Detroit are your safeties. Edge rushers Trey Hendrickson and Myles Garrett from Cincinnati and Cleveland. Cam Hayward is your interior defensive lineman, first team All-Pro. He joins Chris Jones of the Kansas City Chiefs. Fred Warner, first team All-Pro linebacker.
So how many Bills are on this list here?
On first team?
Yep.
0.
Wow.
0.
Either offense, defense?
0. I see second team Josh Allen. Is that it? I don't see any other ones.
Talking with Matthew Bova. I mean, and the Broncos are the underdogs in this game?
That's kind of nuts to me, man.
Couldn't tell.
Is he the only he's the only first or second team All-Pro for the Bills? That's a little bit of fuel to the fire there in Buffalo. I don't know if I love that.
I don't love it either.
I don't know if I like that.
You know, McDermott's already thinking up some type of 9/11 pregame speech around all the things with the snubs of the All-Pro team.
I know for a fact I don't like that.
I also don't like McDermott. I think he sucks. I think he's got a punchable face, and I think that. First of all, I think what he did with the 9/11 stuff, I can't believe that got glossed over. I think that was absolutely inappropriate and ridiculous, and that's my own personal opinion. I think that sometimes coaches try to get a little too creative with their motivational tactics. Second of all, I know some people that have worked for him in the industry, and I think he is another one of these incredibly paranoid, schizophrenic head coaches in big spots and is the ultimate control freak. And that's why I think, just like James Franklin, I think that is advantage Denver Broncos in this moment.
James Franklin and the Nittany Lions when they needed it the most, man. That was the most Penn State quarterback thing that I have seen from Drew Aller. He is every other Penn State quarterback that we have ever seen.
It is a Spider-Man meme. The emoji's going around right now, and says there's a graphic on social media. every single Penn State quarterback in the last 25 years, they're all pointing at each other as Spider-Man. They're like, yep, Matthew McGloin, yep, same guy. Trace McSorley?
Trace McSorley.
Yep, that's you. Christian Hackenberg, yeah, looks like me, doesn't it, Drew Aller? It's, man. At some point, James Franklin, all he does when he loses games like this, he either plays a narrative, and last night his little narrative was that he's a transformational coach, not a transactional coach. Oh, really? Because in years past, every time that you've lost one of these top 5 games, of which you've now lost 15 of them and only won 1, guess what you've done? You've been transactional by firing people around you to shift the blame away from yourself. And when you're a head coach, even if the quarterback, Drew Aller, throws that interception, who's responsible for that? The head coaches. It all trickles uphill. And I'm sick and tired of head coaches not taking like extreme accountability and saying, you know what, I'm the problem. Well, guess what? You are the problem, James Franklin. And you, as a university, Penn State throws so much money into it. They had the better roster than Notre Dame. If you looked at it, the eye test of the edge players, the skill players, the tight ends, the running backs, Penn State had the better team. And they lost to a Notre Dame team because James Franklin, you got outcoached by Marcus Freeman. The same guy you tried to big brother and act like, oh, how old are you? 38? That's cute. Oh, that's a nice hairline you got there. Well, guess what, James? Nobody cares about your stupid bald head because you lost.
Notre Dame winning, is that the first, like, that's the biggest thing that you can take to the table of saying we're never going to a conference. There's no reason for us to ever go to a conference.
They took the entire payday of every round that they've won.
Mine.
Straight to NIL, straight to coaching extension contracts.
No reason.
Straight to a new facility. Like
Our
whatever.
money.
What do we want? And we already get the NBC money by ourselves.
Don't
We
have to share it with
nobody.
anybody. It's like everyone's complaining about how they're, not in the ACC, not in the SEC, and the Irish. Like, had they lost in the first round, I suppose.
You know what I say to all
What?
that?
Yeah, it's such an easy reason to hate them, but it's so true. Just go cry.
Yeah.
Go cry.
Go.
And
I
the fact that
I don't see Penn State coming out with the movie Rudy and everybody goes and sees it.
And the fact that you play in a first round game, right? You're now guaranteed to play in a first round game. You're not getting a bye. You're not a conference champion. It's just simply not going to happen. You have to play the next week.
You know who became my favorite college football player last night? And he's arguably one of the ugliest, grossest, quarterbacks in the history of football is Riley Leonard. He's gross, man, and I love the way he plays. He's like the ultimate grit, tough guy, find a way. And then even after the game, they're like talking about how great he was to come from behind. He's like, I was terrible, guys. I was bad. My teammates picked me up, and he was genuine. It wasn't just the typical, false humble brag type deal. That guy's awesome, man. And I can see why he's led this team because he is a real one. And that's what I want in sport. Just like Nikola Jokic, he's a real one. I like real people that are honest and they stand up in the moment.
When Matt Beauvais of ABC7 opened up the show with us to talk about the Bills and the Broncos, when he was describing the change in Josh Allen this year, all I could think about was Nikola Jokic. He'll do anything and everything. And while he's not going to wow you,
why did you put that into the
airwaves?
I
know. I'm just telling. I can't.
You talk about bad particles now flying around the Denver parts.
I can't help but see it. That
I'm a freak of nature, and
while he's not going to wow you in terms of shaking a guy with a juke like Lamar is, he's not going to wow you with throwing for nearly 5,000 yards and north of 40 touchdowns like Joe Burrow's going to. He's going to do everything at well above an elite well above an average level and bordering on elite. He's going to take care of the ball. He's not going to make mistakes. And all that screams to me is he's got every tool in the box, just like Nikola does. And it scares the crap out of me this weekend. I have to be honest with you. And I've had a lot of people on the text line. I totally get it. I get it. I'm going into this game scared. I'm going into this game nervous when I shouldn't be because the Broncos have nothing to lose. But I get the text messages coming in, like tell that to the 1997 Broncos that they had no chance. They were a wild card team. And then I go, the 1997 Broncos were 12-4 and finished one game behind the Chiefs. And they had a 37-year-old John Elway who had been there, done that, and won MVPs. They had a 25-year-old Terrell Davis. They had 4 first-team All-Pro players on that. And granted, like that gets kind of negated by this morning's news. The two teams are vastly different. The 97 Broncos are not the wild card team that the 2024 Broncos are.
I guess we'll find out. I think we'll find out. Yeah, Josh Allen he's a really special player. He's beloved in Buffalo. He's beloved by the national media. There's no question about it. He's beloved by people in these parts that watched him play at the University of Wyoming. He's a great player. He's just not Nikola Jokic. And he has not proven that he is worthy of being considered as the elite of the elite yet, because he hasn't done it in the postseason. I mean, really, when it really counts, for his legacy to be even in the same conversation, obviously in basketball.
He has to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's got to win a Super Bowl.
He has to win a Super Bowl.
In the Patrick Mahomes era.
Kyle on the text line says this game kind of reminds me of when the Avs played against Calgary in the playoffs when Makar made his debut. It is, I think it's similar. I do think it's similar, where you have a Calgary team that's looked at as arguably the best in the West, but no one thinks they're like a true contender because there was another team waiting for them. And that's what Buffalo and Kansas City is right now. If you look back at that 2017-2018 Avs run, when you looked at Calgary in the playoffs, who was the more dangerous team in the West? And I think you can make the argument that the most dangerous team in the Western Conference that year was Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't really look at Calgary as a top number one seed. Maybe that's how you look at Buffalo this year. I know they're not a number one.
They come
but because Kansas City's there, you kind of look and you go, meh.
I think sometimes I'd say the current state of the national narrative is that Buffalo is kind of the one seed, right? Like there's so many people that are very incorrectly shaming the Chiefs for stumbling their way to a 15-2 regular season record and playing in all the one possession games. They're not very good. That's such a dumb narrative. It's a bad narrative because these guys know how to win when they need to win. Buffalo hasn't proven that. Period. They haven't proven that. And that's why I like the Broncos in this spot, not because they have proven it, but because they're naive enough and hungry, and what does he call it? Young and hungry? Is that what Sean Payton always says? They're dangerous. Young and hungry is dangerous. Is that his deal?
Something
young
like
and
that.
hungry can sometimes be pretty dangerous.
Yeah. I think that the naivete of young and hungry against a Buffalo team that is starting to pressure themselves into feeling like they've got to do this now. I like the Broncos, and I think they have a better coach too.
That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan. I mean, take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint.
It's Friday, isn't it, Raj?
Sure is, baby.
So I can cut the rug a little bit?
We're going to pop some tops in about an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Tell you what we're watching this weekend, and I guarantee we'll be watching some college football playoff tonight.
But I'm also going to, I'm pulling a doubleheader tonight.
Nuggets and Nets.
Yeah.
Aren't you
I'll
going?
be
You're going to be at the game, and I do believe if you guys are, if you're looking for a late game drink,
go up to Colorado Social.
I would head up to Colorado Social. I would stick around for Altitude After Dark, and you might be able to see our buddy Mike Sanford.
Is this a different Altitude After Dark? Because I have the DMAC Altitude After
Oh,
Dark.
sorry, no, it's
what do
the
they call it? Ball
Is
Arena.
it Late Night at Ball Arena? Is
that's
that it?
exactly what
Late
they
Night
call
at
it.
Ball
Yeah,
Arena.
Tell you what.
There's too many damn things. Like last night happened. You guys were doing Altitude After Dark, but you
Yeah.
were doing it at the same exact time where Springer and I were supposed to be going on doing post game for Avs. So like I kicked DMAC off of his own YouTube channel, but we
Which
couldn't
was
get on
fun.
our own
I
Twitch.
like anytime you can kick DMAC off his own YouTube channel is a net win for
Because you
everybody.
never know when the hell someone's going to be actively live because we're doing a million things at once right now.
It's good. It's good, man. We're here for all the people, all the different tastes of what people are looking for. So yeah, I got a little date night with the wifey. We're gonna go pregame for the Nuggets Nets game. Excuse me.
All
Nuggets. Nuggets. Is it
The Nets. Yes, the Brooklyn Nets.
Brooklyn Nets? Yes. I know they changed their logo and city, but they're
That was
still
like
the Nets.
15 years ago.
Was it that long
Dude,
ago?
it was so long ago.
I was coaching college ball, man. It's all. I just thought the black and white was really cool, and their arena in Brooklyn looks awesome. I haven't been to it.
The Brooklyn Nets the Brooklyn Nets changed their name from the New Jersey Nets and changed their colors and their logo in 2012.
That's only it's 12 years ago.
Coach, it's a dozen years ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm excited. So
You're a father of one a dozen years ago.
Boy, you're right. How about that?
It's
That's
a while.
really good.
It's a long time.
Tell you what, man, that Syracuse education's coming through. Because I
haven't taken.
If you would ask me how many kids I had in 2012, I would have had no clue. I would have said anywhere between 0 and 3.
What was I doing in 2012? I was a sophomore in college.
Ooh, you had frosted tips,
No, I never had frosted tips.
spiky hair,
Spiky hair.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of looks the same that it does now.
a little bit less comb over.
A little bit less comb over.
Yeah, a little bit more, kind of more vertical.
Kind of more faux hockey.
Yep.
That was very in
Did you ever
the
kind
early
of
2010s.
kind of push it all together and up
constantly?
Yeah.
That was the douchiest thing that I think I've ever done.
Ooh, there's got to be douchier.
No, it's pretty good. I had a bunch of buddies. It was very popular back when I was in like middle school and early high school when long hair was in vogue.
I was a long hair guy.
Long hair was my generation's broccoli hair.
Mm.
You know what I'm talking about with this crop of teenagers where they all get like perms. Freaking weird. So long hair was my version of broccoli
This little
hair.
front, like, I don't know, is it Mahomes? Is it like Drew Aller has that?
Broccoli hair.
It's awful.
It's terrible. It looks
like,
horrible.
It is going to be a massive, just tarnished stain on this Gen Z.
They're going to hate it. In 10 years, they're going to look back and go, what was I doing? Just like all of us were.
Like Drew Aller with that broccoli hair, the front broccoli spear.
Can't do it.
He threw that interception across his body solely because of that broccoli hair. That's how bad it is.
If he had a crew cut, he would have zipped that thing in for a 20-yard
and then
gain.
he pops his own top, his helmet, goes on the sideline, and he's just bad body language, like just sad, like so sad, and all you can see is his broccoli hair just reaching out and saying, "Yeah, Penn State Nation, I screwed this up for you. Please, Notre Dame missed the field goal."
Alex calls it ramen noodle hair. Yeah,
Very good.
It's the
Very
same
good.
thing. Back when I was that age, the popular thing to do was get out of the shower with wet hair, put a flat brim cap on, and then blow dry your hair up so that it curled around the edges of the hat.
That was solid. I did that. I didn't actually use a blow dryer.
I never did it, but that was like
But
when I
I
talked
would
about
grab-
looking like a D-bag, that's it.
But that's still like a thing in the hockey community. Hockey guys still have good, like Jared Bednar.
Bensie's got to get rid of the flow, man. And I know he doesn't care, and the morning guys have gone after it. He's got to get rid of the flow. He's got to go back to high and tight.
Why?
Because he looks better.
No, he does
Yes,
not. He
does.
looks sick in a
and
flat
also
bill.
the abs. Also the. I'm not saying he needs to get rid of the flat bill, but like that's when.
Take a lap.
That's when the abs won a cup. Go back to high and tight, baby.
I think that he is Jared Bednar 2.0, ready for his second cup. And I think that it's going to be with full lettuce, full hang time, and nice little, like, he's going to have that. It's going to be
Little
just
curly cues,
curling right around and almost kind of grabbing that flat bill, that 7 3/8 fitted flat bill.
It looked pretty good last night. 6-1 win, hammering
that was
Minnesota
good.
on the second leg of a back-to-back.
Yep.
The Ross Colton goal last night almost made me spit my water out, where he just got the pizza of all pizzas in front. He's just standing there waiting for the Minnesota defenseman to make a breakout pass. He flubs the pass. It goes straight to Colton's tape on top of the crease, and Gustafsson has no idea what's going on. The Avs go up 2-0. That was pretty much all she wrote. And they hammered Minnesota in the third period. They looked really good.
They did.
And what did I say? If you can bookend the bad loss to Chicago with wins against Florida and then the team ahead of you in the Central, I've already forgotten about the Chicago loss.
It's almost like the Nugs and the Avs are running parallel a little bit with some of these back-to-back and/or like that was a bad loss. This is a really good win. There's a lot of that going on. But it's the strangeness of an 82 game season. There's strange results, especially when you're in the January. It starts feeling more real. That's what I've always said, that January, especially in the NBA, it's starting to kind of like, okay, now we're getting into some. This is starting to form who we are.
And I do think you've seen a little bit of that out of the Nuggets ever since they came out of Christmas. It's still not there. Like, it's still not where they need to be to beat Oklahoma City or maybe to beat Houston if Houston feels real this year. It's not there yet, but it is starting to trend in the right direction.
Right.
The defensive efforts over the past couple of games have gotten better. You beat an LA team that, granted, no Kawhi, but still...
You didn't have Jokic and AG.
Right, so you're arguably more hurt there. Brooklyn's a bad team, and they're hurt too. So, like, if you lose tonight, it wouldn't be shocking because the Nuggets have had bad losses this year to bad basketball teams, but it has started to turn. And it's starting to make me think that while I don't believe it was overreaction from us or for the fan base to start the year, if it continues to get better, you will look back at this and go, this is what not putting the pedal to the floor feels like for the Nuggets.
Can you name 3 players for the Brooklyn Nets right now?
I can name 2 players, and they're both hurt: Cam Johnson and D'Angelo Russell. Those are the two guys that I can name. I cannot.
I don't think you're supposed to do this when you're on sports talk radio because you're supposed to act like you know everything. I couldn't have named 1 player for the Brooklyn Nets 5 seconds ago until I looked him up.
That's it. Those and the 2 guys are likely not playing tonight. Ben Simmons is a net right now? Huh. Who would have known? There you go. They should hammer Brooklyn.
Couldn't tell.
You should beat, and especially if you get Jokic and AG back tonight, which is a possibility, you should hammer them. And I'm waiting for them to start making this run that the Avalanche have.
Is the NBA kind of in a strange spot? I'd love to hear your take on this, KJ. Is it in a bit of a strange spot that there are more teams maybe than there were from my heyday of following the NBA as a 80s, 90s kid, where there are teams that have nobody of any significance on their roster?
Yeah, it's definitely playing out that way. A lot of it has to do with, obviously, the big markets. They run the NBA. They've been running the NBA. And I think the other problem is...
But Brooklyn should be a big... it's New York.
It is, but they will forever be the little brothers to the New York Knicks. And that's just the nature of the beast. So when KD...
They got better pizza, man.
Well...
They got better paisan.
Listen, if only pizza made you a better basketball player.
If we're talking about pizza in that area, it's Connecticut's got the best pizza.
New Haven, baby.
Connecticut's got the best pizza.
I lived on the street, Worcester Street, with Frank Pepe's Pizzeria Napolitana.
News out of NCAA football: Carson Beck enters the transfer portal yesterday. He will be going to Miami. Carson Beck, Miami Hurricane.
Following one of those Cavender twins. One of those Instagram hoopers.
I'm going to guess that Carson Beck doesn't have a real shot with the Cavenders.
He's dating him.
He's dating a Cavender?
Yes, he's been dating a Cavender twin.
That guy's dating a Cavender?
Yes. Yeah, that's man.
His eyes are on the opposite sides of his head.
No.
Whoa. He looks like Sid from Ice Age.
Oh.
He's got a Cavender? You know what? NIL money, man, that'll...
Oh, my God.
Helps.
But they have NIL money. It's almost like...
Like, at least Paul Skeens is a decent-looking fellow with that mustache, and he bagged Livy Dunn.
He's got a pretty solid lip curtain. Yeah, Carson.
And he's good at his job. He's like the best pitcher on the planet. And Carson Beck is
if you want to go
not.
down, if you want to go down a pretty big rabbit hole here with Carson Beck, just kind of search his name and look for Snapchat drops. He's made a fool out of himself over the course of the last 5 years. That guy is I am not a Carson Beck fan. As a
No,
guy
you're
who
not.
coached the position, I cannot stand Carson Beck.
Oh, it's Coach Mike Sanford.
And
I'm
he's not
Alex
good either.
Ryan. Second half of the program coming up. We've got Nuggets and Nets tonight starting at 6:30 p.m. You can head on out to Ball Arena, go watch that game, see Coach Mike Sanford up at Colorado Social later on today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. We're going to be doing a special pregame show at number 38 on Sunday morning. I'll tell you the details on that next. Tell me how soft I am right now, or how shell-shocked I've been from Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, where there's some little... I've got this brain worm that's been eating at me for the last 2 days. Like, of course.
Raj, that brain worm has been eating at you as long as I've known you. Please continue.
I desperately
digress.
want the Broncos to win this weekend. Like, it would be the coolest thing if you can find a way to make that upset, and then you get a chance to walk into Arrowhead and see, can Bo do it again?
Just don't do this.
Can Bo do it again?
Don't Raj curse us.
I'm not Raj curse. I might be doing the opposite.
Okay, good. I like opposite Raj curses.
This little brain worm.
As long as you don't acknowledge that they're opposite Raj curses.
This I won't do it. We have to like skirt around the.
Very careful. Very careful. Tread lightly. Brainworm.
Brainworm.
It's a 2-day brainworm?
It's a 2-day brainworm.
Okay. As opposed to the...
I hate the Chiefs so much. I hate Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs and their success so damn much that I almost want the Broncos to lose this weekend to make the Chiefs' first game harder. Because the Chargers, as of right now, have a better chance of beating the Chiefs if they're the lowest seed going in. Am I correct?
How did those two games play out between the Chargers and the Chiefs, regular season? Because the Broncos, good on good.
Loss.
But the actual games, I got to look at, like, what was the score of those games? I mean, probably, based off the Chiefs, it's probably a one-score game. Because every game was a one-score game. But the Broncos had the damn Chiefs beat. Good on good.
They did have them beat.
In Kansas City.
They did have them beat.
They had them beat.
Chargers lost 19-17 in week 14, and then they lost 17-10 in week 4. So one-score games in both of them. I'm telling you, it's a weird. I hate that I have this. I hate that they have buried themselves.
So sick, man.
It's brutal. I hate that the Chiefs have done this to me where I go,
actually,
so how do the Chiefs not win another Super Bowl? Well, if the Broncos win, on paper, the Broncos are an easier matchup for the Chiefs than, let's say, Houston or the Chargers would be. Therefore, if the Broncos lose, I'm really not all that upset because then the Chiefs could lose in round. Like, that is how much they have bored their way into my poor, pathetic brain. That I'm talking myself into, well, if the Broncos lose to the Bills, it's really not all that bad. That's how pathetic I am.
I'm a bit.
I had to unload it to you.
But
I'm sorry.
You're born and raised here in Denver, so you're allowed to have those feelings of extreme.
Astro Sapien goes, Raj been hanging out with RFK.
You're allowed to have extreme hatred of the Chiefs. I am, as a sports and football connoisseur, I've moved to Denver. I've become an instant fan of a team because I've never had an NFL team that I rooted for that stayed my team because they fired my dad, which was the Chargers. We've established that. I like when history's made in the game of football. So like I'm like okay if indeed the Broncos are out. I'm okay with not only the short-term aspect of the Chiefs three-peating and cementing a dynastic run, which it already is.
You need to change that thought process.
This is my thought process. What's the tax of winning 3 in a row?
Losing players?
Yes.
Yeah, but Patrick Mahomes is like the 11th highest paid quarterback in the league.
I mean, he's not going to be forever.
How long is his contract right now? The Patrick Mahomes contract right now runs through 2031.
All those contracts are meant to be. They're all rewritten though, man.
Rewritten, but like the guy understand. It's so frustrating because he does it. He's doing it the right way. He's doing it the Brady way, where he goes, you know what? I'm gonna make a bunch of money, and you're gonna give me an escalator.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I ordered the Titan 15.
Dude, I'm telling you,
really
he's doing
good.
it
Double
the right
turkey,
way.
Double provolone. It's really good.
Signing
Gosh,
that deal.
I love that Subway Titan 15 XL.
Signing that deal has allowed the Chiefs to supplement the roster with a really good defense, a good pass rush, and while he doesn't have Tyreek Hill to blow the top off defenses, he's been able to keep a decent offensive line. He's been able to keep Travis Kelce there. That's the reason why I hate it, because if they even win a third one, what should happen is, attrition due to championship, which is what happened to the Nuggets, what happened to the Avs. It's not going to happen to the Chiefs. It is a horrible sickness that I have. And I hate it.
So I'm taking it that you didn't watch the Donna Kelsey produced
Absolutely not.
Hallmark movie.
Absolutely not.
It was really, it was really good, Raj.
And the 2-3-2 goes.
It's really good.
The 2-3-2 goes. It's the most misguided logic he's ever heard. I don't like the Chiefs, but I'll never root against the Broncos. I want to make it very clear. I'm not rooting against the Broncos, but there is this reserved window in the back of or room in the back of my head that goes, well, if they lose, it's okay because then the Chiefs have a harder route to three-peating as a championship.
What's worse for the Denver...
I hate that I think this way.
I believe, in terms of the Denver Broncos' future in winning a Super Bowl and regaining a semblance of domination in the AFC West, the worst thing that could happen for the Broncos is the Chargers having immediate success. Because they are still without a lot of pieces, Raj.
That is true.
Like, I would love, if indeed the Broncos lose, I would love the Chiefs to obliterate the Chargers. And Justin Herbert, yeah, he's not the guy. Jim Harbaugh, yeah, it's pretty ugly. I would prefer that. Because the Broncos need to lap.
And then you just hope to
LA
God
Chargers.
that Buffalo beats them.
Yep.
I cannot watch them win another Super Bowl. I can't do it. This is how the rest of the league, this is how the rest of the AFC must have felt for all of those years with Brady in New England. I just can't watch it again.
See, but I got to the point with Brady where it was as a guy that loves great quarterback play, a guy that loves really good play calling and organization and a team that's built the right way. Like you respect it, Raj, and you realize that you are taking part in history. And Andy Reid, while it's so, I know you're a Denverite, you're a Coloradan. Dude, Andy Reid, how can you hate that man? Like, actually,
I liked him in Philly. I liked him in
How can
Philly
you
with
hate the
Donovan
man?
McNabb and T.O. I liked him then.
The bigger threat to the Denver Broncos' future is Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Because eventually, there's an expiration date on what the Chiefs are doing. There is an expiration date.
There's an expiration date on everything.
But I think there's an expiration date sooner on the Chiefs if they keep winning these bad boys.
That's what it's like to be in my mind right now this week. That's how conflicted I am. How terrible is that? That's where my mind is at with the Broncos.
So for people that are just tuning in now, if you're listening for Raj, I'm going to put words in his mouth.
I'm not proud of this.
Raj is not actively rooting against the Broncos.
No, I'm actively rooting for them.
But it's like if the Broncos lose, it might actually be okay because then the Chiefs are more likely to lose against a better Chargers team in the second round, which would be their first round.
There you go.
Than a flawed Broncos team.
That's where my head is at right now.
Really
it's
weird,
It's
man.
miserable.
KJ, what can we
Am I the
diagnose
only
this?
one?
Is there something?
Am I the only one out there that feels that way? No, I'm not. The 4-3-3. The Chiefs need to lose at all costs, even if that means the Broncos need to lose to accomplish that. The 9-8-9. I agree with Raj. I'll be sick if I have to watch the Chiefs win another Super Bowl. I didn't think I was alone here. I promise. That's the reason why I brought it out to you guys. I can't be alone with this amount of hatred. That every single time I watch these guys, I just want to vomit.
Let's get some clarification here. Your Chiefs hatred is higher than your Broncos fandom?
Oh, yes. It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing of I hate losing way more than I ever loved winning.
Michael Malone talked about that yesterday on
Always.
PhD.
Always. It's always been the way
That's why he's so...
it's the same thing.
D-Mac asked him, why are you so scary after losses? and Malone almost was like, I don't mean to be scary after losses. I just hate losing more than I like winning.
That's where I am right now. I hate the Chiefs and their success so much more than I would.
God, there's a lot of people that are with you on this, Raj.
Relish a Broncos first-round victory.
You know what, though? There's at least 5 texts that are rolling in on the Shop Mazda text line about saying that I'm with you, Raj, that your hatred of the Chiefs is greater than your love of the Broncos.
Yes.
And
it's not even close.
I would say this. If you scroll any form of social media, I would say that very sentiment of hating something that is opposing of what you love more than loving what you love, that's what the world consists of. A bunch of haters, Raj. You're a hater.
I don't mean to be. I don't.
At least you're honest, though.
I-
Authenticity is big. I'm a big I would
nothing
take
if
the
not honest,
authenticity
man.
piece over the just play the role, play the part.
I am nothing if not honest. You guys should join us at number 38 on Sunday. Coach Mike Sanford's going to be there. I'll be there. DMAC is hosting.
Get down there. Get down there. We're going to have a lot of fun.
So they open up their doors at 10 a.m. We're going to be live at number 38. We're going to be going from 9 a.m. to 11. They open their doors at 10. The whole crew is going to be on the air, whether they're there live or they're jumping in on the Zoom call. You can watch the game with DMAC at number 38, then finish the day with all of us on the Altitude crew at 8 p.m. with a live commercial-free Altitude After Dark. We'll be reacting to the Broncos and Bills playoff game on 92.5, on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube. We cannot wait to see you guys there on Sunday. And I will be all rah-rah there. I'm going to be delusional. They can find a way to get it done. And if they do, I'll be the same way going into the next week. But I see all of you guys here. Your Chiefs hatred is a beautiful thing. I'd rather be dead than red. You better believe
That's
it.
the CU Nebraska deal.
You better believe it.
Yeah. I agree. I'm in.
Is there anyone else?
Make me somebody who has very little hate in my heart.
I'm going to push back on this a little bit. How much of this, Raj, is due to the fact that the Broncos haven't been good? If the Broncos,
A lot of it.
That's what I'm trying to get out of you.
These are battle scars.
They are battle scars, and it also is born from the Broncos are ahead of schedule. They're ahead of schedule, and everything, all of this that we're living in right now, the gift of being able to talk relevant Broncos football on January 10th for the first time in damn near a decade, it's all sprinkles on top of the Sunday. Even if they lose on Sunday morning.
Gosh,
it's all sprinkles, and I'm okay with it.
This is such a deep conversation.
I know it is, and because they're going in the right direction, they're getting cheaper next year, right? The Russell Wilson cap hit gets cut essentially in half next year. You can start to build things around a promising young rookie contract quarterback in Bo Nix. There is some little portion of my brain that is okay with sacrificing a playoff win if it means that the Chiefs have to lose in round one, because screw the Chiefs.
Raj, you want to know what that little thing in the back of your brain is called? It's called the
CTE.
It's called the disease of inferiority.
And that quiet coyote that you just pulled on me with
it's
your
a lobo.
hands?
It's a lobo. It's a New Mexico lobo.
Don't tell that to the wife.
Oh, that's right.
She's an Aggie.
Porque.
She's an Aggie.
Yeah, hey, they got some snow in New Mexico. Las
Cruces was getting snow last night.
Got
It was
hammered.
insane.
But it is the disease of inferiority, and it has started to infiltrate these parts over the last decade. And you know what I say? I say that we put our foot down now, and we turn more into rooters of the Broncos beating the Bills, beating the Chiefs, and then getting the doors blown off us by the Ravens in the AFC Championship. And you're in a way better spot.
100%.
So stop rooting for other teams to suck more than rooting for your own team to be good. Get rid of this inferiority disease that you have and move on. It's a new era. I believe. It's time for you to believe too, Raj.
KJ's NFL notes are next. Coach is going to give me a lobotomy in the break.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. But before we get there, let's head on out to the phone lines, 303-504-0925. Dylan has been waiting patiently on hold to weigh in on the cancer that I have in the back of my head when I'm thinking about this Broncos-Bills game. Dylan, what up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I'm going to make this quick. I know KJ's got to get into it. But you guys... that old El Paso slogan with the flat bottom taco shells.
Yes. Yeah, I know the taco shells that you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Why can't we have both? Why can't we have a Broncos win and a Chiefs loss?
That's what I'm talking about.
My guy.
That's
My
exactly
guy, Dylan,
what
appreciate
you.
you.
That's the mindset that we all need.
Porque no los dos. You know what? That's what I needed. I told you, you're going to give me a lobotomy in the break. I'm back. Dylan's just the post-op surgeon. Porque no los dos.
You didn't really, you're not bought in. You're not. Yeah, no, you are just playing the role right now because we're getting close to wrapping up the show and you don't want the entire Denver sports market to think that you are completely twisted in the mind that you want the Broncos to lose in order to get the Chiefs out of the playoffs.
KJ, what's up, man?
All right, first story. Vance Joseph has the biggest task on his plate of any coach in the NFL this weekend, and that's slowing down the machine himself.
Josh Allen.
VJ explained during his presser that the key to making sure his pass rushers stay on track is by helping them to understand the importance of containing Josh Allen and simply just containing Josh Allen.
Well, our guys do a great job with that. You know, for 2 years now, we've had games where we couldn't rush by ourselves. A guy like Josh, if you rush him 4, it's 2 gaps open. So if everyone's not on the same page, I mean, he can take off anytime he wants. And if he steps through the B gap, it's dangerous because he can run for 4, 40, or throw it for 50. You know, so rushing together is always key. And having a plan to box him in and to get him on the ground and to chase him when he's moving. The biggest issue is the secondary, staying in coverage that long and plastering receivers. They do a great job with their scramble drill of finding the quarterback's eyes and making big plays. Again, most of their big plays are made on the second act, so that's our challenge this weekend.
Give him the good word right there, VJ. That's what I've been wanting to hear because I didn't like what I heard ahead of that Lamar Jackson game where all we talked about was, there's a threat of him to run. It makes you really change what you do. Oh, yeah, okay. How'd that go? I like what he said. We have to have a plan to stay with rush lane integrity and get his ass to the ground. Gosh, I love it. Box him in. Push that pocket. Make him play from the pocket and do not allow him to step up and then boot out to the right side. VJ, hey, beat yourself, man. Be you. Trust who you are. Because right there, you were dropping bars. And that's what I think is going to happen on Sunday.
And what did Matt Beauvais say early on in the program? If you see Josh Allen break contain and get to his right side, watch out for the backs releasing. That's what he's talking about right there. Keep him inside the pocket. Don't let him release. Don't let the threat of his legs break defense. They're going to have a decent shot if you can keep him from scrambling out. They'll have a decent shot. I just don't know if they
keep
can
him in the pocket.
If you can keep him in the pocket, he doesn't scramble to the right side.
Make him a pocket passer. And I don't think he's elite in that area.
Really?
I don't think he's elite.
What
I think he's damn
that?
Good. It's the same thing as Bo Nix, man. He's got more arm talent than Bo Nix. But if Bo Nix is truly just shotgun, 3-step drop, and you're doing that 15 to 25 times a game, bro, it's proven out. Look at the Chargers' second half. How was it? Not great. Josh Allen the same way. His big plays, his wild plays, his game-altering plays, they come on the second play.
I'll take your expertise over my eyes any day of the week. KJ, what's next?
Playoffs. Drew Brees went on the herd with Colin Cowherd earlier this week. He talked about some of the things Sean Payton will do to get his team ready for a road playoff game specifically, and whether Sean turns into a different coach during the playoffs.
He's going to look at this as
like there's going to be something special this week or something unique this week that he kind of throws into the preparation that makes the guys feel like this is a little something different.
Yeah.
And the fact that, look, you're going on the road and playing, arguably one of the favorites, and a guy in Josh Allen and an environment like the, Bills Mafia, where like he's going to build that up a little bit, like playing in that atmosphere, in that stadium with the weather conditions, like all that stuff. He's going to be talking about, yeah, it's on turf, but it's slick, make sure you got the right cleats. And, he's going to have something about like, man, we're going to like be throwing snowballs, into the stands at the fan. Like he's going to build it up to where it's different, but man, it's going to be fun, right? There's going to be the keys to victory. There's going to be the locked in and focused. But at the same time, like there's going to be something different and fun about this week.
I love it. And I love from the Shop Mazda text line even more. A great idea. I don't even know if Devin Glover from the Shop Mazda text line had this in mind when he was hearing about Drew Brees talking about Sean Payton doing something different and unique. I love this idea. And from Devin said, I think we just got to use the intimidation factor. Let's have Bo Nix walk out of the tunnel, just ripping a dart, smoking a cig, going Dan Marino, circa 1978.
Is Bo a throat rocket guy?
Nah, but why not? It just looks sweet in Buffalo of all places. Buffalo's a place. It's one of the places in America where people are still ripping darts. Just good old-fashioned Marlboro Reds.
It was a popular thing up there.
Oh, yeah. Still is.
I'm sure it's just a way to stay warm,
Yeah, you got to.
It's like a mini fireplace that you have in your fingers.
It's also a nice little accoutrement for a Labette Blue. A Labette Blue and a nice little throat rocket.
Sounds like someone's been there before, Coach.
No. My voice sounds like I've been doing it all this week.
Who cares? JJ, what's next?
Playoffs. On a more serious note, the Minnesota Vikings and the LA Rams game is being moved to Glendale, Arizona for Monday night's wild card weekend matchup. The game is being moved due to the precautions taken by the NFL regarding the devastating fires in California. This is only the second time that in playoff history where a team that was expected to be the home team was moved to a new city for a playoff game. The only other time was in 1936. The Boston Redskins and the Green Bay Packers NFL championship game was moved from Boston to New York due specifically to ticket sales were not good enough, so they moved it to another market, and it ended up working out in their favor. Does this help or hurt the LA Rams now that they don't have a clear home field advantage?
It hurts you. Without a doubt, you have to essentially go on. It's not on the road, but you're still not at home. And the safety of being at home in LA is certainly gone right now with those devastating fires. It's the videos have been horrifying to watch.
It is so incredibly sad.
The NFL did the right thing by moving this game.
The NFL did the right thing, and I'll tell you who else is doing the right thing, and I'm going to glaze one of our boss, which is Kevin Demoff, who runs everything that we do here in media with Kroenke Sports Enterprises Entertainment. Yes, yeah,
there you go.
Yeah,
just a new guy. It's okay.
Well, they also just gave me a badge to enter the building, which is great. So
can't you look at it? Doesn't it say words on the badge?
I think it says KSE. So anyway, Kevin Demoff has gone about and it just says KKSE on here. Yeah, nothing. So, but what I've seen, Kevin Demoff has engaged every single Rams fan on social media and talking about all the different issues that come about. I'm a season ticket holder. I had playoff tickets. They're reselling this game. The NFL's doing it. And he is engaging every single aspect of it, very much similar to what happened with the TV deal with the Nuggets and the Avs, as it was kind of, it was a tough time. And that's, to me, what leadership looks like and makes me proud to work for a company that engages these things head on.
Yeah, the hope is that if there are people who have either evacuated, lost homes, or are in a situation where they can't safely watch the game in their neighborhood, maybe if they had tickets, this is an easier way to bring the family away from that type of devastation where you're going to have to rebuild, but you can kind of go away for a couple of days, see a game, get away from it, take your mind off of it, and then go back. It is horrible what's happening.
Oh, man.
KJ, keep it going, man.
Playoffs. Well, another team that is not going to be in the playoffs anytime soon is the Cleveland Browns. Adam Schefter reported this morning that Deshaun Watson recently re-tore his Achilles that he already tore on October 20th, which is week 7 of the NFL season. He just had surgery yesterday, and now his 2025 season is in huge jeopardy. Is it time for the Browns to consider the Broncos QB plan and just eat the dead cap money? Is it time?
I don't know if they can. Didn't we? We went over the numbers a couple of days ago that I don't know if they can actually cut the guy and field a roster. I think you'll have to wait a couple of years. If you cut Deshaun Watson right now, next season, his dead cap is $99 million.
Sean Payton would look at it and be like, yeah, I did it with 89. Big deal.
I don't. Well, he did it with 89, but they spread it. And if you were to
you
spread it over the course of two,
now Sean Payton right now will let you know that he took 89 this year, which is false. But he likes to throw that in with national clips that get pulled by everybody else. You know, you can do it. It's been proven out. Most of the teams that are in the postseason are playing with a good fair share of dead cap money.
If I'm
correct,
correct,
is one of the most spoken about aspects of off-season football is dead cap money.
If I'm correct here, and I don't know the Brown situation inside and out, I'm just on Spot Track right now, clicking the little scissors button next to 2025 and 2026. Post June 1st release, 2025 dead cap money is $118.9 million. You couldn't field a football team. You couldn't do it. 2026 dead cap would be down to 53, which is you can now field a team. And honestly, you can get to the playoffs if you do it properly. They'll have to keep him on the roster next year. And then maybe you cut him the season after. But his contract is guaranteed through 2026.
Browns need to just cut ties. See ya later. Bye. Eat it now. It is what it is. And draft a quarterback.
I don't know if they I don't know if they can. I don't think they can cut him and field. I literally don't think they can do it. That's $118 million. You can't field a team, coach. You can't do it. You have to keep him on the roster and just go, well, that sucks. We have to pay the guy the money. I don't think you can cut him. I think you can keep him on the team and never play him.
So if I got to pay you with you on my roster, I can pay you without you on my roster. You get what I'm saying? Like
you're more of a distraction on my roster.
Yeah.
I mean, it's money that you're eating either way, right? Raj, are you eating more money by not having him on your team than having him on your team if he's not playing?
Yes.
How?
His cap hit over the next 2 years, 72.9, 72.9.
If he's on the team or off the team.
Yeah, the way I'm reading this right now is his cap hit in 2026 would be $72.9 million. His 2027 cap hit would be 26.9. But that's when the contract runs out. It doesn't make sense for them to cut him. It makes sense for them to never play him and just pay him his salary.
Isn't that the same thing?
No, it's different.
Why?
Because you have to have a penalty for cutting a contract on a team.
The penalty is that you eat the cap of what he was going to be on the team, right?
His dead cap money is $172.7 million.
What is it if he's on the team? If you go with your, what's the difference if you go with
72.9? So next year, if you cut him next year, his dead cap money moves from 172 in 2025 to 2026 with $99.835 million. If he's on the team, his active cap is $72.9 million. He's cheaper to keep on the roster. That's the way that I read this.
Okay, and that's factoring in all of the bonuses, all of that stuff, right?
I don't know. Right. I told you before this. I'm not a.
Can we please stop
an
having
expert on the Browns?
I hate dead cap contract radio. It makes me I don't understand it.
You're asking me questions like
save me.
You're asking me questions like I'm a Cleveland Browns contract expert right now.
I don't think any of us are, man. I mean, we made such a big deal of the Russell Wilson dead cap, and we're in the playoffs with a rookie quarterback.
Bittersweets goes, don't bring it up then. I didn't bring it up. This isn't me.
It's KJ's fault.
Move on.
KJ, don't do that again. Never give us anything that involves the word dead cap. Ever.
Playoffs. I'm now angry.
I hate dead caps.
All right, we're moving on here. According to Tom Pelissero, after several days of discussions about the 2024 season and the future, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones and head coach Mike McCarthy remain open to moving forward, and the sides are expecting to reopen talks on a new contract. Nothing has been negotiated. And if for some reason they can't get a deal done by Tuesday, after Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern time, Mike McCarthy would become a free agent coach, and he could begin to pursue other opportunities. The reason that's important, the Cowboys turned down the Bears' request for a permission to interview him, but if he doesn't get the contract done by Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern, then he can take that interview with the Bears if he chooses. What would you guys do if you were in Mike McCarthy's shoes?
Before I get into that discussion, can I just glaze KJ real quick? He had the coolest pronunciation of the word Tuesday. Say that again. Do that again. That was really good.
Tuesday.
Yeah, I like that.
That was pretty smooth.
That was way better.
That was
than,
pretty smooth.
Way better than a dead cap conversation. I'll tell you that.
That got me so much more heated than it needed to.
Mike McCarthy should stay as the Dallas Cowboys head coach because there's no guarantee. So like whatever it takes to stay on, ride this thing into the sunset, give it one more shot, and then you get fired if you don't have a significant postseason run. Who cares? Even Mike McCarthy's old, man. He's not. I mean, he's not a spring chicken. This isn't Ben Johnson. It's not Cliff Kingsbury.
I mean, also, the team does kind of have your back.
That's what it feels like.
Like they didn't allow teams
to interview
you. Therefore, it seems as though the team wants you back.
Correct.
Like that's not the Cowboys just kind of sticking it to the man, sticking it to the rest of the teams, right?
Mike McCarthy's a good football coach. Okay, he's a good offensive game plan guy. He's had a very effective offenses throughout the entirety of his career. He's a good football coach. Has it gone perfectly in Dallas the entire time? Heck no. Has it gone well for anybody in Dallas for the last 25 years since the incredible run in the 90s? No, it hasn't.
The guy went 4-5 with Cooper Rush and Trey Lance as his quarterbacks.
Pretty good.
That's not bad at all.
Pretty good.
7-10, and Dak Prescott didn't play for you from November 3rd on. I'd keep that guy. I think that's worth another shot, another kick at the can, don't you?
I totally think it is. Yep.
NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They've got locations all over the place. What is it, Louisville, Broomfield, as my notes go away from me right now. I apologize. Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Every major appliance line and brand. Again, you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com as I stumble through that one. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emy. I promise. If I ever have to talk about Deshaun Watson's dead cap money again, just shoot me where I stand.
Yeah, and if I ever really engage that conversation, just make that my last day on Sports Talk Radio.
I got more upset about that than I did about the Broncos and the Chiefs conversation.
Oh, man. It's a hard one. It's a really hard one.
Join us at 303-504-0925. pop some tops in a couple of minutes, tell you guys what we're watching this weekend, get some Broncos predictions as well. We're on day 2 of a beautiful 5-day stretch of college and NFL football. We got treated to it. We said it yesterday. It had a chance to become a classic.
That's all I wanted.
It was pretty close to being a classic, Coach.
It was a classic, especially for the largest international fan base of college football, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, which it is. You can't argue with that. That is a classic game in the history of that program. And Marcus Freeman, I fell in love with that dude after that game. And I've got to know him a little bit. I've had a couple conversations. He tried to hire one of my former colleagues as a defensive coordinator at Notre Dame when he first got the job. We spent a lot of time on the phone. Great dude. But the authenticity in which he answered the questions after they won that game, it made me realize that he is a real one. And there are so few real ones in this industry of coaching college football. A lot of politicians, man. A lot of guys that say the right thing in the right moment, but they don't say what's actually on their mind or what's really in their heart. And I think that Notre Dame as a program is benefiting greatly from the authenticity and genuine leadership of Marcus Freeman. And that type of leadership is what this generation, I find, the Gen Zers, Gen Alpha, whatever, I don't even know what the new generations coming around. They ran out of letters. They respond to authenticity. And that's what Marcus Freeman gave you. It's awesome.
They're in a good spot. Crazy game last night. Terrible pick from Drew Aller in Penn State with 40 seconds to go, or 33 seconds to go on the Penn State 42. Sets up the game-winning field goal, which right off the toe looked like it was going wide right.
It's a little goofy.
Got a little pushback.
Hey, how nervous did Jeter, the kicker from Notre Dame, look?
Terrified.
Dude, I was like, this guy is going to shank this thing.
I saw
70 yards to the right.
I saw a stat that in college football playoff games, field goals from tied teams to win the game were 0-4 going into that point with like under a minute to go.
And did you see Jeter's regular season stats? He's like
no, I didn't.
50% kicker in the regular season. That's terrible.
I really thought we were getting an overtime game there. But at the end of that,
Aller
maybe,
didn't deserve it.
No, he didn't.
Aller did not deserve it.
And he threw two other picks.
Bailed out by
pass
PIs.
Interference call, the defensive holding call. Like there were situations there where like Penn State also probably couldn't have been in the game at the end. It does make me feel that because Notre Dame had to go all the way down to the wire against a team that was kind of like actively trying to give you the game in certain points, certainly in the second half, I think your national champion is playing tonight. Whoever wins the game tonight between Texas and Ohio State is your national champion.
I would say go ahead and pump the brakes there, Raj, because I think this Notre Dame team has the makings of a championship football team. They lost to Northern freaking Illinois at the University of Notre Dame.
That was so long ago, man.
But
so long ago.
My point being is when you carry the prestige of that 24-karat gold dome that you wear on your head and you lose to Northern Illinois at home.
It was actually 24 karat.
It is.
No.
Yes, I'll show you.
No way.
There's gold flecked, 24 karat
Shut
gold.
up, really?
I'll bring the helmet in tomorrow. You'll see it. Or not tomorrow.
That's not just like gold spray paint?
It's gold spray paint, but they put 24 karat gold fleck in the spray paint.
I learned something new today.
Yeah, that's one of the traditions. Only their game day helmet, like their practice helmet is a very generic gold paint. It looks like Purdue's
the most
gold.
Notre Dame thing ever.
No, that's the point. The gravity of wearing that helmet and losing to a Northern Illinois and then responding by ripping off every win in front of you, being called a fraud, and then you just continue by beating the upstart Indiana.
It's actually really cool.
You go beat Georgia, and then you go freaking beat Penn State.
Do they do that for the other teams too? Like the other teams that wear helmets, so it would be lacrosse, hockey.
Yes, they do.
They do the same thing.
Do. Hockey.
There's a Cale Morris, a Colorado kid, I think he either wore a C or an A for them as a goalie. It was a Chicago Blackhawks draft pick, I believe. He changed his skate blades his senior year, and there were gold skate blades. And I just thought it was colored gold. And now you're making me think that there's 24 karat gold in his skate blades, which would be really, I mean, that's a swagger.
Yeah. And I'm not saying obviously it's not solid 24 karat gold. There's
just a little flex.
Yeah.
It's like when you're eating gold flake off of a fancy piece of chocolate ice cream.
Same thing, which I don't know how you digest that.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
We all drank Goldschlager back in the day at one point.
I kind of missed that era, man.
Missed that era?
Yeah, I was a pretty good boy in college. Pretty good boy.
Oh yeah, you got to stay on the team.
Nah,
someone's got to hold the footballs.
The Boise State Broncos were not full of good boys. I'm going to tell you that. We were not a good boy. It was about like Animal House.
NFL playoff games this weekend as we look at the bracket. Texans, Chargers, Ravens, Steelers. Who moves on in those games?
Oh gosh. I think the Ravens are going to obliterate the Steelers. And I think Russell Wilson is going to run into sacks. He will get benched at some point in the game. Justin Fields will come in and won't be any better. He might run for a couple first downs, and you're like, oh, look, it's awesome. And they'll get beat.
I got the Ravens winning that one too. I think they hammer it. I think the Chargers go into Houston and beat the Texans as well.
I do too.
I think they walk
in. Chargers are more of a physical football team, and Justin Herbert is a much, much better current quarterback than sophomoric slump CJ Stroud.
10-point favorites for the Ravens in that Steelers game. On the opposite side of the bracket, we've got the Buccaneers and the Commanders. That's the late game on the 12th.
That's a sneaky awesome game, dude.
We were talking about it yesterday, man, and we're now 1-for-1 in all of these games that we get to watch over the 5 games or the 5-day stretch. I think the only game that's going to be a blowout is Ravens and Steelers. I think Eagles-Packers is close. I think Bucs-Commanders is close.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Vikings, despite winning 14 games this weekend, or this year rather, can lose this weekend. You know, they're technically going on the road, but it's now a neutral site being played in Phoenix.
I actually have a strange take. I think the Rams are going to be the Super Bowl representative on the NFC
Whoa!
side. I think it's going to be one of those rally behind the cause, the story.
Okay.
Think New Orleans. Hurricane Katrina. And they're also, just like New Orleans in Sean Payton's Super Bowl year, they're also playing really good football at the right time. I got the Rams in the Super Bowl.
Wow. That is it. That's a heck of a pick. All right, Coach, let's get into it. We do it every single Friday here. We're going to pop some tops, tell you what our games of the weekend are going to be. I'll obviously be watching the Avs and the Jets tomorrow night at 5 p.m. I'm not going to let it get in the way of my football viewing, as we've got 2 Saturday games, Chargers and Texans, Steelers and Ravens, 2:30 and 6 p.m. But I'm watching the Avs, where I said your greatest test this year would have been the defending Stanley Cup champions in the Panthers. If you get to see Connor Hellebuck, and granted, Winnipeg will be on the second leg of a back-to-back. If you get to see Connor Hellebuck on Saturday, that'll be the next big step that the Avalanche have to take to say, hey, we're here to take the Central Crown. We know we gave you some runway at the beginning of the year, but we got ourselves a goalie and we're back.
Pop the top, baby. Sounds good. I'm going to pop the top to the obvious one, which is the amazing doubleheader of popping tops that I'm going to have on my date night with my lovely wife. Ohio State, Texas at 5:30. Going to be positioned near Ball Arena to then catch the Nuggets play the Nets of undisclosed location. New Jersey.
Undisclosed
Brooklyn,
location.
New York.
And undisclosed players.
Undisclosed players have no idea where their geography is. But the Nuggets and the Nets will be playing each other. And I will be there. And then I'm going to pop the top after the game, after a Nuggets phenomenal victory with Nikola Jokic back in the lineup. Hopefully, I'm going to be hanging out with Demps and maybe Vic if he's able to tough it out.
Oh, Vic did not sound great on the morning show today.
Yeah, Vic's not, he's not built for it, man. He really isn't. He's I don't know. Vic's gotten soft in his old age.
All right, let's pop some tops for the Broncos and the Bills coming up Sunday at 11
So many.
a.m.
Pop all the tops.
And at the request of PhD, we're going to be popping tops at number 38 on Sunday morning, starting at 9 a.m., doors open at 10. Come out and hang out with us, watch the game with D-Mac, myself, Coach Mike Sanford, and other guys here at Altitude Sports Radio. Popping tops to that game. Coach, give me a score prediction Sunday morning for Broncos-Bills.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer. And I think that the Broncos match up well. Styles make fights. Broncos are going to be trailing 21-17. 2-minute drive. Bo Nix is going to stare across, look at his potential nemesis for years to come, and Josh Allen. He's going to lead a drive. It's a touchdown drive. Broncos are going to win 24-21. Denver Broncos then are going to go get the opportunity to take down the Chiefs themselves. You heard it here first.
My guy. I can't get myself all the way there. I do think they're going to cover. I think it's a really close game up until the end. But I've got the Bills 30, the Broncos 24. And I think that it'll be a really good showing. I'll be in a good mood after the game.
Where?
Bills 30, Broncos 24.
Where?
I know.
Then you'll get what you want. Then the Bills get to...
As long as the Chiefs don't win another damn Super Bowl, I don't care what happens this weekend. Everything that the Broncos have done this season, it's all sprinkles on top of my Sunday. I'm happy. I've had my fill. They're ahead of schedule. Just for the love of God, don't let Kansas City win another Super Bowl. That's all I care about. That's it. See you guys on Sunday morning.
24-21 Broncos, baby.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Can this be true? Can we be here? Can it be a Funky Friday?
Meow.
A playoff edition of Funky Friday. A fired up Friday. Funky Friday in your face. You know what I'm saying? It's all so good. Sorry, I'm a little bit slow here. You know why?
Well, yeah, okay, you're supporting the community.
I am supporting the community. And I'm just, it should just make things so much easier just to pay for. But Scott I'm trying to, as the show starts, I'm trying to order up the Girl Scout cookies.
Oh, yeah. Scott's selling stuff again?
He's
I got the sheet in there. Put the sheet in there.
I'm doing the same thing I did. You remember what I did last year?
Oh, yeah, you knocked it out of the park.
What did I do last year?
Ordered a bunch of cookies.
I ordered one of everything.
Oh, that's right, you did.
So I'm ordering one of everything
wait
again.
during break, and then you have more time. Well, no, you got to do live, probably.
Oh, yeah.
I probably have several.
Yeah, he is way more busy during the break.
There's got to be one of the 16. There has to be one off. I'm assuming.
I'm a little hung up here. What is the thingy?
Hey, just do it during the break for the love. Nobody needs to hear you talk through this thing.
God, I know. It shouldn't be so hard to do, right?
I feel like I'm parenting my kid. Put the phone down.
I know. All right, I'll have to get it during the break. I was trying to do how before the show started, but I'm happy to. It's one of those great awful things as a parent.
Is there time frames in our life?
It's Girl Scouts. It's that season right now.
That's what I was going to say. So are there pins? They say, "Hey, drop me a pin." I'll get it.
Yeah.
Are there pin in our? Are there pins in our roadway to life or in life that designates certain time of the year? Right?
Yeah.
Girl Scout cookie time is right now.
I guess
it was so fast, right?
Now that I think about it, I don't know what season it usually is, but it doesn't feel like it's right now.
No, it's right after the first of the year. Boom, 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 and cookies will be delivered by February, whatever. But then you got March Madness. That's always, a pin in your life, right?
You got playoff football that the Denver Broncos
that's
are
not
playing
a pin
in.
because you got a whole month, 6 of them.
We're so accustomed to this, though. This has just been like yeah.
The Masters is a pin, right?
Got it.
Here comes spring. We got coming up.
Did it.
Look at you.
Yeah, good.
Done.
That's cool.
There you go. You're welcome. Supporting you in the pathetic attempt that you have to do to sell your daughter's Girl Scout
But
cookies.
isn't it a little better just putting a QR code there? Because you and I have lived to the day.
I want you to get Ellie to text me. I'm only going to buy it if she texts me and asks me to do it.
Wow, that's kind of almost more creepy.
No, it's not. Relax.
She doesn't have a phone, so I'll text her.
Okay.
She doesn't have a phone. How old?
10. You don't need a phone.
Hey, I didn't have a phone until I was in my 20s. So, yeah, you don't need it.
Because they hadn't invented them yet.
That's right. We had one of them big brick babies. One of those.
Did you have a brick one?
I didn't, but the radio station did. And when I was in my early 20s as the wacky, zany morning show, stunt boy guy, I did a whole bit where I pretended I was a high school student. I just went to high school. I did a day in high school to see how long I could stay in high school. But the only way we could communicate was with one of those big, huge brick phones. Not exactly subtle to whip out the big brick phone. So
we're talking about lack of security to let you go back and act like you're in school.
I got through third period.
Wow,
it was kind of creepy.
It is creepy. If someone say something?
Yeah. Eventually, it was just I'm sorry, we're doing attendance here. It was the first day of school. Like, how far can you get on the first day of school? And I was told to go to the principal's office, and I'm in the outside of the principal's office, like the waiting area, and I ran.
Which makes a bit better.
Well, this is a 19.
Except there's a poster of you somewhere in this elementary school
it was a high school. Thank God it was a high school. But this is 1995. It's pre 9/11. Security and the world was so different. Right. I would never even suggest to do it now. There was a lot more fun we had with certain things back in the day. Then
you fell in love with the teacher and you took her to Boston Red Sox games and got married on the Jumbotron, that was a movie.
Oh, D-Mac's a huge fan of Jumbotron engagements.
I give you 3 years max. It's probably closer to 3 months if you get married on Jumbotron. And I know this because my good friend Matt got
engaged to Julie on a Jumbotron.
On a Jumbotron.
And we quickly realized 3 months into their marriage when Matt was cheating on her that he was more into the sort of
Look at me.
The performance of it than the love of Julie.
Right.
And it was like, and and we thought at first the Jumbotron thing was cool. What are you doing here? What are you doing?
He's getting
his
stuff.
Coming
bag.
in?
He forgot his bag.
All right. That's it?
He's
not
out.
gonna be on the air.
Who'd you predict? Broncos to win? Here, turn the mic on for a second. Broncos win?
D-Mac, we did the show last night. We had a prediction.
Yeah, I know. We're doing a show. We're doing another show right now.
Or is the problem that
we
you
can-
do
we can-
17 podcasts, and I'm just another one of the
We can
people that
we can
you do
act.
podcasts
We can
with.
act a little bit like I can pretend I don't know you already
And
picked
besides,
the
no
Broncos.
one watches that.
Right? Well,
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. The numbers were pretty good. Pretty good numbers last night.
It's relative to
24-21, the Broncos win.
Okay.
I actually did tune in for a hot minute, and it was about maybe 90 seconds.
Yep.
And I saw you wearing a jacket in your house, and I was curious about why you were wearing a jacket in your house.
That is a good observation.
That was actually a Carhartt sweatshirt.
Looked like a jacket.
It was a Carhartt sweatshirt.
Okay.
It just had a little bit more of an aggressive zipper situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, sweatshirt material. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you know.
I mean, he is living up north on the range.
That's true.
Oh, real quick. How about the possibility that the Denver Broncos hate everybody to the north?
I hate this. I hate this.
The stadium.
Please, for the love of God, do not build a stadium in Lone Tree. Please don't do that. I don't want that
Dude,
traffic
your
and
property
nonsense in my
values are
life.
just gonna.
I am dying for it to happen.
Why?
I think it'd be awesome too.
Oh.
Why? No.
Yeah, we'd be neighbors. Altitude Sports Radio neighbors.
We would
the
be.
Denver Broncos.
We would be.
Isn't that good?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It's not good. It's traffic. It's chaos. It's no.
See, I like
we
people.
don't need extra
See,
population
I like to
around
live.
here.
I like to live away from it, but work.
Go
in
put it
the
out
heart
by
of
the airport where it belongs.
It's not going to the airport.
Go put it out there where it belongs.
Well, okay. You don't have to stick around. You would like it. You would like it. if
Then
it
all
was
the
in
teams
London.
can stay at the Gaylord.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. I won't keep you any longer.
Love y'all. See you
Okay,
at
love you too.
number 38.
Number 38, Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
Sunday
10 a.m.
morning.
Doors open.
Here we go.
It's weird that they didn't invite
gotta
the
get
former
nice and
Bronco
greased
to that
up.
show, but that was weird.
Yeah, the former Broncos not invited.
Yeah, not even asked. Yeah.
Well, but
yeah.
this is a D-Mac and Kevin.
Yeah.
D-Mac
yeah.
and Ditto.
I thought it might make sense, like the dude that was in the play.
Yeah, that was last in the playoffs with the Broncos.
yeah.
Might be on that show.
Well, we were asking everybody to come on for 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
They're going to get their talent fee for being there, and then
Right.
they're going to ask everybody else to make the show good.
Yeah.
For free.
Right.
So Lone Tree.
So true.
I don't know. It's like way over my way outside
I just
my
thought it was weird. That's all. You
Okay.
know? Yeah.
Listen, do you think at the end of the show that
Yeah,
there'll
Oh,
be production credits? You know how they go, this is produced by.
Mm-hmm.
Think they mentioned him?
I will say we will be out at number 38 from 9 to 11. And if you want to stop by, come on by. We're watching the party out there. And then we're reacting to it later on Altitude After Dark. What we did the other day was, and I hope you can join. I know you're going to be in. Why? You're just going to be sitting in your hotel room. 8 p.m. at night when you're in Dallas? Yeah, you'll be sitting in your hotel
I got
room.
a buddy there that actually invited me to his house for dinner and hang out.
Going out. You're not doing something.
I was.
You never do anything on the road.
I went out over to my buddy's house last time I was in Dallas.
That is stunning. You did something social on the road?
And then we went and had dinner. Nice dinner.
Well, if you can't make it, you can't make it. I mean, it is at 9 p.m. How late is your dinner going?
Why do I want to do that?
Okay. What is your main objective? First of
I'm
all,
hoping I can watch the game by then. Remember, I have another duty.
I understand. I understand. I love the concept, first of all, that we can talk about the possibilities of what the Broncos are doing. I was told a long time ago the airport Gaylord thing is out. Was never in the conversation. Neither is like Dick's Sporting Goods or North. It's two places. This Burnham Yards thing, which I didn't know there was a name for it, but it's the burned out area of old businesses that's between 6th and 8th. So if you think like where Mile High Station or the old Brooklands is, just go a little bit south in that area. Now, I don't know why, and it's
Not far from where it is now.
Very close, right next door. It would be down like a block, basically. But the
like the hot tub places. You know what I'm talking about?
It's all that. Yeah, who knows what businesses really even exist over there? I'm sure there's a few that are open, but in general, it is very similar to likely what Lodo was, like an old rail yard construction, manufacturing area
That would
that
actually
just
be really
doesn't
cool.
exist.
That would be like a third downtown. We're about to build the second downtown.
It would all be connected. 2 and 3 would be connected.
Yeah.
If they do
That would actually be amazing.
Okay. There'd be a little stretch between 2 and 3, but it'd be all in that area.
They're talking about building 19 different bridges over highways and roads and stuff. So
3.
No. If you go back and read that whole article, there's 3 they talked about in that press release, but up to 19.
Okay. All right. Yes. If people don't know, KSE, our company, is going to build a new downtown Denver. If people are not aware of that. And it's going to be bridges that go across Spear, so you don't have to wade through 10 lanes of traffic just to cross the street.
Right, which is smart.
There will actually be, I was down for a morning skate the other day. I wanted a cup of coffee. I walked around Larimer Market, couldn't find any place to get a cup of coffee. I go to Spring Hill Suites, like I'm staying overnight or something to get a cup of coffee, that sort of thing.
How many weed shops you see, though?
Several. None were open at 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning.
They're still sleeping.
They were still sleeping. We need this in downtown. It's a necessity. KSE is going to put it together. That's going to be awesome. They are not working together, though, with what the Broncos are doing. It's 2 separate things. Right. Despite the family relationship, I'm sure they get along great. These are independent projects. What you're talking about, 6th and 8th, yes, it would be somewhat close to what they're going to do at Ball Arena, but it's not exactly right next door. It'd still be about a mile away from each other if they were to do that. Not far, but not part of the same project.
But if they build housing and everything else and all the stuff they're doing and shops both directions, you can live right there, and you've got either way you could go.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's chance to be really cool.
Or Lone Tree, right in our backyard here, which would be somewhat just a little east of I-25 and slightly south of Lincoln. And if you're not familiar with that area, I don't blame you, because who really gets on the light rail and goes to the last station? But if you were to do that, you'd be amazed how much open space is around there.
That is my home stretch that I drive every single day to and from work, right down Ridgegate, right down that road right there. There is space for sure. It would be interesting. I have 2 thoughts on it. Number one, I genuinely believe that stadiums belong downtown. I'd never really liked the vibe of stadiums that are in like a random location. Foxborough's example. I mean, there's lots of them. Tons of them are not downtown. But I love stadiums that are downtown. I like the nostalgia of it. I like the aerial shots. I like all of it. It just feels like, hey, it's Denver. That's where it's supposed to belong. And then, yes, selfishly, I want no part of the traffic or the extra population and all the other nonsense that's going to come with it.
How much traffic do you think you would have to deal with? I'm confused. Like what traffic would get in your way?
I mean, it's not just traffic. It's just it's extra stuff that's just going to bring constant bodies and people and everything. It would be significant, and it's not just the 10 games or whatever that it's going to be.
Oh no, it'd be a new city.
Yeah, it's a new city.
Yeah.
It's concerts. It's everything else that comes. I mean, it's year-long functions that I have no interest in clogging up my nice little drive home that takes me about 10 minutes to go down that road.
Okay, well, I moved here to Lone Tree not thinking about any of this. And the concept of having something which would be less than a mile or so from where I live right now is mind-blowingly awesome to me from so many selfish reasons.
All right. Well, at least you said the S word.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
My bias.
And I selfishly don't want bodies here.
You like the peace and quiet.
Yes.
And I'll admit where I moved to, which you're so familiar with, which is right down the road from the radio station, it can't be built out anymore. It is built out. There is no more new things that are going in where I am. All the new stuff would be
dead east,
a mile down the road. But it's only, for me, a mile down the road. And the Broncos are building a brand new training facility at their current place. They're moving all their workers. And they have a lot of workers that work at Empower Field. They're moving everybody down to the Dove Valley area. So for the Broncos, it makes an unbelievable amount of sense. The vast majority of players do live in the southern part of town too.
Yep.
So it makes it easy. And it's easier to get to from the airport. And there's 3 light rail stations that you could get off on to use if they were to build it down there. They don't have a light rail station near that Burnham area. They'd have to connect it somehow. It kind of goes weird in a squirrely roundabout
you're
way.
walk a little bit.
Or you're going to walk, whereas you have 3 light rail stations that are already built right there.
I mean, you can get off at the station that's right underneath and across 25, under 25 from the Ironworks. So you just go around that loop because we've gone there and then go over to concerts.
That's it. That's the one spot. But aside from that, it kind of whirls its way around. Yeah. I'm surprised you're so
dude. I don't want that nonsense. I don't want any part of that thing. No.
Okay.
No. That's gonna be a lot of chaos to have to work through every single day. No, and I'm not like you. I don't get into the McGregor Square deal. I don't get.
You don't
into
like McGregor Square?
No, I'm not anti McGregor Square. I just don't partake in McGregor Square. That's not a part of my life.
So it's really just about your commute from 11:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Well, yeah.
I think you're going to be okay. I think the traffic from 11:30.
But it's not just that.
Except
though,
Monday night games, you're going to be screwed.
You're actually delusional though if you think it's just that. It's not that. It's businesses, it's restaurants, it's bowling alleys. It's
I know what
movie
it's going to
theaters.
be. I can't wait for all that.
Yeah. Right.
Then the $20 hookers walk in and swing in there.
Yeah. The $20 hookers.
Remember Tommy Boy?
When I moved to Parker 15 years ago, it was like the Wild West, man. And now it's like Highlands Ranch. I don't need it to be like downtown.
All right, we got to take a break, but we can get back.
And by the way, with the location they're talking about, it feels more Parker than Lone Tree.
Yeah,
it's called Lone Tree, but it's really more Parker.
There's been some interesting local politics about where that dividing line is between Parker and Lone Tree. There's been some interesting conversations about neighborhoods and where Parker, Lone Tree, and begin the whole thing. It is right there.
Just merge and call it Lone Parker Tree.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's Z-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction is something that you need to put in your rearview mirror because love and intimacy and the things that you can share with your partner should come first for you. Where things just aren't good enough, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to make things so much better. They work where the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatment rates well over 90% success, and some can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade with tens of thousands of men, so make this a positive story for you. The initial visit's only $99, a medical consult, Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose, and there you go. They've got an expert staff, and you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Again, call them today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Well, it's going to be a good one, Mike. Obviously, the quarterback is a special player. He can buy time. Most of the big plays are made on the second act. He's buying time. How we rush this guy, who rushed this guy, how many guys rush the guy, that's part of the plan. Half the time when you're playing guys like this, when you rush only 4 guys, you can't contain him. So having a good plan to contain him, on certain D&Ds, having different looks for him to be contained. But obviously he's the best in football, as far as making the second play. So that's a challenge.
I got 2 dumb stats that favor the Broncos in this game. You ready for a couple of dumb stats?
Sure.
Since 1994 in the playoffs, 94 Pittsburgh, Cleveland, 96 Carolina, Dallas, 2018 KC, Indy, where the top sacking defense went against the top preventing sacking offensive line. All 3 times, the sacking defense won the game.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay, that's interesting. I thought you were going to lead to, they won the individual battle there, meaning they got the most sacks.
Sample size is 3.
3 games, yeah.
3 times in the playoffs where that set of circumstances happened. This would be 4.
Best and best.
That's good science. It's good science.
Sample size is limited.
What if
favors the Broncos?
A bigger one would be top 5, bottom 5, or top 5, top 5.
I don't have that. Just have number 1 against number 1.
We got time. Top 5, top 5.
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
It's a miracle I had that, and somebody else did that work and sent it to
somebody
me.
else sent it to
I
you.
didn't do that.
Yeah.
I've got another dumb stat.
Do you have a dumb friend?
I have so many dumb friends.
I mean, no dumb question, but if you're getting dumb stats from one person, doesn't that mean he's probably a dumb friend?
Yeah. Yeah.
Since
we are who we associate with.
Since 2017, Sean Payton's record against bald head coaches.
Oh, I heard this one.
It's 30-12.
Boom. Nailed it.
Got that
Nailed
one,
it.
Andy.
I didn't get it from Andy, but if Andy had it, I don't blame him.
I got so many questions.
There you go.
I got so many questions regarding that one.
Yeah. Okay. Like what?
Well, what defines bald? Like is Andy Reid bald? Is the Friar Tuck is that bald? Thinning, is that bald? What defines bald? Are we talking
I would say
the head, everything bald?
I would say less than 45% coverage on top of your head is bald.
Is Kevin, our boss, our program director, bald?
Bald as hell.
Yeah, he's bald.
But he's got
he needs to just stop doing the thing that he's doing.
He's got the thing, the ring.
He's got the horseshoe.
He's got the horseshoe.
He needs to stop doing that.
But that's
thing.
bald.
That's bald.
Yeah.
All right,
Horseshoe's bald.
All right. Well, I mean, Sean McDermott is bald. I mean, he's just a bald dude.
Bald.
Dan Quinn, bald.
Bald.
Yeah.
Yeah. 30-12. Again, these are dumb stats.
Well, it's science.
These are
Brian Dable, bald.
Bald.
Yeah. Robert Saleh,
bald. Yeah. Sean Payton tends to dominate those guys in a coaching matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because they're looking at his luxurious hair and envy, and they're trying to get him back personally.
Oh, Mike Tomlin bald? No, wait. Mike Tomlin's not bald.
No. Mike Tomlin?
He's been bald.
Is he bald?
He's been bald. I know that. It might have been a
Are
bald
you
choice.
bald? Hold on. Are you bald if it's a fashion choice and you're not really bald?
Yeah, because usually the fashion choice stems from the lack of 40% coverage on top.
Yeah.
And it becomes a choice.
What are you?
I'm going bald.
You're not quite bald, though.
No, I'm not.
You are not quite bald.
You're thin, but you're doing pretty
my
good.
My problem is my hair is so light colored.
Yeah.
And it's thin that all of a sudden you can start seeing scalping.
I mean, it's
bend down a little. Let me see the top of that. Oh yeah, you're thinning up. Yeah.
It's thin,
but not bald.
Hey, I got a place for you. Advanced hair restoration.
Well, I just got to look at the examples and just question.
My friend just sent me a text. Happy to be your dumb friend. It's my guy RJ. Thank you, RJ. You are my dumb friend. Sending me those numbers. You know, I didn't get your feedback on the stadium thing. What's your take on that?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Dan, I told you.
I mean,
Dan and I are like, we'll ask Scott. He will not. It will not matter to him one way or the other.
If it's out
we
here,
will not care.
If it's out here, it's closer, but it will wreck traffic, which means you're probably going to have to do something with 25. You're going to have to probably do something with 470 both directions.
You're
probably going to have to expand it, and there's plenty of room east of 25 for 470. You could go 3-4 lanes on most of that. You're probably going to have to do it. It's going to be tougher going west on 470. You're probably going to have to expand that a little bit. Light rail is good, but you'll probably want to do a little bit more, maybe even go down another exit or two, right?
Well, I just imagine they're going to expand light rail down to Colorado Springs at some point, certainly to Castle Rock.
Why don't we get the mountains first?
Well, they can work in either direction. You know, this is just going south. That doesn't stop them from building west if they wanted to.
No.
The light rail goes all the way to the airport now.
Anytime you get a big construction problem like that, more jobs, more good for the economy.
Well, it's going to happen one way or the other.
And I'm so
it's
far
happen one way
away
or the
from
other.
either one of them.
So you don't care.
It's not going to.
Yeah.
I don't care from the personal standpoint. I think new stadiums are cool, but I don't care from a personal standpoint of getting there. You know, it's still going to be a booger to get there for me in either direction.
I'll tell you this, though. Like, I see people text it in like, hey, it's only 8 or 10 times a weekend. No. This will be a permanent clog 24/7, nonstop. If you're going anywhere from, say, Hampton to Colorado Springs, Castle Rock, Lone Tree, anywhere, you will be in a permanent bottleneck on that highway.
Yeah, you are. Bud.
You're going to have to expand the roads.
Yes.
You're going to have to get them bigger. But listen, you're not spending $1 billion on facilities if you're not willing to bring traffic.
Won't be $1 billion.
Well, but just for a round number,
Okay.
You're not going to build that for 8 weeks a year.
Oh, hell no.
No.
And so Tyler's right on that. That's for multiple concerts. That's for you hope you build a city and a nightlife around there so people can use facilities. You'll probably put some sort of, you'll move the Hall of Fame there. You'll probably pump that up even more and stuff like that. So it'll be you'll try to make it a facility that is used like Ball Arena. And I know they got 3 teams playing there.
Mm-hmm.
I think somebody said it's used 300 plus times a year. There's a professional women's hockey league game on Sunday, I think.
I know it so well. My wife and her friends are going. They're so excited to miss the Broncos game.
PWHL, 1:00.
They're going. They are going. They are. I said, you're missing the Broncos game for that one, huh? And she goes, yep, I was invited.
It's professional women's hockey.
She is apparently excited about missing the Broncos game to go watch the PWHL tour.
And you know why? And that's why it's the beauty
of
DVR.
I told her there's TVs in Ball Arena.
Well, did they go big time and get a suite?
They might have. Thanks to our great friends here at the good old radio station. You know what was remarkable?
Is there anything
Scott,
we cannot touch that's not a freebie over there?
No.
You know what was remarkable? There were available tickets for that event in the suite.
But hey, remember that the very nice gift box he gave us for Christmas, right?
Great.
It was great. I ate it all.
Did you really?
Yep,
Wow.
Yep. It was all good. It was all good
a lot.
stuff. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It was all good stuff.
Uh-huh.
But
how about
but
those
hold on.
meat sticks with the green chili in them?
Yeah.
Fabulous.
He got paid to give those to us, right?
I got paid to give those to you?
Mm-hmm.
I did not get paid to give those to you.
Yeah, you do.
I did not.
Yeah, you do.
Well, I didn't.
Yeah, you do.
Do you really want to know how that sausage is made?
You get paid on your podcast by them.
No, no.
Yes, you do.
Not from them. Oh, I guarantee it. You really don't want to know all the details behind
all
that,
I know
do you?
is I've seen you doing advertisements for him.
Here's the one thing that I've heard that he hasn't heard. I don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, there's certain things that are the cash does not change. You don't want me to bore you with.
But can I say something?
All I know
that
is you're
was
doing
fantastic.
advertisements for
In fact, Julia.
That was really good.
Julia, I can't say her real name. The warden last night. We it was like, when you're like starved, but it's not time for dinner. We cooked chili last night, so it's right in there. I'm opening up these. There's some meat sticks with green chili. Open them up, and she's sitting there and goes, "Oh my God!"
Yeah.
He said he can be a little annoying, but this was a great gift.
So Santa actually snuck into my pantry stuff some of that into the kids, the nice little chocolates and stuff.
There you go.
Stuff that into the stockings.
There you go. I'm glad to hear that.
Hey, what'd you get for Christmas, by the way?
I got a toy airplane. I love it.
Really?
Yeah. I fly
Good, because
it.
you're going to need that to fly over Lone Tree because you're no longer going to be able to drive through it.
It's got a camera in it, and I fly it on the bluffs around here, often spying on people.
Sweet.
Yeah, no, it's really cool.
Dude,
Thanks for asking.
Does it come out of the ocean?
The plane does not come out of the ocean.
Okay.
However, I do land it on reservoirs.
Firefighting.
There is a reservoir. Ooh, little future stadium Broncos name. Can you name the reservoir that'll be the closest?
Hess.
It's not Hess.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Yes.
Is it Hess?
I don't know a reservoir's name.
Hess Reservoir.
Other than Hoover.
Hoover.
In the Hoover Dam reservoir.
You might be right.
Didn't they build that for a reservoir, right? And the water behind it,
Yeah.
of a reservoir.
By the way, if it is Burnham Yard, and who knew that had a name? Did you know Burnham Yard?
Never heard of it.
Yeah, Tom Burnham.
You know all about him?
Oh yeah, they had a big family. He had a big blue ox.
Burnham Yard isn't exactly downtown Denver either. You realize that, right? We're not.
No, that's downtown. That's downtown.
It is?
Yeah. I mean, I got
Really?
it. It's on the opposite side of the highway, but I mean, that's downtown.
Okay. I think we're expanding definitions of where downtown Denver is. I mean, what?
It's just on the opposite side of the highway.
Once the KSC thing comes up, then that make it closer to downtown.
I think
once that's built, it's absolutely downtown.
I think when that's built, that is downtown. You know, Atlanta's an interesting city because how many downtowns are in Atlanta? They just kept building and building and building new places all the time.
Yeah, but it's different place. You got downtown.
Like, is downtown now where the Ferris wheel and the stadium is in Centennial Park?
The Centennial Park started because of the Olympics, right? So now they made it a neat little place. And some businesses popped up, died for a little bit, coming back. But then you've had Buckhead, which is an entire different
Is that
city.
downtown? Is the art district where all the all that stuff
Buckhead.
is? That's right. Is that
all,
downtown?
It's all different areas.
And then you go up on the hill there a little bit. You kind of go up and over in the hill. Is that downtown Atlanta?
It's whatever they call it.
Right. It's hard to understand in a really cool city. I love Atlanta. I think it's a cool city.
Atlanta, but it's Buckhead. It's
Yes.
Marietta.
Yeah.
It's Roswell. It's
So,
whatever the.
all right, listen, if you've got a soft spot in your heart for down and you don't like traffic and you're just looking at it from that standpoint.
I like peace and quiet where I live, and that's the opposite of peace and quiet.
You just don't want to be bothered by anything, do you? You just want to be left alone.
Well, it's literally
And he,
why
called,
it's
he
literally
called me Grumpy Pants at the end of the show last night.
it's literally why I moved to Parker 15 years ago. And
to
then,
be with the cows and quiet.
You got to see the stars.
To be quiet and see the stars, and it was a 10-minute ride to Dove Valley.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I don't want anything to do with that. I like a pace of things. I like.
Well, why didn't you move downtown when you moved out of here?
We looked downtown. We did, and you know what? In all honesty, had a lot to do with work and the Broncos and Dove Valley and where we knew the radio station was going to be, and it was traffic. It was just too much. But we did look. We looked all over the place in downtown. We looked in the Cherry Creek area too, and that's all built out and really cool. And this kind of downtown Denver. We wanted to go there. But it was really just too much. It was just overwhelming with traffic down there. And then we ended up out here, and we didn't know anything about this area. Nothing. I had spent 25 years in the state. I didn't know what the Bluffs were. I didn't know where Schweitzer Farm was. I didn't know any of the stuff out here. I've been blown away with how cool this area actually is. Mm-hmm. Most people just do not consider anything south of Park Meadows Mall except for Castle Rock. Right. You don't think of anything out there because there really isn't anything out there. But it's actually Daniels Gate Park, that road, that area up in that. It's
beautiful,
gorgeous around here.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So,
and you want to get rid of all that.
Yeah, and it'll get trashed.
and you want to destroy all that.
It's not going to destroy any of it.
Yeah,
These are big. I was bike riding with Arn Anderson of all people because he lives kind of in that area. And we were up on these hills, kind of in the area they're talking about. If you look out at it, it's a bunch of open fields, but there's fire hydrants that are all lined up. Why are they building fire hydrants in these big, huge open fields?
But when they built Ridgegate and stuff like that, their plan was to connect 25 all the way to Parker with structures and homes.
Have you ever been to the last stop on the light rail all the way down on Ridgegate?
No.
All the way down. There's buildings. There's apartments.
Yep.
There's a little business area there in the middle of nowhere.
In the middle of a field.
And you're like, wait a second.
Is that where you take the light rail when you rode your bike downtown? Would you take it there and then ride home?
I could, but there's a closer at Sky Ridge. There's a closer one. And then there's another one at Lincoln. It's Lincoln, Sky Ridge, Ridgegate.
Yeah.
They're all like boom, boom, boom. They're right there. I could easily go up to that one to go downtown. It's just a little bit out of the way. I usually just go across the Sky Ridge at the hospital right there. But the next stop is the last stop on the road. Listen, man, I guess my bias is pretty obvious here. And I heard Vic Lombardi being a grumpy Gus because he lives in Golden. And I've seen people up north all upset about it.
Give it to him up over there. He can have it.
Well, but here's the important thing, because I heard about this months and months ago. So the fact that it's actually out there to talk about is remarkable to me. That's out there. It ain't going to be the Gaylord. I heard that a long time ago. It was never going to be there.
So why? It makes so much sense.
The infrastructure's not there. The transportation, light rail, it's close to the airport, and there's a lot of land, but it's not developed the right way. It's not. So it's not going to be there. It's going to be one of two places, and there is going to be a new stadium. There is. It's not a matter of if, it's when and where. And it's two choices, Burnham Yard or Lone Tree. And now we can even talk about it, and it's out there.
I've got almost unanimous support on the text line on this thing right now.
For Burnham Yard?
Yeah.
I
just
understand
people that are from this area, they don't want that. They don't want that chaos.
Well, I would love it. But I do understand how people would have a nostalgic feeling for that whole area.
And I genuinely do believe stadiums belong downtown. That's what represents the city. It's the Denver Broncos, right? Like when you do the aerial shot, you want to see an aerial shot of Park Meadows? Is that what you want to see?
You wouldn't see that. But you know what you see in Lone Tree? You would see an aerial shot. It's a good question. Pikes Peak, Blue Sky Mountain, and Longs Peak.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what you would see.
could do that for
But think about this. When they initially built Mile High Stadium, was it really downtown Denver?
You tell me. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
That was pretty far back then.
I think that was considered suburbs kind of for
yeah.
Totally agree. Yeah. And listen, the fact that they built what is now Empower Field in the same footprint of Mile High is a huge eye roll to me because you're trapped by Federal. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing wrong with Federal. It's an older neighborhood, and that's it. You're locked there. You're locked between that and I-25. That's it. Whether you go to Burnham Yard or you go to Lone Tree, you don't have that issue anymore. So it's going to be the bottom line here. Wherever they do it, it's going to be awesome. And
wherever they do it, do you realize how many hundreds of millions they're going to be into in the real estate before they even put a shovel in the ground?
And when you consider that this is about to happen in the next decade, and KSE is going to build another downtown around Ball Arena, it is kind of awesome what is going to happen in this state in the next decade surrounding our sports teams and our economy and being here in Colorado. And yes, it is going to get busier. It is. But that's going to happen no matter what. That already is happening. So, yeah, this is not going to be the most affordable state to live in. That's for sure.
It's already turning that way.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But it's going to be cool as hell for the teams. And you're going to have a Super Bowl in Denver, Colorado. One way or the other. It's happening. You're not going to have the richest owner sinking billions of dollars, and we're not going to get a Super Bowl. A Super Bowl will be coming to Colorado within the next 12 years. So I think it's good news no matter what. And if they build it downtown, fine. I would prefer it at Lone Tree. You don't want it. You don't care. But what I think this news is, it's the first time we've had real legitimate reporting that there is going to be a new stadium. And for that, I'm thankful. Let's get back into the game and have some fun. Got the Nuggets on tap with the Nets. You got a T-shirt that really looks like somebody printed it in their basement in 1973. But it's not that old. I know, but it's a baseball and the printing really.
But Elton John, remember he did that one cover. He's wearing the baseball sleeve shirt.
That was at Dodger Stadium like in the 70s. Yeah, I know. It's PHC on 92.5.
But what does it mean for you to be talked about now on this stage with a Patrick Mahomes and a Josh Allen, and then to compete, not directly, but to compete against them at this level? Because this is a place you want to be year in, year out.
Yeah, it means a lot. This is, like you said, where I want to be. This is, the moments that matter. These are the moments that, people remember you by. So, you just got to go out there and, cut it loose and go out there and play and, trust your teammates, trust what you prepared for throughout this entire year. And, quite frankly, my career, my life. So this is just, what we're, all that work finally gets to, come into play, and it's going to be fun. And, those guys have done a lot of winning in the past. And so, I got some catching up to do.
We have the ASR staff predictions coming up here in about 12 minutes. We'll hear how everybody thinks about the game.
The ASR.
I know. I
Altitude
don't
Sports
hear
Radio.
it said that way very often.
I've seen it out there. Good old ASR.
They just tell everybody, hey, Ditto.
Hey, now we're going to call it ASR, Ditto.
Oh, well.
The ASR crew. Sometimes you just don't have room for the letters. Abbreviations work well. We'll see what everybody thinks coming up here in a little bit. Jim Nantz was on with the guys. You like Jim Nantz? You told us a good Jim Nantz story. His PA announcer there.
I don't love him as a football broadcaster, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, I know that's like sacrilege.
Wow.
I know that's like sacrilegious to say.
Holy cow!
And he's phenomenal, and he's a Hall of Famer, and he's not bad. He's a little monotone, and maybe it's the mix with Tony Romo and all that. But it's one of my least favorite crews.
Well, he was on the call for Super Bowl 50. I mean, he was, blowing you guys up, and it was good memories there. As is our pal Dave, of course, on the radio call. But here was Jim talking about the Broncos having a chance against the Bills.
This team's good enough to win it without any real tricks. Parenthetically, being there last Sunday to see him clinch, I had not had a game in Denver since Thanksgiving Sunday of 2018 when Pittsburgh came in with Big Ben. Actually, they connected on a 97-yard touchdown from Roethlisberger to Smith-Schuster, but it was a good game. But that was the last time I'd done a home game, had been 6+ years before. And I used to have a steady diet of coming to Denver. I had done countless games, but to be back at the facility, to be back with the people from that organization that I've known for years. I mean, Patrick, Smythe, these guys. I mean, they're just first class. Sacco started this whole thing. I mean, the legend of all legends that front for a franchise and are the go-between between the club and the media. I mean, just first class. It felt so good to walk back into that building.
It was funny because Vaughn gave a shout-out to Patrick. And his, I love Denver diatribe press conference, too. Patrick getting a little bit of love. I love it. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have been around the Broncos, actually, for a long time. Jim Nantz was here, used to be here every week. It was always Jim. It was always, Nantz and Phil Simms. We were like, oh, they
were doing it when Elway was playing.
It was like forever. Like you ended up taking it for granted. And then we went through the, the Adam Archuleta years.
That was fun.
Spiro Ditas time.
That was this year.
We've had a lot of those years. So that's cool, man. It was cool to hear him on the broadcast. Do you think that there's things? Do you think there's a surprise coming for the country in this game? This game that TV is trying to bury, making it the early start on Sunday, the game that the NFL playoffs forgot. Do you think there's a surprise that could be happening?
In other words, you're asking me, do I think the Broncos are going to win?
You can hold off on your final take on that for a little bit.
I mean, isn't that what you mean by surprise? Is the surprise they're going to represent well?
Well, I think there could be a surprise they could represent. Yes. I think if it's a close game, it might surprise people. Yes.
Then, yeah, I think there's going to, if that's what it is, I think the Broncos are going to represent very, very well. So maybe there will be. It is a bummer that they got buried, but who cares? We're in the freaking playoffs. I couldn't care less what time they're playing. I guess I'm like Travis Kelce. I'll beat them in the Walmart parking lot if we have to. I don't know if it's that big of a surprise, though, because don't you feel like the national narrative right now, like there are a lot of people out there hyping up the Broncos. there are a lot of, like, whether it's the Chase Daniels of the world or Dan Orlovsky,
Mm-hmm.
whatever, a lot of people out there saying, hey, don't be surprised to see the Broncos look pretty good.
What do you think, Scott?
I think the schedule makers in New York don't give Denver a snowball's chance in Hades to win this game. So let's get them out of here and get this over with, and boom, boom, boom. And then next week we'll really highlight Josh Allen. Josh Allen next week, because he's going to play some quarterback that's really good. We'll really – and you watch – if Buffalo wins, the next week they'll be the main kind of playoff
next
team.
week theoretically would be Bills-Ravens.
Well, there you go. So then it'll be – but even if the Ravens get upset, trust me. Which I just saw an interesting stat in regular season. Lamar Jackson's 2-4 in the postseason. He averages 65% passing in the regular season, and in his playoff performance, it's 57.
Hey,
something there.
You don't have to tell me that.
Yeah. So, but anyway, whatever. But it'll be hyped. Let's get this over with. We can highlight other people. Blah blah blah. I'm leery. Again, I don't think Vegas is built on them big buildings by being stupid.
It's back to a 9 point. It is floated between this 9 and 8.5 for whatever weird betting reasons. It's at 9 right now.
But which is for a playoff game, 8.5, 9 is a lot of points.
Oh yeah,
it's a ton.
Yeah,
It's a ton.
That's a lot of points.
Yeah.
What's the Steelers game? I'd be curious.
9.5.
9.5.
Yep. Steelers are
So
9.5
it's
dogs.
Okay.
That's gone down a little bit. Yes. Yeah, that's come back a little bit. The Broncos, just a pinch. It's gone up a little bit.
I don't know, man. Listen, it's fun. It's been 9 seasons, 9th season, right, since they've been there. It's fun. It's exciting. You know, and we tend to. I remember working with Mike Evans one time. And he came back from training camp in Arizona. Rocky's going to be great. And I said, dude, dog, you just got the purple shaded glasses on.
I remember
they're
that.
going to be great. They won like 65 games. But we're so close to it right now. Oh, we're going to beat them and doing this and revenge against Baltimore. This is going to be Kansas City.
Let's hear what you've got to say. Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. We'll hear what everybody on the staff has to say. We'll hear everybody's prediction and ours as well. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. If you're in the market right now for a new vehicle, don't waste your time driving all over Colorado because the selection right now at Phil Long is amazing. New cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs in dozens of colors, styles, loaded or basic. It's going to be just the way that you want it. Guys, incentives are very strong. Interest rates are low for buyers. And if for those of you that are looking for a lease, hey, go check it out because that could mean lower payments than you pay right now and you can get a brand new car. If you're thinking about a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, or even a van, hey, they've got some really nice one-owner trade-ins on the lot ready to go. So jump online or head over to the dealership to see and test drive your next ride from Phil Long Ford of Denver. Guys, don't forget that Phil Long Ford's got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, you're gonna want to keep it serviced over at Phil Long because they're going to keep that ride fantastic. You're going to have such an awesome car for such an awesome long time. And you'll be a customer for life because you'll build a relationship that you value. That's what happened to me when I bought my first car at Phil Long Ford, and I've been buying cars there since my rookie year. So go to PhilLongDenver.com to get all the latest interest rates, incentives, and inventory. Phil Long Ford Denver on Tufts off Wadsworth, south of Hampton. Get started at PhilLongDenver.com.
Hey, a nod to the new ownership group here, too. The Walton and Penner families, who have seen this thing turn around since purchasing the team in 2022.
It starts there.
It does, doesn't
starts
it?
at the top. The organization start there, trickle down.
I know it's a different roster, a different lineup, but it's the first time an Andy Reid team in Kansas City has been shut out in his tenure there. Just the fourth time overall in his 420 games as a head coach. But it's on to the postseason now. You saw there Reid with his 2-year assistant back in the 90s, Sean Payton. And now Kansas City closes out its season at 15-2. The two teams that beat them this year will meet next week. Denver at Buffalo.
You know, it's funny that Andy Reid didn't want to get shut out. I don't think he really cared about winning the game and all, but they did miss a field goal to put some points on the board. Even when you're kind of tanking out, you don't want to get shut out, right?
Usually.
I mean, this little kind of salt in the wounds right there. Walton Penner Group, how about that? Do you agree with what you heard Nance say on that call? Is that where the foundation of everything has started? Has that been the number one reason why the Broncos are in this spot right now?
Yeah, we were stuck in limbo, man. There's no way around it. And it was a long limbo that really did not feel like it was going to send us down into the tanks the way that it did at the beginning, because we'd had so much stability. And it's like, okay, well, Pat's, kind of, he's getting into the background here. Then, he dies and everything else. And it felt like a slow burning death, but it was a long death. And we were buried. There was no way out of it until you got that dude that was in charge, right? Mm-hmm. And this ownership group came in really with an open check, but not like in a stupid way. Like, I've talked to so many people in the organization. I know people that work behind the scenes on the business side stuff, and I'm like, how does it go? When you need money for something, is it easy? He said, look, they need reasons. So you have to come with a valid plan. But if you present a plan of what you need the money for and why this is going to help, it's there, right? And all the way down to little details like alumni relationships. They went out and hired a guy named Dominic Gaspari, who is now in charge of alumni relations, right? So we've got a director of alumni relations who his only job is just keeping us in touch with stuff that's going on.
And that didn't exist before.
It did not. Now, that's not to say that the previous ownership was bad with alumni. I wouldn't say they were bad, but it's different when you've got a dude that his only job is to keep us involved.
I'll say this. When Pat was healthy, vibrant, and alive, and I hosted a bunch of the big dinners they used to have for the alumni, and I talked to all the old heads and stuff like that, and they said, man, I play on other teams, and nobody does it like you guys, like the Broncos do it, Mr. B. They loved him because they made the alumni feel still a part of the franchise. And then when he got sick, and I think Peggy was Mike's assistant, right? But there's another one that was with Pat. Oh my
gosh, why am I drawing a blank on it?
But that was on top of it, and Pat gave him a go. Now, when Pat started, declining and then finally died, and you got the triumphant, I don't think they could give a flip. And I don't know how it went during that 4 or 5 year period in there. The biggest mistake new ownership can do is take over a team with a history is to forget its history. Now, like when Khan bought Jacksonville, they ain't got no history.
Yeah, whatever.
Go do what you want to go do. Somebody eventually buys the Jets. Now, it's been a rocky history lately, but if someone finally buys the Jets, there's still some history.
Sure.
There's still some Hall of Famers and great players up there. You really want to tie a fan base. It's easy to say, hey, let's go out for 20-year-olds. A, they can't afford your ticket, and B, they don't remember Mark Gastineau, or the Sack Bunch or whatever that group is called. The Stock Exchange, right? The Sack Exchange.
They had that. The Sack Exchange, right.
So, yeah, the Penner Group could have gone a completely different way. They could have done what was the coach at CU, Dan, what's his name?
Hawkins.
and say, screw the history. The past is the past.
Paint over everything.
Break the walls down, paint them over. We're starting our new history. And be an idiot like that. Instead, they've stepped up and done something. And I think that's cool.
I literally can't think of one thing that's worse than when they started. I can't name a thing. Couldn't think of a thing. Training camp, better. Facility, better. Stadium, better.
Well, they also got to come in. They didn't come in the middle of COVID, right? So remember their triumphant return. I don't think you were working with us yet. Were you at the and Mr. Walton and the Penners all come walking by all of us radios?
I remember that. I was in training camp.
Training camp, walking right by us, and everybody's taking pictures. We're all fired up.
That's the moment. Yeah,
that was the entry.
Mm-hmm. That was a fascinating day. I'll never forget that day. Really interesting dynamics there. Because Peyton Manning was there that day, as was John Elway.
Yeah.
But they did not get together. John stayed on one field, Peyton stayed on another field, and the group sort of kind of went between them. And when the group left Peyton on one side of the field, Peyton was left like kind of standing by himself, like
not far from where our
right
radios
there.
were.
He was right there, but he didn't just go. And I'm not saying Peyton and John don't get along, but it was an interesting dynamic that day in terms of where their relationships are with the new ownership group. And the ownership group was, with everybody that day. But boy, that was quite a day at training camp. That was like, hey,
I just remember them on that golf cart like it was like a presidential limo.
Right.
Yeah, quite a moment.
No, that was a start. Is it the only reason they're here where they are now? No, but
is it the most important reason? All right, how about this? If the Bolin family had maintained ownership, if Brittany was running things, would the Broncos be in the situation they are right now?
No. Player-wise, maybe. Team-wise, talent-wise, maybe. And that's a maybe because we just don't know. New facilities talked about, the new expansion of Dove Valley, no.
Tyler?
I don't know. I'm not going to quickly just dismiss it because I think what we were missing more than anything was a de facto leader. And I think that could have come from the Bolin family.
It wasn't going to be Beth. It was definitely going to be Brittany. I mean, it was going to go in that direction.
Fine. And I understand Brittany was young and inexperienced in this world and all those sorts of things. Mm-hmm. But look, man, the Bolin family did a lot of good things, so I'm not going to act like they could have had success. I think we were just missing a leader.
I just don't think they had the resources and maybe the real estate knowledge and all the different stuff that the Penner Group is going to have and has to go out and spend a couple $1 billion on a facility or spend, was it $250 million, $350 million on just upping the practice facility. And they've got a great business sense, and there's real estate tied in with it, which is funny. All rich people, don't you realize Jerry Jones in the law or the landman talking about how he started. Well, I bought some oil wells and so just to be close to my kids, and all of a sudden that allowed me to buy those gas wells.
Yeah,
allowed me to buy the Dallas Cowboys. And like, whoa. Isn't it funny how rich people are somehow somewhere tied with real estate?
Well, and it's one of the reasons when the Penners got involved with this, I was like, what is their motivation? Like, why? There's no history. There's no involvement.
Other than they come here every winter and ski.
Is this just a hobby? And you know what? I was cynical. I was wrong. I'm happy to admit I was wrong on that one. It's not just a hobby. And they've had their motivations for a long time. It's just, it's the cynic in me. And let me say, undoubtedly, it is better that they bought it than the Bolin family, but that's not a shot on the Bolin family.
No.
Why? Because they can do things as the richest owners in the NFL nobody else can do. So that is not an insult to the Bolin family. There's no way they would have been able to do the things that this ownership group can do. Right. And now that they hit on their quarterback and their coach, you realize the Denver Broncos are now in that 10-year, we got a shot every year, where they used to be. Going to the playoffs for the Broncos was like, water off a duck's back, man. No big deal. It's just what you did. It's where you started going to the playoffs for the Broncos. And then we've missed it. We're back. Let's hear what everybody thinks of this game. Let's go with the Altitude Sports Radio. See, that takes
ASR.
The entire staff. Let's go, Dan. Let's see what everybody has to say. Let's go.
Mosier.
Let me give you my numerical prediction. I think it's going to be 31-20 Buffalo. That's what I think it's going to be. 31-20.
Yeah, not much of a game then. Double digit? Will it be that late, early, what?
What? No, I think the Buffalo Bills will they'll add on another touchdown. It'll be 24-20. They'll add on a touchdown. Broncos will come up short, and that will be it.
Nate Kreckman.
Nick Bonito sacks Josh Allen 4 times, 2 of which result in strip sacks, and Denver scoop and scores. Final score, Broncos 69, Bills nothing.
69 points. Brett Kane.
I think the Broncos cover. I think they keep this within a one-possession game, but it just might not feel that way, is the way that I'd put it. Like a 27-20 type of game where, like, Buffalo controls it, but you're within striking distance.
Andy Lindahl.
So I'm going to take you back on a little piece of history the last time the Broncos and Bills played. It was in Orchard Park. It was a sunny day. Gary Kubiak's running around the field with his number 8, throwing the ball all over the field, and the Broncos should have won that day, but they couldn't because their kicker, Mr. David Treadwell, unfortunately had one of the roughest games of his career and couldn't get it to go through the uprights. That said, Bills 24, Broncos 10.
Coach Mike Sanford.
Wow. I think the Broncos match up well. Styles make fights. Broncos are going to be trailing 21-17. 2-minute drive. Bo Nix is going to stare across, look at his potential nemesis for years to come in Josh Allen. He's going to lead a drive. It's a touchdown drive. Broncos are going to win 24-21. Denver Broncos then are going to go get the opportunity to take down the Chiefs themselves. You heard it here first.
Lombardi.
I can see the Broncos going toe-to-toe with Buffalo, putting a major scare into Buffalo, at one point taking the lead in Buffalo. But at the end of the day, that witch, Josh Allen, who's been there and done that, he'll win the game.
Yeah.
The end. Alex Ryan-Emmy.
I do think they're going to cover. I think it's a really close game up until the end. But I've got the Bills 30, the Broncos 24.
Okay.
A whole lot of them people giving their scores don't believe the Denver's defense.
Scott
That's
Hastings.
a whole lot of points. Don't come to me.
Scott Hastings.
69-0.
Yeah, that's Nate Kreckman's prediction. You can't use it.
Oh.
Come on now. Be a little serious.
I'm trying to, and I'm torn between two things. I think Denver wins or they get blown out.
Okay. Flip that coin. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you give me just 5 minutes? Because I really
want to think about it?
I'm with Coach.
You want to come back to it?
Yeah, come back. Because I think Coach is right that styles make the fight.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is a good team to match up with. And you know what? I'll say this. You beat Buffalo, I think you're going to play in the AFC Championship.
Like it.
All right.
They beat the Chiefs.
I think they beat the Chiefs.
I like that, too.
And I know the Chiefs didn't play nobody last week. That's a throwaway game. Take all those numbers and stats away from
you. Know what? I'm down with that hot take. If the Broncos find a way, they beat the Chiefs.
I think they can beat the Chiefs.
I think
the Chiefs, they can talk all the trash you want. They're a little nervous about it.
I agree. What do you got, Tyler?
Ron, somebody said my exact score. Okay.
Somebody said my score too.
Somebody said my exact score, and his name was Raj. Okay.
Okay.
But here's the deal. Here's how I got this going down. I do have the score 30-24. Bo Nix is going to make an early mistake. All right. He's going to make an early mistake. He's in a playoff game. He's a rookie. He's probably going to throw an interception that's going to be very costly. He's also going to have a great game. He's going to have a great game. Bo Nix is going to throw for 285 yards plus. He's going to throw for 3 touchdowns. But there's going to be one interception in there that's probably going to be the difference in the game. And they're going to cover the spread. The spread's at, what'd you say? It's at 10? 9. The spread's at 9. Okay, the over-under is at 47.5. So I got them covering the spread. I got them over the over-under there. However, unfortunately, due to just one early mistake that Bo really overcame, they come up short 30-24.
Brett Kane stole my score. I did write it down ahead of time, but like mine's, I got a 27-20 Bills as well. I got them covering, but it's just not quite there. However, let's hope we're all wrong. Nate Kreckman has them winning 69-0. Hard to take that one serious, but we'll just roll with it.
But
the only guy, only guy, unless you are going to come through here, the only guy on the staff who is like with a legit prediction is Mike Sanford with the Broncos.
Usually when we all predict a loss, we get the win. So let's go.
Okay. So Mike is out on that ledge by himself. Unless
I'll
you
go
were
2017 Broncos.
you were going to take the Broncos.
Yeah. And if they are to lose, though, it's going to be something like 38 to
2017. That's an interesting prediction. It's an interesting because we're saying we're holding Josh Allen. There's not going to be a whole lot of fireworks there. I'll tell you this:
Texans did it.
If you keep Josh Allen under 20 points, you win the game. That's for sure.
Okay.
Well, everybody's sleeping on what Denver's defense is with all them scores. 31 there, 30. I know Josh Allen's good, but I don't think so.
What do you think? 303-504-0925 is PhD on 92.5. All right, so Scotty, you're sticking with Broncos win 2017, huh?
I really do. I think they're down at half. I think they're down at half, something like 10-3. I think they get a couple, maybe 10-6. I think they get one more field goal. They get touchdown 17-13. Denver scores the last 5 minutes, and the defense has to hold them. Because,
It's just hitting me that
or it's going to be something like 38-3.
Vic, it could be. I'll get to that in a second. Vic didn't give us a number, did he? He didn't give us a score.
What did he say?
He just said Bills. By the way, so it's during the first half last night of the game, and it's 10-0 Penn State.
The first period or second period? Oh, football.
First quarter. First quarter. The Avs are going. The Avs made it easy to pay attention to the football game, man.
It's
Good
like
for
six,
them.
What was it?
6-1.
Yeah, 6-1.
And the Avs put it on a division foe that really matters. It's this back-to-back stuff. That's why I'm not freaking out if you lose to the worst team in the league.
Hey, can I say something? We won't talk about this anymore and go back to your football thing. Joe Sakic and McFarland did it again because I think what they brought in
for goaltending.
Yeah, for goaltending, and what's the other kid that we liked also? They brought in who ain't afraid to fight anybody.
Keaton Middleton.
Keaton.
His brother plays for the Wild. How about that? That was kind of fun.
There was
I wonder
a
if
game,
they're going to fight.
I remember, it was the national game they just had on recently. He was going around looking for people, and the other team didn't want nothing to do with him.
Let me tell you, man. Most of these hockey guys, when you see him in the locker room, you're like, that guy's not that big. I was around Keaton Middleton, like, oh my god,
he's big.
Who's our other guy? McDermott. It was a relatively big guy, right? Middleton dwarfs McDermott. Dwarfs him. Mackenzie Blackwood is 6'4", pretty big guy. He looks tiny next to Keaton Middleton. No, we got a guy. Yeah. We got a freaking hammer on the Avs, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And Manson's no small dude either.
No.
So you got some douche out there.
But it was some game Manson was coming back. Hand was still missing them. Somebody was missing with Manson. And Middleton comes skating over and says, "No, it's me."
Oh, you got it.
And they don't want nothing to do with Middleton. If you don't, I listen. My hat's off because I think the Avs are fine, and this
problem
this
there.
could be another special year, man. I really believe.
I
that.
agree. They got this game against Winnipeg on Saturday afternoon, and then they have a 5-game homestand. So if you want some incredible hockey action, Ball Arenas is set up to win for you next week. It's going to be kind of fun. All right, we'll get to no dumb questions here in a little bit. So Mike's got the Broncos. Everybody else has the Bills. Nate's kind of being goofy, so I don't know how he really feels. I would be curious how Nate actually legitimately feels.
I went on the tape, though, at 2017.
2017.
Denver. Or it's 38-3 Bills.
Well, here's how it
But I'm laying it down at 2017.
Here's how it could be 38-3 Bills. Here's how it could happen. They do challenge Josh Allen, Tyler, to beat him with man coverage, which they're going to run. Mm-hmm. And he just does it. Mm-hmm. He does it. He gets over him.
He's going to get his, I promise you, at some point.
Yeah, and that's exact. And Bo Nix, it is a pick six. It is a scoop and score. It is that happens a couple times. It's 38-3.
That's what I genuinely believe is that I think Bo Nix is going to have a great game. He's going to have a game that he can be very proud of and go into the offseason with his head held high. But young quarterbacks, they haven't been here yet. And generally speaking, you do something stupid.
Yeah.
I think it's probably going to happen early. I think once he
gets early than late, though.
Right, and I think once he gets his feet wet, I think he's going to settle in and he's going to have a great game. Like I could easily see Bo Nix having a close to 300-yard game, 3 touchdowns even. But it's going to be that one interception or that one mistake that is just going to be the difference in this game.
He has a 300-yard game and his high percentage completion. They win.
Yeah, but he could have a Demaryius Thomas had 18 catches in Super Bowl 48. I mean, you could have a 300-yard game and lose by 30.
Yeah, but they also had to throw it 500 times. So.
Well, it happens when you're trailing. Yeah. And Von Miller, if Von Miller has a big game, it's probably because you're trailing as well.
Here's my prediction for Von Miller. He gets a goose egg on the stat line, and now he is public enemy number one in Buffalo because they're going to accuse him of taking the game.
The spy.
Yeah.
The spy amongst us. I liked his press conference the other day. I don't know how you guys felt about it.
You wouldn't have liked it, though, if you're in Buffalo.
No, definitely not.
You would have. It was
Definitely
it was
not.
honestly too much.
It was way too much.
It was almost like him politicking for a job here someday.
I said it was like he was the assistant GM interview process was going on. Because that's what we've heard about Vaughn.
I'm telling you, he would like to finish his career here.
And he would like to work here too in administration, right? Isn't that the fact too?
I know he wants to get into that. So.
Right. I think Vaughn would be happy as a clam to, yes, play one last victory lap in Denver, which would be interesting because it would be a small contract, right? He must be willing to do it for basically nothing, I would think, with the agreement that, yeah, we're going to take you on as a learning process to, that GM sort of thing. And it was always like a GM sort of thing, not a coaching thing, right, with Vaughn?
Mm-hmm.
I would more than welcome that. I think that would be wonderful to give him a shot. Now, there's ex-players that sort of get into that administrative role.
We don't necessarily need him. I mean, we've got a plethora of pass rushers right now, but I know that's something that he would love.
I'd be all for it. I do think he'll try while he's out there, but I mean, how many snaps?
No, Vaughn is. See, that's the thing. Like I hope Buffalo fans are smart enough to realize that Vaughn is a competitive son of a gun, and he's going to do everything in his power to wreck shop. But it is going to be a bummer for him. And it happens, man. I mean, defensive ends, sometimes they just don't have an effect on a football game.
It can happen.
And if they get shut out like that, man, I think that fan base is going to be on top of him.
Well, I'll have to go back and look at it. But how many snaps a game is Vaughn even getting these days? Like, how often is he out there?
20?
I think it's
20?
more than you'd think. Yeah, maybe somewhere in that ballpark.
Well, that's what I would think. I would think around 20. I mean, they're only going to be specific pass rush situations.
But if you're up 21-3, 24-3.
He averages 21 snaps per game.
21?
He's
Okay.
going to be in there a lot more than that.
Sure. I mean, hey, it's 3rd and 9, Vaughn. Hey, 2nd and 14, Vaughn. Sure. 3rd and 2, not Vaughn. 3rd and 5, 4th and 2, no Vaughn. It'll just be very specific. But he will be set up when he goes in. If he makes a play, it's going to look pretty special because it's going to be, going to be that sort of moment. Where's he coming off of? The left side, right side? Is he moving around? Like, where they got him?
He's usually coming over the right, but I don't know.
Okay. Sometimes they would play games you could just go right up the middle. Seeing some highlights of Super Bowl 50. That was so awesome. Oh, my God.
Him, Jackson, and Ware were just eating that game, weren't they?
Well, Wolf was part of that, too. They were amazing. They were amazing. They were amazing. And Cam Newton was having a incredible year.
That game basically ended Cam Newton's career.
He was never the same after it.
Never.
There was a play that he didn't.
That was an MVP season for him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he was. No, literally. He came out in warm-ups wearing gold-cleated MVP cleats. And then he took them off.
Just
and he wore something else for the game.
Yeah, because you weren't allowed to do
that. Which is crazy to me how normal that is for these guys. Like that is actually not unusual. Guys will get custom cleats that they wear just for pregame warm-ups, then they wear something else for the game.
Who was their coach, man?
It was Ron
Rivera. Ron Rivera. Yeah. I'll never forget in the fourth quarter when they're down 2 possessions on 4th down and they punted. I was like, oh my God. They're punting. They are punting.
Dude, and their offense was the number one offense in the league that year. They were unstoppable.
You're down 10 points, whatever you're down, and you're punting in the fourth quarter with like 7 minutes to go or whatever. It's like, wow.
Against Manning and that team.
The Denver Broncos just won the Super Bowl. That was I don't know. Actually, I should go back and look at it. I mean, there might have been less than 7 minutes. It was bananas to see not only, Tyler, did you guys win the Super Bowl, but you beat them into quitting before the game was over. Come on. That was freaking awesome. That probably was the best football game I've ever been at in my life. That was incredible.
I've never rewatched that game. I should go back and watch it.
It's fun as hell, man.
When you go back and play that soundbite that we got where he's arguing, I think it was with Malik Jackson. I didn't call nobody any names, and I went, "Oh, dude, you got beat."
Oh, I remember that.
That just showed you right there. They took a part of your soul. Malik Jackson and Ware and Vaughn and even Wolf had a good game.
Absolutely.
They snatched part of his soul that game. That was like, what was that one thing? They took part of his mojo, and they never gave it back.
And they had Danny Trevathan, who was Warrior too. That the no-fly zone, that defense was sick.
Is this a similar defense without the names?
There's a lot of similarities. It's totally unfair to try to compare the two because it's not even close. The 2015 team didn't have any games like this defense has had. Like we had an entire month of December that this was the second worst defense in the league. But if you just look at it structurally, like from the front to back, the pass rushers, the interior pass rushers, the exterior pass rushers, you've got two really good corners. We don't have two kind of big names at safety like we did on that team, but they're rock solid players. We don't have the linebackers. That's probably the biggest difference.
But you know what? This team finds a way and they win a Super Bowl. Guess what? That defense is going to be right up there with that no-fly zone.
Oh, the inside linebackers.
We'll do a whole show of trying to name this defense if they win the Super Bowl.
Danny Trevathan, Brandon Marshall. And,
Brandon Marshall, right. I remember Danny.
He was good, too.
You're right. You take both of those guys over Cody Barton and Stranad, no doubt.
Yeah.
And Singleton.
And Barton and Stranad have had a really good year.
They have, but you would take Danny and Brandon over those guys. Would you take? And we can do this real quick. Well, let's just do no dumb questions. Here we go. I'll just throw it out there.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Brought to you by oldchicago.com. Order online. Find a location near you. Let me just go through it real quick.
Because I got one I have to get to you guys.
All right. Would you take Riley Moss or Chris Harris?
Chris Harris.
Okay.
You're drunk. You're drunk. He ain't there yet.
He's faster than Chris Harris.
Give it to me.
No, he's not.
Oh, he is too.
Go ahead. Riley Moss or Chris Harris?
Chris Harris.
Chris Harris. Pat Surtain or Aqib Talib?
Pat Surtain.
Surtain?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Wait. So get Chris Harris or Talib.
Chris Harris or Talib? Well,
who's better?
They're on the same team, though.
I was going to mix and match and make one great team.
I think Oh, you want to do that? I would take Talib over Chris Harris, and I love Chris Harris. But if we're doing that, I'd take Talib.
Well, if I got Pat Surtain already, I'm taking Chris Harris because
Fair.
You're talking about matchups. You're talking about
but you could put where Harris started, put him in the slot too, which he was when he started his career. That's where he was, and he was phenomenal.
Nick Benito.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that. Yeah,
Nick
exactly,
Benito.
I got Pat on the outside.
Benito or Von Miller?
Von Miller.
It's not even a choice.
Yeah, actually, VJ was asked about that. He started laughing. He goes, Benito's having a good year, but come on, guys.
Yeah.
Jonathan Cooper or who would it be?
Ware or Shane or Shaq.
What would you do? Who would you use there? Yeah, because it kind of floated all over the place. Like, who would you say was that guy?
Well, Jonathan Cooper's a starter, so you have to compare it to DeMarcus Ware.
All right, DeMarcus Ware. Okay.
DeMarcus. If you want to compare depth, then you got to compare depth to depth.
All right, you go inside pass rush, so it'd be Malik. We could do it as a group.
Malik and Derek Wolfe.
Malik Wolfe against
Zach Allen
and John Franklin Myers.
Yeah.
You probably take Malik and Wolfe.
I mean, well, he's
having a great year though. You're right.
Zach is phenomenal, but if you're taking the duos, I would take the 2015 duo.
I would too. Scott
Lee Jackson had a great year.
Oh, he was on.
He got paid that year.
He was on his way to becoming the Super Bowl MVP if Vaughn didn't later in the game step up and do other Vaughn things, which was amazing. All right, so we're more or less taking the entire 2015 defense.
Safeties, the two safeties, you'll probably take over them, the safeties.
TJ Ward or Darian over PJ Locke. And,
both of them.
Yeah. So it's only Surtain. So Surtain's it?
Yeah, but
is there anybody else that you'd take?
But also think
about I'd take Zach Allen if I was able to handpick just him.
Would he be more like Malik or Derek?
Well, they're the same position.
So you'd take Zach Allen over Derek Wolfe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any other?
I don't want to get punched or anything.
Yeah, you'd be fine. What's the player you were thinking of? I mean, we didn't even talk about slot corner. So who would you consider that would be Kayvon, or would it be?
Oh, what was the guy that ended up signing a nice contract with?
Oh no,
Houston
yeah.
Roby,
Bradley Roby, or
Pretty good.
Jaquan McMillan.
Roby.
Yeah.
That year.
It really is just Surtain, maybe Zach Allen. It's
yeah.
But you also got to look at that was Von Miller's 7th, 8th, 9th year in the league. Benito's played his 3rd. I mean, there's still growth from this group if you can keep them together.
Sure.
Who had a better?
Put it more simplistically of our current defense. Like, yeah, we can compare and contrast to the best defense we've ever had, or we could just say, like, of the guys we've currently got, who are you trying to improve? Well, we're trying to improve inside linebacker. Okay. Other than that, I feel pretty damn good about this defense.
Yeah, I do too. I agree.
I mean, we need an upgraded inside linebacker, and I wouldn't mind an upgraded safety. But
we can do it a little bit better. And I know they played a different style of defense with the Orange Crush.
I know, and
Crush.
That's fine, and you can debate that. And I'm sure there's a very legitimate argument there.
I would tell you, because Pat Surtain is so good, and the Broncos already lean heavy into man defense, you've got to focus on that too in the future, because you want to stay with Surtain, getting the most out of him. You don't want to have to be some sort of zone sort of defense where you're not utilizing Surtain. So whatever that means, whatever that takes, I'm not smart enough to know that, but I think that's where you got to lean into. That is like where you start. Like, do we have the right defense to play this style? And we'll see as we go. Offensive line, would you take 2015 or this offensive line?
This one.
I would too.
And that's a shot at myself, I guess. But this is a really, really solid offensive line.
You guys are the scrappy dudes, man.
Yeah.
This offensive line is the Avengers. It's superstar, high-paid guys across the board, except for Wattenberg.
Wide receivers.
Oh, that's not even close.
So it's Emmanuel.
We had some dudes, man.
It's Emmanuel and DT, basically, against Cortland and Vele.
Or Mims, whatever you want to put.
Well, Mims is in the slot, and your slot guy that year was... Who was the slot guy that year? Welker? Was Welker there?
No.
He didn't win it. He was there before that.
Yeah, so he was gone by that point.
Oh, you know who it was? Oh,
wasn't Bubba Caldwell,
yeah,
was it?
Bubba
Caldwell? Yeah. I would take Mims over Bubba Caldwell. But you know what Bubba Caldwell was?
Oh, we also had Jordan Norwood.
I would take Mims over Jordan Norwood, despite the fact Norwood had a great punt return. I would take Mims over those
Norwood
two.
Norwood even got better as a receiver when he went to Buffalo.
But I mean, we were just so top heavy with DT and Emmanuel that you can't even compare it.
You leaned in that direction. Tight end is
Owen Daniels, Jalen Virgil,
Jalen Virgil.
Or Virgil. I'm sorry,
Virgil Green.
Virgil Green.
Yeah, I would take that tight end group.
Owen Daniel was nothing. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's a weatherman. He liked weather. But I think Troutman's a better tight end than Owen Daniel.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
I am?
Yeah.
Oh,
you're wrong.
okay.
You're
Owen was at the end of his career when he was here. The days were done.
Do you remember the playoffs?
Didn't he have a couple touchdowns in that New England series?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Any other position stands out? I mean, quarterback. Yeah, well, come on. I would take Peyton Manning over Bo Nix, as much as I love Bo Nix. I would take injured
C.J. Anderson or whoever the three.
C.J.
I would take C.J. C.J. was a tough dude. He was in great shape. He was a bowling ball, man. He was tough to stop. I guess I would take C.J. Coach, Kubiak or Sean Payton?
Coops.
I would take Coops too. This is a scrappy.
That is one of your weirdest hot takes of all time, though.
Yeah, you dominated the no dumb question, and it turned out really wasn't that dumb of a question because it was too easy to answer.
I guess so. Coops, I think he was the best coach in Broncos history.
That's a really weird hot take. I don't know how you get to that.
Because I think he had to do more with less than Shanny did to win championships.
Yeah, but I mean, longevity, the things he had to do, like he
I get
built,
it.
Yeah.
Listen, I ain't dying on that hill. If you, that's a you're wrong. I'd be like, okay, I'm not fighting that hard. I just have so much respect for what Kubiak did that year. That's more like that.
Yeah,
he's one of my favorite people.
He was magical.
It's PHC on 92.5.
Guys, I get it. I know it. The day that you start to realize you're losing your hair, it's a bad day. And if you're anything like me, you might have already gone online. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working the way that you want it to. It's time to invest in yourself with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Do it the right way. Do it one time. Do it right and get your hair back for life. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration, and there's nobody out there like Dr. Tanya Pauls. She is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best at what they do. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. And what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is it's a comforting feeling when you go to any business and they believe in what they do so much that they give you a lifetime guarantee. That's what Advanced Hair does. They guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Matter of fact, your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. So pick up the phone and call today. Make a New Year's resolution that you can actually keep and get your hair back with Advanced Hair Restoration. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
A rookie quarterback starting his first NFL game, is it
his first playoff game?
A big step, and then what makes you think you're
I think, listen, he's played in bigger games. I mean, he's played in a lot of big games, and honestly, last week for him, for many guys, it was like a playoff game. So he's seasoned, and he's been in big moments, and you know what? He's going to play in bigger games.
I played in the high school state championship, and guess
Big
what?
game.
It wasn't bigger than the Southwest Conference tournament my freshman year.
How'd you do in the state championship game?
Oh, we won. MVP.
Yeah, I was trying to
Option
think.
QB?
No, I was on basketball.
Oh, okay.
I was ops quarterback 7th grade.
Has Bo Nix played in a bigger game?
Hell
No.
Hell no.
Okay, just checking.
No, you can.
The Pac-12 championship game's not bigger than a wild card NFL game, right?
Against the number 2 team and a Hall of Fame quarterback. No.
Okay.
Who won all the games this year in the championship game?
What conference?
Yeah, exactly.
I could tell you, but you know.
I mean, I got another take on that. I called it Grumpy Pants, but didn't get to explain yesterday.
Go ahead, Grumpy. No, this is good right here.
I got no dumb question.
This is perfect. No, this is perfect.
But I have some serious help I need.
Perfect time right here.
For my no dumb question.
Perfect time.
I'm assuming we've all had that either thread or that text message, and you respond, and you come back and you're talking to the guy, and they're saying, hey, well, we all had that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end, you go, who was that? You know, what's that guy's name?
Okay.
2 years. I've got a buddy, call him a buddy, and I'll tell you why in a second.
Okay.
Who, especially during the Nuggets game, he's watched all the Nuggets games. Man, they got to get better. They got to do this. All in the timeout, I'll respond, yeah, got to have this. Got to play. You can't play soft.
You don't have his name saved?
No, it's just a number.
Yeah.
The name's not on it. So
I totally know.
I feel kind of goofy. He responded, but then he wrote me the other day. I don't see if I still saved it. I won't tell you exactly what he wrote, but
okay.
I didn't erase it. Sometimes. Oh, it's when I was doing the Nate Jackson. I was doing the
Jake Plummer
interview, and Nate Jackson was there. He writes right out there. I remember Nate Jackson was at the fights we went to at Broomfield Event Center too. LOL.
We went to.
And look, I show you that. See, it's just a phone number, right?
And did you go to that?
I did go one time. I'm trying to think who I went with.
We went to.
I went to that one time also when Brendan Schaub was fighting, and it was called the Ring of Fire. Do you remember that?
I remember. I went to a Ring of Fire once.
His friend, who he doesn't know who it is.
Yeah, I know.
But
I'm tracking.
It's saying we went to.
I'm tracking.
The only time I remember, I went to twice. One time was in a group with some people, and one time was with my pastor buddy.
I got an answer
new
for
phone. Who dis?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but hold on.
Bing.
Then I'll show you guys. So you guys see this.
Tyler's right.
That's because I'll erase. But then I've had 2 years with a conversation.
Screw up with the phone. Tyler's right.
But I don't want to lie. I said, listen, I got to be honest with you. I don't have your name.
Well, just say that. We're kind of doing it right now.
Because then I feel stupid.
You're a little deep now. You know,
that's why I'm looking at it.
Like at this point, it definitely is a little bit awkward for you to say new phone.
That's how I feel about
Listen,
that.
I think
that's where you went wrong. You needed to pull it off within the first 2 messages.
Well, the first couple messages, I went, yeah, you're right. Or no, and it was real short because I wasn't sure. I didn't know if it was somebody at work or somebody I was supposed to have.
Can I tell you something?
But then I got thrown this after a year and a half. All last season, this year, I get thrown out. Yeah, remember we saw him at the fights.
When I started working here, we got on the system, whatever. It literally erased the names of a lot of my contacts. It really did happen. I was transporting the phone and the email, whatever, and got a bunch of names zapped.
You got a new phone here?
No. I didn't get a new phone, but when I got a new emails thing here, no, I didn't get a new phone here. Got a computer here, Tyler. Big difference. I'd probably do for my second.
But you
computer,
see where
frankly.
my dilemma is?
No, just Tyler's. It's okay in life, by the way. We're talking some moral dilemmas here. Sometimes it's okay to Scott. It's okay to slightly lie.
Yeah, he wrote me. He goes, "Hey, when this team wants to compete on both ends, they have the talent to win it all." That was his comment. I went, "Yeah, Watson was great on Wemby." So that was obviously we were talking the San Antonio game.
Yeah, you're too deep now.
I'm deep.
Yeah, I'm actually with you. There's nothing you can do about this now. Now,
No.
You.
I'm just gonna do this. Who are you?
No, don't say it nicer.
Are you?
Say it nicer.
Should I just say send? Who are you? Should I hit the button?
No, you say it nicer.
Should I hit it?
Hit it.
Say it nicer though. Say listen, dog. Do it like I would talk.
Right,
Hey, dog.
Hold on.
I gotta be honest with you. I'm not even
Listen.
sure who this is. And we've been talking for 2 years, and I apologize. Who is this?
Dog. I apologize.
Hey, do you want me to text the number? Just be like, hey, is this Scott's friend?
Yeah, who is this?
Yeah.
I got this number from Scott.
Who are you? My bad. Such a dummy. Would that be something you say?
Well,
No?
I don't know.
I just said send.
Oh, you sent?
Read it. Read what he wrote.
I mean,
No, because I might get back on you, stupid.
Actually, your phone's in really good shape. You don't have any. It's clean. Oh, he's writing right back. He is writing right back.
He's probably listening.
Okay. I feel. Oh, we got a little drama here.
What do you mean? This is Beverly. And I'm like, whoa.
He is writing right back.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
He's not going to be mad.
He's writing a longer message, or at least he's taking some time with this.
Or he's just reading.
You don't remember we met this is really a dude that you met at the concession stand. And,
No, he wouldn't say we went to.
Well, we were both at the same event, and we met at the concession stand.
Boy, if it comes back, it's Cindy. You're in trouble.
Yeah. Whoever comes back.
We'll find out who it is. We'll come back next. We'll find out. Big question of the day.
Oh, jeez.
the most important hour of the day. We have arrived to it. Hopefully you can join us one way or the other. We'll be at number 38 before the game, during the game. Like, that's going to be the spot to be.
Are you all staying for the game?
I am. Yeah. I assume everybody is. I don't know. They're more than welcome to. They got TVs and stuff. Great place. You ever been to number 38?
No.
It's in Rhino. It's really cool. I know you're going to be in Dallas, so. Tyler, you want to come down to number 38? You got plans for the game?
Did you get invited?
It's a great location.
Hey, you want to go down there and just hang out in the crowd?
It's a cool spot. That's where we'll be Sunday. Big question of the day. Let's stay positive. The Broncos win this game because what happens? And we can say on a more positive tip in our final hour, before this game. We don't have to go negative. We know all the reasons why the Broncos likely would lose, and we'll hear from Sean Payton here in maybe a little bit. And they are leaving today, by the way. They are getting on a plane, and they depart around 4:40 today. So they're taking care of business and shuffling off to Buffalo this afternoon.
The majority of the guys that won that game last year in Buffalo with Russ, who I would say that Bo Nix probably runs Sean Payton's offense better than Russ did. And Russ had a good year last year for us. But the defense remembers. They were for the most part all there, right? I mean, for the most part, you lose Simmons, but other than that, I mean, these guys. So there's a confidence they go in there. We know what we got to do. If the defense is able to do what the defense has done, they win.
Yeah, look, if Denver wins this game, I think it really comes down to the fact that Buffalo's going to get sphincteritis. And they got the pressure, man, and they got a lot. And look, I don't think for 1 second that those players in that locker room in Buffalo is carrying the pressure of the history of that organization, but they got their own history. And their own current history is relevant to them. 3 years in a row, man, going 1-1 in the playoffs. I know, generally speaking, they win that first game, which is why they go 1-1. But they lose. They lose in the playoffs. And I do think that, sphincteritis is a thing. And that's a pressure that they're carrying. When you're young, and Sean, and I think Sean's right on this. I do. I say young and dumb rather than young and hungry. But this team is young and dumb. They don't know what is what. They don't know that they're not supposed to win this game. They just know that they got a lot of good energy. They're excited to be there. And I think Buffalo, on the other hand, yeah, they're excited, but they're nervous. They're nervous about, gosh, are we ever going to get over this hump?
There's a little secret sauce that may be going on in this game. And Dan, I might need some help on this. Their special teams punt returner, kick returner guys, this guy, Brandon Codrington. I think he's hurt. I could have sworn, and Dan, again, maybe you're going to help me. Maybe there's an injury report out there for the Bills. Do you know who the backup returner guy is for the Buffalo Bills?
Former Denver Bronco.
KJ Hamler.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
KJ had some issues over the years with holding on to the ball and that sort of thing. How about that for some weird sort of kumbaya secret sauce sort of moment that KJ Hamler, trying to do a little bit too much against his former team, gives up the cookies. A backup. We got that? He's questionable. Okay. Questionable. All right, just keep your eyes out for that one. That could be an interesting little twist.
Yeah, there's actually a handful of former Broncos on that team right now.
Who else we got?
Kareem Jackson.
Kareem Jackson's on I did not even know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he a starter?
He's only appeared in 2 games.
Okay. I did not know he was with the Bills.
Yeah, he's out there. KJ Hamler.
Vaughn, obviously.
Vaughn. And then there's one more. Wide receiver. Can you remember?
Is it the little guy there? Is he's not still there. It's gosh, who was I thinking? Chris Harris made him cry. Gosh darn it.
I thought that was KJ. That wasn't KJ?
No, it was.
Oh, you're thinking of
McKenzie.
Yes, Isaiah McKenzie.
Isaiah McKenzie.
No, he's not there anymore.
He used to be, yeah.
Jalen Virgil.
Jalen Virgil's on the Bills.
Yeah.
He's a good player. He's fast. Gosh, does he play for them?
Not really.
No?
I think, yeah, no, not really.
Ah, that's fun. We got any other connections?
That'd be the 4 I could think of.
The director of player development, Ray Jackson, who went to CSU, was drafted by the Buffalo Bills.
There you go.
I'll never forget him and Sean Moran. The Bills had 2 CSU guys drafted in the same year, Sean Moran and Ray Jackson, when I was out there covering. I had never heard of Colorado State. I'm out in Buffalo. I'm like,
and you already lived here?
No, this is when I lived in Buffalo. Well, I lived here when I was in 3rd grade in Mrs. Stanko's class. I wasn't,
You didn't know CSU?
I'm in Buffalo. I was in Buffalo, and I had no idea there was a place called Colorado State. No clue.
Wow.
I was in my 20s. Like, we got 2 guys from the school I've never heard of. I heard of CU. I knew CU, but I had never heard of CSU. I don't know. Are there any other connections, or is there any other kind of fun like that?
I was just looking at the coaching staff. I'm not recognizing any of the coaching staff or anything in terms of former Broncos. I think that's it.
Do we have any former Bills? Anything in the
Mike Lotus.
Mike Lotus. I got a great story about Mike Lotus.
Oh, he was awesome.
Well, Lotus, there were a couple guys on those Bills teams that lost all those Super Bowls who did end up winning. And he was one of them. And he kind of was, the other guy was Don Beebe, who went to the Packers and won one with the Packers. But it does lead me to my favorite sports trivia question of all time. There's one player in NFL history who's been on the active roster of 5 straight losing teams. 5 straight Super Bowl losing teams. One player in NFL history.
Well, Lotus has to be one of those guys.
No, he won. He won with the Broncos. He didn't lose.
He won 2 with the Broncos.
He won 2 with the Broncos. He didn't lose.
But didn't he go to 6 straight?
He did. Oh, no, not 6 straight.
Was there a separation in between?
There was a little separation, a couple years. No, there's one player. This is a great one, but you would never know. It was the third. There used to be, by the way, teams used to keep 3 quarterbacks on the active roster. All the time. That was not unusual back in the day. The Buffalo Bills' 3rd-string quarterback was this guy named Gail Gilbert. He lost 4 straight as a 3rd-string quarterback. He goes to the Chargers and loses the next year, too. He went to 5 straight Super Bowls and lost as a player on the team.
And never got a snap in any of them.
Never got a snap in any of them. Watched it from the sideline 5 straight times as a loser.
So he got 5 second-place rings.
He's got 5 second-place rings. He's got 5 AFC championship rings. All right, let's go to Sean Payton and catch up with what's going on here today.
Obviously, we'll travel here, and then we'll get in tonight, meet in the morning, walk through that kind of, final reminders, and then get ready to go. Any questions?
In terms of a characteristic of your team, what gives you the most confidence that they're ready for this moment?
I would only say past experience. History. Look, there's several things that even in last year's regular season. Take any of our games we've played this year. The momentum pendulum is going to swing back and forth. But I think the exposure and the experience of these past 17 weeks.
We played 5 guys named All-Pros today.
Yeah.
That connects for this team. How much does that mean? And you think all those guys deserving?
Outstanding. Look, and the Pro Bowl is one thing. I get it. A lot of different people vote. This All-Pro and anybody who votes on, for instance, the Hall of Fame. Remember, that's one team, AFC, NFC. And so, man, it's a tremendous honor for those guys. And I'm proud of all of them. Our team was excited for all of them. And, much deserved. Surface, yeah. I mean, we've had good outside practices, and for us, just getting on the field turf and moving around, but it was good.
Some people may take the quarterback sneak for granted, but there's obviously a lot that goes into it. What have you guys done well there to have that?
I think, look, all right, the long end of it, there's certain type of fronts you get that maybe are more conducive to that. And so oftentimes it's this play or a sneak, sometimes you get the heavy gaps and then if you just said, hey, if they're all inside, run outside. And then there's sometimes where you just go to the ball. And so believe it or not, we'd spend an hour on figuring out the formation for our sneak. Because, look, Quinn does a good job, right? And so Bo's first one early on, you know, he went in a certain direction, and I said, look, there's this right guard that's getting paid a lot of money, you know, but defensively there's certain things that they can do. So each week there'll be different ways to look at it. Is it a yard or is it a yard and a half? All of those things. And then the complementary plays also from the gun or under center. But yeah, you want to be, obviously you want to be good in short yardage situations. And so sometimes by going right to the ball, you can lock into a personnel group. Now they can still jump into gaps. You know, in Vegas, we went right to the ball on a 3rd and 1, and then we knew and then we threw it. You know, and when they're in the gaps, it's hard to rush the passer. So, yeah, there's the quarterback sneak.
With Jaleel, what's he giving you? I mean, he's obviously started for the last few games here on the stretch.
Yeah, there's juice, there's vision, there's, you know, he's played good football. And, you know, there's been a spark, so he's doing well. He's doing well. He, you know, he's got good contact balance for his size.
All right, that's good enough. They kind of, like, let's break down Jaleel McLaughlin. We know we've hit the end of it. So the Broncos are in that kind of shape. By the way, sweet-looking hoodie.
That's a good hoodie.
And you see the old D, and then he's wearing a hat with the horse, and then the deal. It's come on, right? Like, there it is right next to each other. The hoodie's sweet, though. That's a nice one. Yeah, all pros. The Broncos have an all-pro who didn't make the Pro Bowl. Okay, let's football go. Dan Tanner coming up next.
Also.
All right, here we go. Thank you to Old Chicago. Love Old Chicago. And we love Mountain High Appliance. How about I get my act together? Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. By the way, if you missed it, we'll have the all the staff and their predictions of what's going to happen coming up here in about 30 minutes. So you want to stick around for that. Couple of wise guys in there. Otherwise, come some serious predictions. So we'll get to all that coming up. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, what's first?
All right, the all-pro teams have been announced. First team, quarterback Lamar Jackson, Saquon Barkley, fullback Patrick Ricard of the Baltimore Ravens. How about this? First team all tight end, rookie Brock Bowers. Take that, D-Mac. Wide receiver.
What do you mean by that?
I'm just
all
joking.
pro.
Well, okay.
Look at him get all sensitive about it.
No. I understand that's fine if you want to point that out. But I'll point out, and this was the whole Pat Surtain, Justin Fields thing. If you don't have a quarterback, man, it doesn't matter how good the guy is. If you don't got a quarterback, you don't have anything. I know I'm a little too sensitive there. I get it. I know you're just having fun. But that is the lesson there, by the way. You don't get better than Surtain or Brock Bowers, and they don't have a quarterback.
But again, that's great you got Bowers. If you don't win that last game of the year, and now you got the first or second pick in the draft,
Right.
and now you will get you a quarterback for this year, and now you've got a proven tight end to help a young rookie quarterback. But now winning that game and dropping down to seventh, you're screwed.
Yes.
I'm with you on almost everything. Always draft the quarterback if you like one, but if there's not one you like, just draft the best dude you got and figure it out next year.
Well,
and
then
the Raiders had no choice then.
You would have to seriously ask yourself, why do we not like this guy and other teams do? And then you'd also have to ask yourself, if it's close, do we have a better shot than in drafting in the top 10 for one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks?
Well,
so
for the Raiders, by the time they were where they were, they had no choice. They had no choice. You're going to draft Spencer Rattler at 14 or 13 or whatever.
No, it's you go 6 quarterbacks deep. There's probably not a 7th quarterback. So you're right about that.
So they did draft the best
Brock
guy,
Bowers?
and it's proven because Brock Bowers was the best tight end in football this
You
year.
imagine Brock Bowers with the quarterback?
Oh, well, wait. That's why I'm saying if you don't win that stupid last game that meant nothing, then guess what? You're probably drafting 1, 2.
You know, I actually put that on ownership. If you don't want to be in that bad spot for your organization, you got to man up and do some things that might feel a little weird in terms of arranging things so you can lose the game. Andy Reid had no problem playing a defense that would keep his players safe and inevitably would lead to points. Like, he did do that. And you are the owner of the team. And if you've got a coach who's not going to do that, just get yourself another coach. That's it.
Instead, you let him do what he wants to do, and then you still get yourself another coach.
Well, yeah, like, that makes no sense. I would say this, man. As soon as the season's over, as soon as you're really eliminated for the playoffs, it's not the coach's team. It's the owner's team. You gave it a shot. You didn't make the playoffs. I think the owners are well within their rights to do anything they damn please for the betterment of their organization. I'm amazed more owners actually don't take control of things like that.
Which if the Raiders do, like I said, now all of a sudden you're 1, 2, or 3.
You're good.
You got a chance to get a quarterback.
Next up, Dan.
All right, let's just announce the Broncos. 5 Broncos made an all-pro team. 2 first team, 3 second team. Excuse me, 3 first team, 2 second team.
Yeah.
So Patrick Surtain, obviously, first teamer. Quinn Miners, first teamer.
That's
Punt
cool.
returner Marvin Mims, first team all-pro.
Well, Mims certainly
2 years in a row, right?
Yeah, he deserves that. That's for sure. He was
Cool,
the best guy
and,
at that.
and really cool to see Miners get the recognition.
So how does Miners get all
you
pro?
didn't think anybody was going to supplant Nelson forever, right? You know.
Well, hold on. Nelson may be there too.
He's second team.
Really? Who's the other guard then? Who's the other guard? Well, I should look myself. You actually sent it to me.
1 sec.
Yeah. Well,
Joe Thuney, Chiefs.
Oh,
Thuney,
yeah.
however you say
Well,
it.
and that dude can make it just about any position, and he's played every position on the offensive line.
Boy, that is kind of impressive that Quentin Nelson was surpassed. That's pretty cool.
And then
for
second
Quinn
team
Miners.
is Zach Allen and Nick Benito, second team All-Pro.
That is awesome that the Broncos have that many guys on. That is the team to be on.
Again, though, Zach Allen just got robbed. He got robbed for the Pro Bowl. He got robbed on this. It's cool to be recognized as second team, and I know that's still a big deal. But you cannot tell me there's a better interior defensive lineman in the NFL than Zach Allen.
This season.
Yeah.
This season. Yeah. No, he probably, listen, you're first and second all pro, then, sneeze at it. But it shows you how stupid the Pro Bowl is. He's not even on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Quinn Miners just tweeted about himself. Well, he retweeted somebody else about him.
You follow Quinn Miners?
What's that?
You follow Quinn Miners?
I guess I do. I didn't realize I did. I guess I do. He literally just sent this out. Tyler O'Shea, whoever that is, points out how amazing Quinn Miners is. And Quinn Miners wanted everybody to see it. Like, look how awesome I am.
Well, hey, you got to believe a lot of those guys for first team All Pro probably have some sort of little do-re-mi contract.
Well, I bet that's probably fair. Here's a Quinn Miners quote that he just sort of signed off on. Screw those guys. They don't know anything about me. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to show it even more so that the level of competition wasn't going to be an issue for me going from Whitewater, wherever, D3 to the NFL.
I have 2 middle fingers.
There you go.
You can play.
By the way, he could have transferred at any point if he wanted to, once he established himself. Having loyalty is not a negative. Good for him, man. Yeah. Good for Quinn Miners. Good dude. The belly. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Drew Brees. He was on with Colin Cowherd, and Colin asks Drew, does Sean Payton change in the playoffs as far as his coaching style, his attitude goes? Here's what Drew had to say.
He's going to look at this as, like, there's going to be something special this week or something unique this week that he kind of throws into the preparation that makes the guys feel like this is a little something different.
Yeah.
And the fact that, look, you're going on the road and playing, arguably one of the favorites, and a guy in Josh Allen and an environment like the, Bills Mafia, where, like, he's going to build that up a little bit, like playing in that atmosphere, in that stadium, with the weather conditions, like all that stuff. He's going to be talking about, yeah, it's on turf, but it's slick, make sure you got the right cleats. And, he's going to have something about, like, man, we're going to, like, be throwing snowballs, into the stands at the fan. Like, he's going to build it up to where it's different, but man, it's going to be fun, right? There's going to be the keys to victory. There's going to be locked in and focused. But at the same time, like, there's going to be something different and fun about this week.
And what do you expect to be a little bit different from Sean versus the regular season, Sean?
Maybe standing on the sideline during practice with sex toys and tossing it at the guys in their face or something, get them ready to play in Buffalo, get hit by a dildo.
I was told that was only for Tom Brady.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Well, that guy told us the other day.
That's what we were told. You think the key is throwing sex toys at the Broncos?
Yeah. Well, he said it's gonna be something different.
Well, that would be different. That would be different. I think
what is different is you hope a giant snowstorm doesn't hit the east.
I hope it does.
Well,
I want that.
Why?
Because weather is neutralizing. It is.
Unless you've played games in it.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I don't know if I buy that. I think cold is freaking cold. I know they're more accustomed to it, but man, their type of blizzards, I think that neutralizes everyone personally.
Well, they had a big blizzard. They want to smack somebody in this year, didn't they?
It looks like there's a hole. There's going to be snow in Buffalo today, and they're flying actually in a couple hours. There's going to be a high chance of snow tomorrow, at least according to, Chris Bianchi. I mean, my iPhone. Sunday, 31, no snow. So snow today, snow tomorrow, and then snow on Monday. It looks like for the game, God wants the turf to be clean. I mean, if that's, we're doing that, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. Big deal, not big deal.
Oh, well, I mean, that's just a little bit cold, but yeah, no big deal.
I don't know if that condition is any different than what they just played in here.
Right.
It's practically the same thing.
They're practicing that all week.
The weather's no big. Hey, guess what, everybody? It's Buffalo. It's no big deal. The weather is not going to matter in this thing at all. It's not going to be anything. Next up, Dan.
All right, Jeff Legwold has an article out on ESPN.com, and he's talking about the Broncos game in Miami of last year. So obviously the Broncos are back in the postseason for the first time since 2015 when they won Super Bowl 50. But on September 24th of 2023, the Broncos allowed 10 touchdowns to the Dolphins in a 70-20 loss. They gave up 726 yards, the most in franchise history, 350 rushing yards, third most in franchise history. And it was the first time since 1966 an NFL team had allowed 70 points in a game. Now, Sean Payton, after the game, said this will never, ever happen again. And linebacker Alex Singleton called it the most embarrassing game that he had ever been a part of and the most embarrassing game he had ever watched. Now, Broncos are in the playoffs now. Looking back, was that, in your guys' mind, the turning point for the organization?
Well, I'll let you guys answer first.
Well, it's pretty amazing the rebound that they had after that. That certainly, I mean, everybody was calling for Vance Joseph's head. There were a few of us that were calling for stability, but I don't know. I'm trying to pinpoint like why that particular game was a turning point. Is there something they did different? Like when I think of turning points, I think of like somebody got benched. They changed something they were doing offensively, right? I'm not sure what the turning point is there, other than it was an embarrassing day and it couldn't get any worse.
The defense was much better after that game.
For some reason, I can accept 70 points, but when you said 726 yards or whatever you said, that sounded so insane. Over 700 yards. That sounds worse than 70 points to me.
The 350 rushing yards, and it's only third?
Yeah.
It's only third in franchise history?
That's crazy.
Ooh, that's crazy.
I have a recollection the next week they gave up a ton of points too. I'm kind of scrambling.
They gave up 30-some to Detroit, and then after that, it absolutely changed.
Was it? See, I think it was Miami was ridiculous, but wasn't the next week? I'm looking it up. I thought it was against Chicago, but they happened to win that game. But my timeline is on my timeline. Anybody help me on this one? I'm begging for some help, I guess. 2023. What happened after the Miami game?
Thought you were looking up.
I am looking up, but I'm failing miserably.
All right.
On looking it up.
After the Miami game.
Yeah.
What week was that? That was the third week of the season. They won the next week in Chicago.
Okay. So
31-28, and then they lost to Jets 21-31.
Right. Like, so was that the turning point? I mean,
well, they gave up 42 to the Lions late in the season, but after that Jets game, no one scored over 22 points until the Lions, who scored 42.
Yeah, so they give up 70, 28, and they won, which was cool. And they had to come from behind. They should not have won that game. That was that game Justin Fields was actually playing unbelievable, but Russ, to his credit, kind of rallied them. They give up 31 there to New York. Yeah, I don't think it was the turning. If it's a turning point, it's just that they didn't fire VJ, I guess.
Well, VJ says that's when he realized I got to quit trying to do the system these guys are comfortable in. I got to get my system in. It was a turning point for VJ.
That's a turning point. I mean, yeah, that would fit my definition. I'm going to do something different.
Okay. I think the craziness and the turning point for everything was the decision to move on from Russ, frankly. I don't think there was a turning point. I think the turning point was when they threatened his job as a starter into the bye week, and Russ basically put his middle fingers up, won 5 games in a row, came and beat the Bills. The turning point was probably losing to New England, frankly, and being okay with taking the cap hit. That was probably the turning point.
Well, that was a turning point for the franchise, but you can have smaller, monumental. If VJ, and to his own words, I was trying to what they were comfortable in, and I knew I had to get what I'm comfortable with and teach these guys. So defensively, for a team we saw, third or fourth in points allowed this year, second in points allowed this year, that moment may have been a turning point for VJ.
Let me ask you guys a couple of VJ questions then. Broncos get whooped. Is VJ on this team next year as the DC?
I do think Vance Joseph's going to be the defensive coordinator next year.
Even if they get whooped?
Yeah.
What's whooped?
38-3.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I understand the logic behind it, and generally speaking, there always is a fall guy for everything, right? Whether it's a first-round exit, whether you don't make the playoffs, there's almost always a fall guy if the season doesn't go the way that you want it to, and Vance kind of adds up for that, and it does feel like there's been some tension behind the scenes, but I think Sean's going to look at this thing holistically. Dude, this is a damn good defense. It feels insane to move on.
If it's 38-3 and there's 2 picks and a fumble that give up short fields or a pick six and puts the defense in a hole, then that's on the offense. Kind of like Malone, we got to quit giving them 120. We got to get better defense. Well, quit giving them 27 points from your offense by turning the ball over. Your defense might get a little better, right?
I just have this sinking feeling that VJ is not going to be back with this team next year. And not necessarily like he's fired, like he may have an opportunity doing something else and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
It'll have to be an advancement.
Yeah, it would only be head coach. That would be the only thing.
Could he not go DC assistant head coach and that would be an advancement?
I think team guys have done that. I don't know how tricky that is, but
maybe.
They'd have to give him a co-head coach position.
Yeah, something like that.
And that'd have to be a very strong
That'd be
head
tough.
coach that wouldn't mind that to happen.
That would be tough. Right, because they can't fire him. You can't fire VJ. That's
why,
ridiculous, right?
Like, I understand there's probably some tension, but come on, man.
Right,
you look
right.
at this thing. Like, we're just sitting here talking. We're trying to compare it to 2015.
Yeah,
what are we talking about here?
Actually, to VJ's
moving on from Vance Joseph, like that's insane.
To VJ's credit, when we did those comparisons to 2015, this defense comes up way short.
Well,
of
but
that
that's also
2015
because
defense.
of youth and
Okay, fine.
I mean, aren't they the 3rd youngest team or something like that?
It's something like that. I mean, to his credit, to VJ's credit. We're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. How is everybody here on the ASR staff picking the game?
They fired Vance Joseph. Say that happens.
Yeah.
That'll be a turning point because there's a lot of young, talking to us, a lot of young defensive guys on this team that love him.
Yep.
We'll find out what everybody thinks of this game coming up next.
Mosher.
Let me give you my numerical prediction. I think it's going to be 31-20 Buffalo. That's what I think it's going to be. 31-20.
Yeah, not much of a game then. Double digit? Will it be that late, early, what?
What? No, I think the Buffalo Bills will they'll add on another touchdown. It'll be 24-20. They'll add on a touchdown. Broncos will come up short, and that will be it.
Nate Kreckman.
Nick Bonito sacks Josh Allen 4 times, 2 of which result in strip sacks, and Denver scoop and scores. Final score, Broncos 69, Bills nothing.
69 points. Brett Kane.
I think the Broncos cover. I think they keep this within a one-possession game, but it just might not feel that way, is the way that I'd put it. Like a 27-20 type of game where, like, Buffalo controls it, but you're within striking distance.
Andy Lindahl.
So I'm going to take you back on a little piece of history the last time the Broncos and Bills played. It was in Orchard Park. It was a sunny day. Gary Kubiak's running around the field with his number 8, throwing the ball all over the field, and the Broncos should have won that day, but they couldn't because their kicker, Mr. David Treadwell, unfortunately had one of the roughest games of his career and couldn't get it to go through the uprights. That said, Bills 24, Broncos 10.
Coach Mike Sanford.
I think the Broncos match up well. Styles make fights. Broncos are going to be trailing 21-17. 2-minute drive. Bo Nix is going to stare across, look at his potential nemesis for years to come in Josh Allen. He's going to lead a drive. It's a touchdown drive. Broncos are going to win 24-21. Denver Broncos then are going to go get the opportunity to take down the Chiefs themselves. You heard it here first.
Lombardi.
I can see the Broncos going toe-to-toe with Buffalo, putting a major scare into Buffalo. At one point taking the lead in Buffalo. But at the end of the day, that witch, Josh Allen, who's been there and done that, he'll win the game.
Yeah.
The end.
Alex Ryan-Emmy.
I do think they're going to cover. I think it's a really close game up until the end. But I've got the Bills 30, the Broncos 24.
That leads us. Tyler, you got to stick with your prediction?
Yeah. I haven't changed yet.
30-24 Bills.
Yeah, I'm going 30-24 Bills. And the way I see it unfolding is, first off, I think Bo Nix is going to have a great game. I think it's going to be the type of game where he might throw for 285, 300 yards, somewhere along those lines. Maybe pick up 3 touchdowns even. But I do think he'll make a mistake. Probably early on is my hope. And then he'll bounce back from it. Unfortunately, an interception in this game might be the difference. And an early interception from Bo Nix is probably going to be the single defining moment that you just can't overcome, even though he plays a great game.
Scott, you got to stick with the Broncos win 2017?
Broncos still wins, and I'm going to go to Tyler's semi-joke list, number 5. And it was
Bo, he's our man. If Russ can do it, anyone can.
Okay. That you went into Buffalo and beat them in Buffalo with Russ, who you guys both hate.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix runs Peyton's offense better than Russ did. There's more synergy between them, and I think that's a positive. And I think VJ has Buffalo figured out because he was still the D coordinator, and they had a hell of a game playing last year. I don't think they're – I'll say this, for a young and dumb team and all that stuff, I don't think Buffalo scares them as if they were playing Baltimore. If they're playing Baltimore, I'd be afraid they'd get beat by 40. Because I think they're intimidated by Baltimore right now. I don't think they're intimidated by Buffalo, and I don't think they're intimidated by Kansas City. I think they come in there just because of knowledge and confidence from last year. I think they can come in and win.
2017. You and Coach Sanford, I do have the Bills winning 27-20. Same as Kaner. But I'd be happy to be wrong, that's for sure. We'll be out at number 38 in Rhino from 9 to 11 with the pregame show. Watch along is happening there. And then later on, Altitude After Dark and on your all your digitals. So you got us for football, no doubt about it, all day on Sunday. So on Monday, we're coming in here. Well, according to you, Monday's going to be one hell of a show. It's going to be so big, according to you, you should be in like Texas.
I'll be. It couldn't contain Colorado. Can't
contain
me.
You.
So I'll be in Texas.
If they come in and they
There's
win,
a great gym in this place.
Oh, good for you. Get it all in then. Yeah. Lift all the weights. we have them losing, but we have a competitive sort of match. And, we would have the end-of-year press conference probably on Tuesday, not Monday.
I'll still be in Texas.
You will still be in Texas. I know. Is that weird? You got a little playoff series going with the Mavericks this weekend.
Yeah.
But I think the only thing that could go just like I think we would feel bad on Monday, Tyler, is if they got killed. Or they do something against their nature and don't stay aggressive like when they have a chance to go for two.
Okay.
Well, if Sean Payton does something that drives us nuts, that loses the game, even if they get killed, I guess we would kind of understand.
I think we're on house money, man. Even if they get smoked in this game.
Yeah, that might be
I
fine.
really don't think there's going to be too many fingers pointing at anybody.
Would you go for two? If it was the same situation as the Bengals in the playoffs, would you go for two?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, why not?
Totally agree. That might be the only thing that we're overly like, Sean, what are you doing?
Hey, not only for going for two at the end, you know what I'm doing? I'm hoping Sean puts away a little ego and is called Dan Campbell this week and said, talk to me what your thinking is.
That'd be cool.
Dan, tell me what your mindset is.
There's zero chance he's doing that.
Well, I just said you had to forget your ego.
Zero chance. All right, happening. Nate and Andy are coming up next. The other big story of the day was the Broncos coming out, according to the report by Mike Kliss, that it's two places. Burnham Yards, which is basically between 6th and 8th, kind of just south of Mile High Station, that sort of area, or Lone Tree, which would be just south of Lincoln and just east of I-25, kind of in that area. Final thoughts on Broncos' new location. It looks like these are the two spots, not when a new stadium's built.
Hey, it's gonna be awesome to get a new stadium. That's gonna be fun, and it's gonna be state of the art. It's gonna be the best in the world. So we're gonna have the best stadium in the world. That's what we're gonna have, and that's gonna be really cool. You and I are both selfish about our reasons why we want it or don't want it somewhere for opposite reasons. I have zero interest in being in Lone Tree because I don't want 5 years of construction on my drive to work. I don't want the bodies and the population and just all of it. And it's so much more than just 10 games a year, man. It's a new city. It's retail. It's just traffic and people and population.
$20 whores coming in there spending their trick money.
Thank you.
Thank you. So funny.
That's what I'm talking about.
You don't actually live in Lone Tree. You just drive through it.
Well, but it's a part of my daily life.
But I literally live in Lone Tree, and I'm excited about it. Like, I think it would be amazing, and I live here.
Yeah, but you're into that stuff. I like peace and quiet.
Okay. I like peace and quiet to a degree. Well, it's not going to impact my neighborhood. My neighborhood's just stellar. It's all built out. Nothing can happen. 1 mile
Here's
down the road.
Here's one thing I would say negative in Lone Tree.
Yeah.
You know this from Pradera. I know this from golf course I was at forever.
Your fancy members-only golf course? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you had to be members. Yeah.
Why? Okay.
I can't afford it now, so I'm not a member.
I hit South Suburban Golf. What I'm man of the people.
Yeah. That area is windy. That is a windy wind. It's like a wind tunnel that goes through the eastern side of 25. That's the only thing. So if you're going to do that, you better put a roof on it because
that goes without saying.
Well, I'm just telling you.
You think this group is going to?
Is it not windy out there?
Yeah, it's windy. I don't know that specific area. You're right. My area is for sure.
Yeah. Well, it's from Inverness on up, I think, to your area is like a wind tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Wind tunnel.
It's coming with a roof.
Meridian. I was at a Meridian.
All right.
It's coming with a roof, though. So
Meridian's
don't
right there
at
Lincoln on the east side of 25. It's a friggin' wind tunnel.
And beyond my selfish reasons of just not wanting to deal with traffic and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I truly believe stadiums are at their best when they're downtown. It's nostalgia. It represents the city. You got the skyline. You got all of it. It's
Screw their traffic up for 5 years.
That's right.
For my selfish reasons, I just think it's freaking awesome, and I hope they come down to Lone Tree.
You just want to make sure they have a bike rack there.
Wouldn't that just be awesome fighting through the construction
He'll ride
for
his
5
bike
years?
there.
I'll be riding my bike through all of it. I'll probably fall in some more wet cement. There's a lot of construction out there.
Think about the lawsuits you could have.
That's true. I should be taking Lone Tree to court right now. Thanks to Revitalize Health. They are the best. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. We do have basketball tonight right here on 92.5, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock tip against the Nets, who are without Cam Johnson, who's got a bummed-out foot. They suck. They're terrible. They're 2-8 in their last 10. They're 13-25. It's a get-right game another get-right game, theoretically, for the Nuggets. And Jokic, hopefully, will be back. Hopefully he's feeling better.
Yeah.
Final words?
Heard this term this week. In your life, you can either be a fountain or a drain. Here's the difference, talking about attitude and how you affect others. Fountains are full of optimism, confidence. They share their joy with others. They give their time and solutions and help others grow. Fountains listen, understand, approach conversation with an open mind, and look for ways to help. Be a fountain. Drains are pessimists, complain, and dwell on setbacks, are self-centered. They pride towards their own interest over others. They create toxic atmospheres that stifles creativity and growth. So your choice in life, family-wise, business-wise, are you a fountain or a drain?
I'd like to think I'm a chocolate fountain.
I think you're more of a chocolate drain.
And on that note?
And that chocolate's brown.
Name Andy
Very
coming
ruddy.
up next. We'll see ya.
Ska Friday, Wild Ska Friday, all that good stuff. Broncos Bills Sunday at 11 a.m. Of course, we started tomorrow afternoon. NFL Wild Card Weekend is here, and it's not just a weekend where we have to watch every other team play. No, 2024/25 is different. We're going to watch the Broncos on Sunday at 11 a.m. Joining us right now, certified Bronco backer. He has been all year long. Adam Rank of NFL.com is with us right now here on a Friday afternoon. Adam, you've been in on the Broncos. Feels like for a while. How does it feel to have some validation that the Denver Broncos are a 10-win playoff team?
For a while, I believe I was on this show in August trying to convince you guys, like, no, I'm serious. This team is actually pretty good. And I think a big reason why is with Bo Nix. I was a big believer, a Bo-lever, if you will, in Bo Nix. And so the first couple of weeks were rough. Not beating the Steelers, and it was 0-2, and I'm like, oh, criminy. And I remember distinctly because people, actually Bronco fans have brought this up. Like, you picked the Bucs. I know I purposely picked the Bucs in week 3 to change the momentum. And I don't want to say that I was the person who started the winning as obviously going 10-5 the rest of the way. But I don't know, Sean Payton and Bo Nix, sure. Zach Miller, of course. Some of the other guys. But I think I'm there. I'm doing my thing. I'm not really like, I don't want to sit here and take victory laps as much as I'm just happy for.
No, you should though.
Bronco. No, because honestly, because all the Bronco fans have been super cool and it's been a lot of fun and it's been enjoyable watching. Like, social media can be so terrible, so to have the Denver Bronco fans be so supportive and have all that stuff. So I'm stoked for all you guys. That's what I'm truly thrilled for. So this is going to be a fun weekend.
Adam, I need you to know that later that Friday that we had you on, I called 10 wins. Now, it was very sarcastic, but I called 10 wins. So, anyway.
I love it.
All right, Adam, seriously.
Hey, calling it.
Yeah, call's a call.
Sarcastic or not.
Well, you know what? We'll send you the audio, and you can maybe rejudge how that goes. But seriously, how did we get here? How did this turn around? Nate and I keep asking the questions because your recollection of things obviously is not wrong. You were more into it than we were at the time. But in fairness, Adam, we were out at camp watching it. And let me tell you, it wasn't a lot of fun most days. A lot of boring days at camp, not a lot of pop. You're always asking those questions. Is this defense good or is this offense bad? We're not quite sure, blah, blah, blah. How do you think they got it turned around? Did you see this defense coming? Did you see Nick Bonito coming? Because I know we focused on the offense for good reason, but this defense is a huge reason why this thing's turning out the way it is.
No, 100%. And I think that it's a testament of what George Patton has been doing with the front office and being able, and I saw this in one of our notes, in our notes package from the NFL.com, for the NFL Media Group, about how well he's been doing. I mean, like, if you look at this Broncos team, 5 All-Pros, 3 first-teamers, 2 second-teamers, and being in salary cap hell because of the Russell Wilson contract situation. When you look at a lot of these organizations who are out there feeling sorry for themselves, Cleveland's weighted down by the Deshaun Watson deal and all that stuff. It's like, look, Denver made an also not so great move as well at the quarterback position, except they just found a way to move on and get better and put it behind them. And like you said, I came into this thing really believing in Bo Nix, really thinking that this was a perfect combination with him and Sean Payton, but it has been the defense. The defense has been way better than advertised. And even, with Patrick Surtain, like, better than I thought he was going to be coming out of college. I thought he would be a good player, but I remember questioning it, during the draft process, because at the time, this is before trading for Russell Wilson and everything. And Justin Fields was available. Mac Jones was available. And you're like, should be looking at quarterback. Are you sure cornerback is the right way to go? But it just shows you that sometimes these organizations make moves that we as fans or even people who we cover the sport. The three of us cover the sport. Like, it's not like we're noobs or something. We cover the sport, and sometimes you just got to let the guys do their thing. And so I've been very impressed, but it has been the defense, and I think it's a testament to the front office and everything they've been able to do.
Adam Rank, our guest, NFL Network, NFL.com. He's also the host of the Sick Podcast. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Adam, I'm looking at the NFL Network, NFL.com game preview picks, and there's only one of the 10 predictions. 10% of you like the Broncos to win this game, and that was from our friend A. Rank right there. 24-21, you like Denver to beat Buffalo. I certainly think the Broncos can win this game, and we'll certainly go in depth more on it throughout the course of the show today. Why do you think they're going to win this game? What does that look like?
Hey, they had 5 All-Pros. The Bills have none. There it is. Case closed. No, you know what? I look at this. What I really like, and a couple of weeks ago when the team was up in Arrowhead, and unfortunately Will Lutz doesn't make the field goal and things, but it's still, you still see the way that the Broncos approach these games. And I think, like, when you go into these situations where you have nothing to lose, when you're Denver, you know, and nobody's giving you any credit over the course of the entirety of the season. Nobody's giving you credit for the wins. Nobody's taking you seriously. Bo Nix can sit there and win games, and yet he still doesn't get into the Rookie of the Year conversation. Like, they gave that one to Jaden Daniels in Week 5 and never looked back. And, like, Bo Nix is winning games. So I think there's something about it, and there's something about Sean Payton. And again, this is – we can obviously guys like Brian Baldinger and stuff who I'm going to be on NFL Network with earlier or later today, you know, and you can come up with the X and O's, and we can talk about Zach Allen and his ability to collapse the pocket and get quarterbacks off schedule and do things like that and pressure people. But at the end of the day, I always look at the grand scheme of things and, like, what is going on? Because when the talent level on the NFL at the NFL level is so, like, it's so finite, it's pretty close. And a lot of it does come down to coaching. And I've been a huge proponent of Sean Payton for the longest time. And I think back to the time when he led the Saints to the Super Bowl. And I think back, and I know you can't do this anymore because they changed the rules, but, like, the onside kick to start the second half, like, there's something about Sean Payton that always gives me confidence. And when I look at these situations, and again, like, I could